Yang Yun was a high school student. The boy was born into a simple village family. His parents were poor, but the young man was not discouraged. On this clear, sunny day, a guy came to the park on a date with his girlfriend, when suddenly a small dog jumped into his arms. Suddenly, the puppy fell into the water. Jan rushed to save the dog and began to drown himself. The boy called for help, but no one was nearby. Jan was horrified. How could this be? He was not ready to die yet, because he was still so young. He had his whole life ahead of him. He had not even felt the taste of life yet. He frantically looked for something to grab onto. The boy was sure that if he could grab onto some plant, then he would definitely be saved. There were plenty of different grasses and branches around, but they were all too thin and unreliable, and something stronger was needed. Suddenly, he saw a strong liana in front of him, similar to a rope. Jan grabbed it and pulled. He laughed. It was even too easy. Suddenly, the older student found himself holding some kind of vessel in his hands. A rope was tied to it, and Jan pulled him out by that very rope. The boy lost his footing and began to drown again. He thought bitterly that Mother Nature had made fun of him, and he would die a stupid death. When consciousness began to return to Jan, a girl stood over him and brought him back to his senses, slapped him on the cheeks and urged him to wake up. The guy didn't understand where he was. The girl was giving him artificial respiration, pushing the water he had swallowed out of his lungs. Suddenly, she touched his lips, Jan thought. What a shame. I never touched a woman's lips in my past. And now what's happening? His gaze fell on a lush female breast right next to him, and Jan wondered with horror if he had really died and gone straight to heaven. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes. He imagined plump cherubs circling above him, and in front of him, apparently, was the maiden who had been given to him as a reward. But in fact, the puppy he had rescued was sitting on Jan's chest, diligently licking his savior's face and squealing with delight. The guy sat up abruptly, throwing the dog off his chest. The girl sighed with relief, saying, "It's good that you're conscious again. I was already scared." Jan, surprised, asked the beauty who she was and how he ended up on the shore. The last thing he remembered was going to the bottom, and then there was a hole. The girl extended her hand and introduced herself. Her name was Jiao Nan, and she thanked the guy for saving her beloved little dog. The guy replied that his name was Yang Yun. He thanked Nan for saving him, and noted to himself that she was so beautiful, like a star. At this time, a girl named Yana came up from behind and said with a grin, So, is this really Yan Yun? Flirting with a girl right on a date? Lily's mother was indignant. Can't you see, Lily? These two are flirting in broad daylight. Now you won't be upset that you broke up with him. Jan tried to explain everything, but the woman shouted, You are a ragged man from the village. You have to work. You cannot make Lily happy. Lily told Ian that she invited him here only to break up with him, but it turns out that they were never right for each other. She handed the guy an envelope. This is an invitation. I hope you can come to my wedding on the 10th of next month. Ian was in shock. He looked in confusion at the envelope with the invitation, then at his ex-girlfriend, who had already become someone's fiancée. Jiao Nan walked up to the women and tried to clear up the misunderstanding by saying, Wait a minute. I think you've got this all wrong, Lily replied. There is nothing to understand here, sister. And the older woman shouted to Jan, Ragamuffin, stay away from our Lily. Understood? Nan apologized for being the cause of such a misunderstanding, but Yan objected. They came here already prepared. I need to think about it. Nan said, There is no shame in being born poor. What matters is the will to escape this fate. Here is a business card. Call me. I will help you. After giving the upset boy her business card, Nan picked up the dog and walked away, leaving Yan alone with his dark thoughts about Lily. Ian crumpled the envelope with the wedding invitation with a trembling hand. How could he not notice that Lily was already preparing for a wedding with someone else? He muttered under his breath how disgusting it all was. Yana was shaking with anger, because just a few minutes ago, he thought that Lily loved him. Suddenly, very close to him, Jan heard a hoarse voice. Someone said, Let's go, guy, it's just a girl. The young man was stunned. Who is here? A translucent face with glowing eyes appeared right in front of Jan's face. The guy asked in confusion, What are you? Probably a spirit? The huge creature glared angrily at Jan. The man indignantly asked him, "What kind of spirit am I to you? I am an unrecognized deity." A gray-haired warrior appeared in front of the guy and said, "I am one of the 12 unrecognized deities of the Yuanqian Shi cultivation world." Yang was taken aback. "Deity? And you came here just like that?" She was indignant, impudent. "You have already forgotten about the vessel of the universe that you just picked up." Yuan Tianxi explained that the deity and the vessel of the universe immediately appeared to you. And since you are so ignorant, look at your hand and you will understand everything. The guy pulled up his sleeves and discovered a symbol on his left hand that looked like the vessel he had recently pulled out of the pond using a strange rope. Jan was surprised. Could this really be the same vessel? It seemed like the man wasn't joking about being a deity. Now that was real luck. The boy turned to the deity with a request. "Sir, please teach me techniques so that I become stronger. I will be a diligent student." She replied that the path to understanding is long, difficult, and dangerous, and you just showed weakness in front of some girl who is not worth it. The unrecognized deity asked, "How will you practice with such a mindset?" The guy silently clenched his teeth. He understood that Yuan Qian was right. Ian angrily struck the stone, shattering it. The boy put all his rage and hatred of this strange day into this blow. The guy's eyes flashed. "We have nothing in common anymore. I swear she will pay for today's humiliation. Sound Qing will regret it." Yuan Tian was surprised. That determined look was familiar to him. The boy really did look like his talented bastard student. The Divine Master chuckled and said, "I really like such determination. It seems like our meeting was predetermined by fate itself." He said, "Okay, then, now we will correct your thoughts and habits, and I will teach you an incredible cultivation technique that will help you." The guy gasped in surprise and exclaimed at the enormous amount of energy pouring into his consciousness, filling his entire being. Ian looked at his hands in surprise. It seemed that he had been granted knowledge and his feelings had become more refined and orderly. Sai warned that although you have been given much, including knowledge from the vessel of the universe, you cannot yet use it fully. Yuan Tian hoped that the boy would study hard. Yang promised the master and added that he would take revenge on Lily when he came to her wedding. At that moment, the phone in Jan's pocket rang. It was his work calling. His boss was yelling at him, asking why the guy was lounging around instead of working. Hearing his boss's shout, the guy remembered that he should have returned to work a long time ago. He apologized and said that he would be there soon. Yuan Tian warned that in the future he could only give him advice. Everything else would ultimately depend only on himself. The unrecognized deity frowned and sheepishly told the boy that he did not want him to consider Shi only as a teacher, but also as his father. When Yuan Tian raised his head, the guy was no longer in front of him. Yang hurriedly went to work, forgetting even to say goodbye to the master. Sai shouted indignantly, "I won't let you use me and then leave, you bastard! Come back right now!" But there was no answer. Meanwhile, Jan was already flying at full speed to the cafe where he worked to make ends meet and fully attend high school. The manager angrily asked the guy what he was even thinking. Did he want to lose his job? Jan guiltily apologized to the boss. The guy thought, "How unforgivable. I completely forgot about my shift." With all these events in the park, thoughts about work completely flew out of my mind. Suddenly, Yan saw two suspicious guys dragging a girl. He recognized her. This was the first beauty of their school, Liu Linglig. But what was wrong with her? The guy looked after the girl in confusion. She couldn't understand anything. It looked like she had been drugged with something, causing her to fall into such a terrible state. Liu Lingling was not just Yan's classmate. She was considered the most beautiful girl in school. The guy was wondering if he should stop them. Yan watched without looking away as the hooligans carried Lingling into some room. The manager asked the guy, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" The boss barked, "You want to lose your job?" Jan wondered if he could keep his job. Since he had his grandmother and sister, what should he do? Lily's mocking face and her caustic words about how a poor man like him was not suitable for her appeared before Jan's mind's eye. Jan's behavior today infuriated the bar manager, and he angrily asked the guy again if he was listening to him and whether he was going to work. Suddenly, Jan exclaimed, No, I will not feel sorry for myself. The girl is in trouble, and I have to save her, regardless of the consequences for myself. The manager was taken aback. What the boy was talking about? What was going on with him today? Everyone knew that Jan was usually quiet, modest, and obedient. Not paying any more attention to the manager, Jan headed to the VIP room where the girl was brought. Laughter and screams could be heard from there. Cool. One of the guys noticed that this girl arrived just in time. They were already ready to start the most enjoyable entertainment of the VIP room. One of those who brought the girl asked the chief if they could begin. But he warned them that they still had to give her to Ruan Shao. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door of the VIP room. The bandits stared at the entrance in surprise, wondering who could have brought them here now. Jan heard that the guys in the room had gone quiet, but no one was going to open the door. The guy closed his eyes and jumped at the locked door with a running start. To the surprise of everyone present, the massive door shattered into pieces, and Ian rushed inside, loudly demanding that the girl be released. The stunned guys asked the young man who he was and why he had broken into their place, knocking down the big guy guarding the door to this VIP room on the way. Jan was stunned. Wow, he broke this door so easily. Could this really be the result of the complete purification he carried out in Yuanshanxi Park today? The angry bandits rushed at the schoolboy, angrily asking who he thought he was. Jan noticed that his reaction had also improved. In addition, Jan's body became much stronger, and he easily withstood the blows that some of the bandits periodically inflicted on him. The speed of Jan's punches also increased, and he scattered the guys attacking him in one fell swoop, especially since most of them were a little drunk. Despite his general thinness, Jan's fists became significantly heavier, and many of the hooligans, having received a blow, were in no hurry to get up again. He felt his strength increase by an order of magnitude, and it was simply amazing. He hit left and right, knocking out the teeth of the bandits. Seeing that things were bad, the foreman of these hooligans decided to join the fight. A tall guy broke a bottle and walked towards Jan laughing. He told him, "Boy, you've messed with the wrong people. We are Ruan Shao's people. So you'll have to answer for the chaos and mayhem that's been created here." The leader suggested that Jan decide how he would pay them for the trouble they had caused, and the wounds and bruises they had inflicted on his guys. But soon, the beaten leader with his teeth knocked out tearfully asked Jan to forgive them. He misunderstood him. Jan tied up the beaten bandits and warned them that they would no longer get the girls drunk, and if he saw anything like that again, he would punish them. The guy turned around and looked at the sleeping Liu Lingling. What should he do with her? He clearly couldn't leave her here. He had to take her with him. He put his classmate on his shoulders and went to his apartment where the girl lived. Yan didn't know. Well, he couldn't leave her at the bar. Lingling slept peacefully on Yan's bed, and he was thinking, how could I possibly think of bringing home a girl who was drunk on alcohol? This feeling turned out to be excruciating. Ian had never been alone with a girl in a room. With Lily, he only held hands. Yuan Tianxi told the student, "Nothing painful. The first time is always unusual." The guy automatically answered, "That's for sure." Yan shouted, "Uncle, you scared me." She was indignant. "How did you call me? I did so much for you. And you don't even call me master." Taking a few steps back from the unrecognized deity in fear, Yang found himself on the bed right next to the sleepy Lingling. The girl opened her eyes slightly, sighed languidly, and blushed. It was clear that she was currently not thinking clearly due to the amount of alcohol she had consumed. Yan noticed that things were bad. She was so carried away, the guy asked the master if there was a way to bring her to her senses. The offended she chuckled. The master replied, "If you decided to save her, it means you have a good heart. So be it. I will help you. And then I will plunge into a peaceful sleep." He gave Yan knowledge about the technique of the 13 hands channels. The guy will be able to see this technique himself. She asked not to wake him up for now. Yan carefully sorted through the knowledge downloaded into his head by the master, and finally found the technique for healing the body that he needed. He pressed the right spot on the body of the school's #1 beauty and used dispersal. And under the influence, Lingling moaned languidly. At the same time, in the neighboring apartment, two people were making love. The guy asked the girl if he was strong, she confirmed. Suddenly, they both heard Liu Lingling's loud, languid moans. The girl was trembling and moaning under the influence of Yan's acupressure. The stunned neighbors leaned against the wall. The neighbor noticed that it was harsh. His girlfriend agreed, yes, perhaps too harsh. These languid moans continued almost all night, while Yan was removing the fumes from Liu Lingling from the alcohol she had drunk the night before at the bar. An enraged neighbor beat up her lover, calling him trash, because she suspected that he was spying on his neighbors. The next morning arrived. The sun rose over the city. The girl finally calmed down and got a good night's sleep on Jan's bed. In the morning, she opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Lingling gasped in confusion. She did not recognize this room and apartment. Finally, her gaze fell on her classmate, and she asked in horror where she was and how she got there. She didn't remember anything. When the beauty realized that she was in Jan's apartment, she slapped her classmate hard and called him a maniac, rubbing his bruised cheek. The boy asked Liu Lingling to listen to him, because he was forced to bring her to his apartment. The indignant girl said that she would listen if he had a reasonable explanation, but she thought that Jan was not the kind of man. Jan got angry and asked the beauty if she remembered that yesterday she was given a drink and dragged somewhere, and he saved her from a crowd of drunken bandits. Lingling frowned. She remembered Ruan Wenhao taking her to a bar. Was she really as drunk as her good mother? Just in case, she asked Jan why she woke up without clothes in the morning. He must have done something to her that night. Liu Lingling was absolutely sure that no one could resist her beauty. And then, such a convenient opportunity presented itself. But Yan explained that the girl actually undressed herself when she was dead drunk, and she screamed that she didn't even want to think about it. The guy said that now she needs to drink more fluids to flush out toxins. Lingling apologized to Yan for being rude. The beauty still couldn't understand why he didn't do anything to her. Maybe he was gay. And Jan was rushing her. It was time to go to school. 10 minutes later, they were already at the school gates. Other kids were also heading to classes. Everyone was stunned to see them together. Lingling told Yan that now he was her gay friend and thanked him again for yesterday. Yan was indignant. He was not her friend and not gay. The girl asked if she had been so drunk yesterday. Then why didn't she have a hangover? On the contrary, she felt great. Jan replied that he knew a massage technique that removes alcohol. She exclaimed, "Wow, so you know traditional medicine." The beauty said to Jan with a smile. "Then next time you will help me relax," the guys around whispered in surprise. She waved her hand to Jan and offered to have lunch after classes. She treats him. The guy sighed with relief when the beauty left. As soon as the seductress disappeared, the guy heard a menacing voice behind him. Some guy angrily asked if he was Yang Yun. A very tall guy said, "Stay away from Liu Lingling. You are just a loser who wants more than he can afford." The guy asked Jan, "Do you really think she would fall in love with someone like you? You should look in the mirror more often, then you would understand everything." Jan tried to reason with the guy, explaining that he probably misunderstood everything, and that it all happened to Liu completely by accident. But the tall guy growled, "My name is Yu Xiaogang, and I hope you remember my fist for the rest of your miserable life." Yan cursed. This idiot really decided to beat him up for saving his classmate. But what kind of people are they? They start a fight at the slightest provocation. The young man immediately counterattacked and exclaimed, "You think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to be late for class because of some Yu Xiaogang." The high school students were stunned to see Yu Xiaogang fly several meters from the impact and crash into a tree. Everyone at school was afraid of him. Jan cursed. Well, he misjudged his strength. Oh well, maybe now they'll pester him less with arguments. That's already good. The first part of the lessons ended. The lunch break began. Yang headed to the building where Liu Lingling was studying today. The guy was walking near the building. The school's most beautiful girl was late, as were most of the beautiful girls. Suddenly, he heard Liu Lingling's voice. She called out to him, "Yang, my friend, please come here." The guy was very surprised by this. There were two more girls next to Lingling. The beauty invited the guy to join them, and they all went to lunch together. The girl explained that they had booked a table in advance, so there was no need to rush. The place would still be reserved for them. Lingling introduced her best friends to Yan, the first of whom was Qian Xiaobei, a shy, straight-A student with big, round glasses. Ling Ling's second friend was named Lin Huan, a slender girl who looked very much like an athlete. She looked away from the guy shyly. Yang wondered why Lin Huan looked away. It seemed like they hadn't communicated with each other before, so what was the matter here? It was very interesting, and the girl really did quickly look away, and a blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks, something that greatly embarrassed Huan. Liu Lingling said, "Xiao Bei and I will order food, and you stay alone with Lin Huan for now," Yang replied. "Of course. Go calmly." Yang was perplexed. Lin Huan didn't even look at him once. Did she really not like him? And for some reason her cheeks were burning. He took the girl by the shoulders and turned her towards him. She was taken aback. She didn't think that this guy was so persistent. Her face flushed even more. Looking at the girl more closely, Jan frowned and said that he needed to tell her something. But she shouldn't be too scared. On the way, Ling Ling told her friend that Yang Yi-yun was studying traditional medicine. Xiao Bei was surprised. "Wow, that's interesting." Opening the door to the hall, Lin Ling said that they were back. And there, Lin Huan was screaming breathlessly. "Ah, I need to do it even louder." The girls slammed the door and jumped back in surprise. The girlfriends were shocked at what was going on there, because it was daytime. The girlfriends were flushed, Ling Ling thought. What did I just see? This is impossible. It must be hallucinations because of what she drank yesterday. Taking a timid look again into the cafe's dining room, the girl thought, "No, maybe I was mistaken after all. This can't be true." Huan was lying on the couch and moaning very loudly, and Yang was sitting on her and saying that in order to get results, she needed to do it harder. Liu Lingling gasped in surprise and blushed. She never expected such agility from her quiet friend and modest Yan. Her eyes flashed with anger. She slapped Yan and shouted, "What a disgusting thing you are doing in broad daylight." Yan shouted indignantly, "What are you doing? I was just giving Lin Huan a massage." Ling Ling asked in surprise. "What? Was that a massage?" The guy asked if this was forbidden. Lin Huan had poor blood circulation, and massage could help her. Liu's friend was embarrassed. Yan added that Huan should also take the medications he advised her to take, and then the illness would subside. Ling Ling was shocked. Despite the explanation, Ling Ling's anger got the better of her. She grabbed Yar by the collar and kicked him out of the hall, shouting at him to get out of here. Jan was perplexed by these strange people. You do good things and they kick you out. With girls, everything is very strange and incomprehensible. Turning around, the guy saw that there were guys standing behind him, all of them angrily clenching their fists. Jan was surprised where they came from. These were the hooligans who had been beaten up by Jan yesterday. One of them pointed at the schoolboy and said, "It was him." There were some stronger guys standing nearby. The guys passing by said, "It looks like there will be a fight." "Wow, it's Taekwondo practitioner Ning Wu. It looks like Yang Yun is unlucky today." Jan sighed and asked the bandit, "It's you again, but this time with backup. Why are you still chasing me, or is it not enough for you?" Hearing a suspicious noise, the girls also went out into the corridor to find out what was going on there, and why everyone was making such a noise. The school beauty looked around in bewilderment, trying to understand what had happened here. And then she saw Jan and the bullies nearby. The beaten young Xiaogang smiled. Thank heavens. Liu Lingling is also here. She will finally see the shame and humiliation of this Yang Yi-yun. Ning Wu said to Yan sternly, "You were told to stay away from Liu Lingling. Otherwise, we will give you a good beating." The guys said it was all because of the school's biggest beauty. "But this guy is no match for Ning Wu," Ling Ling flared up. "Yang is there because of her." Suddenly, Yang said to the Taekwondo practitioner, "Okay, no problem," and moved on. Ning Wu looked at the guy questioningly. Wu asked Yan in surprise, "Don't you like her or something? Are you going to refuse her like that?" Yan was surprised. "Who said that I like her?" Ning Wu said that Yan couldn't just leave. He was surprised. "What do you want from me?" "That I want to be with Liu Lingling." The guy said with a smile, "Okay, I want to be with Liu Lingling." The beauty was stunned. Did Yang really say this in front of everyone? They will kill him. Ning Wu yelled angrily, It's none of my business. I just want to kick your ass, bros. I want to be the first one to hit him. Two boys rushed towards Ian to grab the skinny high school student in case he decided to run away from the Taekwondo practitioner. Ningwu's henchmen rushed towards the young man, swinging their fists, trying to distinguish themselves in front of the famous athlete in the school and the city. They belligerently shouted for the boy to die and not bother anyone anymore, getting ready to beat up the impudent teenager. But Yan had no intention of running away. He took a fighting stance and calmly parried the punches that were thrown at him simultaneously. The boys howled in pain. Yan remarked, "Unfortunately, you are unlucky today. Thank your weak friend Yu Xiaogan for that." Ningwu smiled contentedly. This guy is quite the opponent. Well, it's no wonder he was able to defeat the weakling Yu Xiaogang. The Taekwondo fighter jumped up to deliver a knee strike to Yan's face. The athlete exclaimed, "How do you like that? Now die, you carrion." Yang calmly blocked the famous wrestler's attack, stopping his swift blow with a log with his hand, and he glared at Wu. Before the Taekwondo practitioner had time to come to his senses, Yan dealt him exactly the same blow that he had just planned to deal to the schoolboy. Everyone around gasped in surprise. The Ningwu school's terror had its teeth thrown out and blood spurted out. Yu Xiaogang was horrified by this. Jan grumbled that he hoped this wouldn't happen. He looked around and asked the guys if there were any more people willing to beat him up and get their comeuppance. Ling Ling was puzzled when Yan learned to fight. She never thought that she would ever find her classmate attractive. The school day finally ended, and Yang Yun went back to his small apartment where he lived in the city. Left alone, he began to practice, he thought. It seems that the improvement of the technique of the creator of the universe was successful. At the same time, he looked through the ancient books that the master left him. He learned about the Pil Le Ju Yang, which allows one not to age. This is valuable. The guy's thoughts about the pill that was precious to the world of people were interrupted by a phone call. Jan was surprised who was calling at such an hour. He picked up the phone. It was Yan's childhood friend. He said that he was currently in the Ruo Z building and he had serious problems. The guy rushed to the indicated address. He was wondering if Liu Shiji had a fight with someone. "I hope that I will have time to help him." Entering the hall, Yang saw two gentlemen standing next to his friend, one of them angrily asking if CG even knew what he had done. Liu Shiji stood in front of the gentleman with his head down, his fists clenched, and muttered, "I'm sorry. I didn't do that on purpose." The bald, fat man yelled, "The fucking security guard! I have a contract for the purchase and sale of this porcelain vase. It's worth a whopping 200,000. Song Xiao pulled the fat man up. "Enough. I signed the contract and didn't pay, and he's just a security guard. How about half the price?" The young master asked Liu Shiji how he felt about paying 100,000. The guard was stunned. This was a huge amount for him. The fat man said, "Song Xiao, you are a very generous person," he replied. "Well, yes, after all, this young man did not do it on purpose." The guard sighed heavily and replied, "Well, then I agree. Although for me it's a lot of money. Damn, that damn vase." At this moment, Yang shouted to Liu Ciji what had happened. The guard was very happy that his friend was already here, that he had come to help him. The guy asked Ciji what happened here. The guard turned around and briefly told about an expensive vase that was accidentally broken. Jan heard the elevator doors opening, and he involuntarily glanced sideways at the noise of the doors to see who was there. A girl came out of the elevator, the assistant told her. "Manager Zhao, the meeting will start soon," she replied. "Let's go. You will see." Zhao Nan's attention was drawn to the young man standing in the hall, and she looked questioningly at the guy standing with his back to her, whether it was him or not. A Yan indignantly asked Song Xiao, "Are you kidding me? How can this vase cost 200,000? This is some kind of scam." The assistant asked Zhao what happened. She replied, "Nothing." It seemed like she suddenly saw a familiar face in the hall. The bald fat man exclaimed, "Do you even know who Song Xiao is? You want to doubt him? This is porcelain from the Song dynasty." Liu Shiqi sighed and said to his friend, "Stop it, Yun. It's my problem. I'll think of something and pay for this damn vase." Yang Yu-yun walked over to the broken vase and picked up one of the shards, deciding to check if it was really porcelain from the Song dynasty. The guy felt that if this was really the case, then he would definitely find out after examining a small fragment of this vase. After the master performed the purification, Yan's physical abilities improved, as did his perception of all objects. The guy noticed that these fragments contained remnants of modern materials, and Jan also smelled a strong smell of chemicals. Enraged by such a brazen deception, the guy angrily crushed the shard in his fist. CG asked, "Yoon, what did you find there?" Instead of explaining, Yang Yu-yun slapped the bald, fat man in the face because the jerk was trying to swindle his friend out of a huge amount of money. The fat man asked the guy, "Do you even know who I am?" Song Shao exclaimed angrily, broke the ancient thing and hit the man again. Yan Yun shouted, "Where is the antique thing?" "But you set up my friend so that he pays compensation. You should be beaten to death." Liu Shiji put his hand on his friend's shoulder again and said, "Yun, wait. First explain what the matter is. Why did you attack them?" The guy exclaimed angrily, "This vase is a fake." And these two knew it perfectly well. The guard frowned. "That is, like a fake." The bald, fat man shouted that it was all a lie. How could the boy prove it? He was not a qualified expert on antiquities. The guard asked his friend, "Really, Yun, how do you know this, and how can you so easily state this with such confidence?" Yan replied, "I am the best student in the profile of ancient Chinese history. And at first glance, I realized that this porcelain vase was a crude fake. If she was real, they would have already contacted the police," the bald man growled angrily. "Okay, this time you win, kid." But Liu Shiji wasn't going to let go so easily of those who had just tried to swindle him out of 100,000 by slipping him this fake. The guard's eyes flashed and he asked, "So you didn't go to the police? Which means you deceived me and just want to leave." Having dealt with the troubles, the childhood friends went to a cafe. Sizzy's shift had already ended, and he was able to chat with his friend. The guard said thoughtfully, "Thank you, Yun. If it weren't for you, those two scoundrels would have cheated me with this broken porcelain vase." Yang reminded that once CG wanted to become a real good soldier. Why is everything different now? Why is he a security guard? CG replied that today's society is such that few people face difficulties, and those who were born into poverty find it difficult to earn money. Ayun sipped his beer and thought, who knows? Maybe now it will be very easy for them to make money by applying this knowledge. Young Yun suddenly declared to his friend, "In that case, you and I, dear friend, will build a huge, highly profitable business empire." Shiji almost choked from surprise. He accidentally spat out beer on his friend. He was choking with sincere laughter. Well, what nonsense. The guard asked Yoon if he had gone crazy and when he learned to joke like that, and how he dreamed of building a business empire. The guy wiped his face with a napkin and answered, "Really? How could he be so reckless and unexpectedly stun his friend?" He explained that he had a recipe for a drug that, if produced, could revolutionize the entire cosmetics industry. Shiji listened attentively to his friend. He realized that it seemed he was not joking. He asked Yoon where he got this amazing recipe. The guy evasively replied that it was very difficult. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang. It was the beautiful Liu Lingling calling. He apologized to his friend, saying that he needed to answer. The girl asked, "Jan, my friend, could you give me a massage?" June replied that they were currently having dinner with a friend, so he couldn't. CG was all ears. He was very interested in everything. The angry girl said, "If you don't help me now, I'll tell everyone at school that you're gay, and you'll know better than to refuse me." The guy snorted, "Okay, consider me given up. Don't spread those horrible rumors. Give the phone to Huan. I'll teach her this massage technique." After a while, Yang Yun hung up and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. That meant she had already finished the entire massage procedure, and Liu Lingling, under the influence of the relaxing massage, moaned languidly into the phone, groaning and exclaiming, "How nice it is! Do more." Hearing the groans, CG said sullenly, "You are lonely after Lily, but you must be restrained," Yoon objected. This is not what he thought. For the rest of the evening, his childhood friend looked at Yoon sympathetically. But he couldn't stand it and shouted, "This is not at all what you thought." As soon as the opportunity arose, The young man went to the suburbs on Mount Yaowang to collect the necessary medicinal herb. He walked along the forest path and thought bitterly that because of this flighty and self-willed Liu Lingling, he had slightly embarrassed himself in front of his friend. According to the book The Art of Zhu Yang, which the teacher passed on, in order to make a youth pill, one must find plantain. Suddenly the bushes crackled and another person emerged from there. It seemed that June wasn't the only one who went to Mount Yaowan for medicinal herbs. The bald old man asked June if such a young guy was also looking for medicinal herbs here. It was quite unusual these days. June politely explained that he was looking for plantain here, and did his grandfather know where he should go to find this useful herb? The herbalist was puzzled as to what kind of plantain this was. He had never heard of such a name before. Perhaps the guy had made a mistake. The guy insisted that he needed plantain. This medicine has been known since ancient times. Had the old man never heard of it? But the old man pretended to be hard of hearing and began to slyly ask what the guy was saying. The trees were rustling, the birds were singing, but nothing could be heard. Yang Yun became angry. His aura flared menacingly. He clenched his fist and repeated the name of the plant very loudly. The old man was frightened. He said, "Go along this mountain road for 200 meters. Go down along the stream, you will see a boulder. Then up the mountain through the grove, and you are there." The boy thanked the old man, who still didn't understand what the boy was looking for. But it didn't matter. All the medicinal and magical herbs were on the mountain. Yoon sighed heavily. He had been walking through the forest for 5 hours already, but he still hadn't found anything. Had that old man really deceived him? What a bastard. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the bushes nearby were moving. He wondered what it was. Maybe someone else was collecting herbs here. But the next moment, a giant snake flew out of the bushes and chased the frightened little animal, who ran away squealing. Yoon's eyes and the small, nimble animals met, and they both seemed surprised by each other's presence in this dense forest. The guy quickly ducked, and the gaping mouth of the giant snake flew past him. He exhaled. It was a relief. The predatory giant did not touch him, and then Yoon realized that apparently the snake's target was not him at all. The guy didn't even know that giant pythons also lived in this forest wilderness. He watched the python and the little animal, the guy thought. This little one is very nimble. The snake can't catch him. But just at that moment, the python raised its thick, muscular tail over the baby, and the animal did not notice the threat approaching it. He only had time to squeak and received a crushing blow to the back. The animal's small body stretched out from the blow and immediately went limp. The baby hit the ground several times, somersaulted in the air, and, like a thrown ball, flew further across the forest clearing. Finally, the little animal stopped and sprawled out exhausted on the grass. The toothy snake had hit him too hard, and now he could not run. The unfortunate man looked pitifully at Yoon and squeaked pleadingly, as if begging the boy to intercede for him in front of the giant predator. Yan Yoon thought that he needed to save the baby, after all. In the wild, strong animals eat the weak without a drop of mercy. After breaking up with Lily, no matter who Yoon looks at, everyone is so beautiful and cute. Well, it's time to test her strength. While the boy was thinking, the snake's huge, toothy mouth opened over the little animal, which closed its eyes and squeaked in fear. Yoon rushed straight towards the baby with all his might, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the place where the giant opened his mouth over the frightened animal. The kid squeaked questioningly when he saw the man's hand extended towards him. He didn't understand what this guy was going to do to him. Yang Yun quickly picked up the little animal in his arms and jumped away from the python's toothy mouth, shielding the baby's small body with his body. Having pulled the wounded animal out of the snake's mouth, the guy slowed down. He wasn't going to run away from this evil, long giant all the time. Unexpectedly for the monster, Yoon dealt the snake a painful blow to its unprotected chest, and the snake hissed in surprise at such an insolent fellow. The guy felt that the snake was about to use the same technique on him that he had used to knock out the small animal just recently. Yoon grabbed the giant by his muscular tail and said that this move was useless against him, so there was no point in waving your tail around. The snake hissed angrily again and opened its huge mouth wide, intending to swallow the impudent man along with the little animal. But this didn't frighten the guy at all. He tugged the giant's tail and shouted, "Come on, attack! Let's see what comes out of this." Yan Yun noticed with surprise. So this is what the snake really is. Nothing special. Not as strong as it seemed at first. The young man swung his hand sharply and slammed the giant python into the ground with all his might, causing blood to gush from the monster's enormous mouth. The old man looked around in surprise. A terrible noise arose far away in the mountains. The herbalist looked questioningly at the mountain, wondering what was going on there. Having killed the snake, Yang Yuyun threw the giant to the ground and released the animal he had saved from his hands. But it did not run away, but waved its paws at the guy. Yun asked the little one in surprise, "You seem to want me to follow you. I wonder what you're going to show me." Noticing that the guy understood him, the little animal actively nodded its cute head and squeaked approvingly, as if confirming. Jan followed the little animal proudly striding through the forest. The guy was surprised. He wasn't afraid of me at all and understood everything perfectly. Soon the animal led the young man to a clearing at the foot of the cliff. Jan was stunned. It was as if everything he needed had been specially collected there. He smiled. He finally found the plantain. And the rest of the ingredients for the pills were here too. How lucky. Well done, baby. The young man looked up and saw an amazing flower on the top of the mountain. He mentally asked, "What is this?" "It is radiating light." From ancient books, June learned that if giant snakes live here, it means there are unusual or magical plants nearby. Having climbed the mountain, the young man saw that ginseng was growing there. And what kind of white plant was next to it? He seemed to have never seen anything like it. And then Yuantian felt the aura of the star soul flower. He said that this is a very rare plant. It will help him recover. The guy reached out his hand to the unusual plant, which meant it was a star soul flower. He had to remember it just in case. It might come in handy. As soon as Yun extended his hand towards the flower, Yuan Tianxi immediately pulled the plant straight into the vessel depicted on the youth's hand. Jan jumped off the mountain, he thought. It's so convenient. He can easily collect all the plantains on the way back towards home. He glanced at the little animal. It seemed the sable was very smart since it understood him. Jan couldn't take it home, but here the baby would be in danger. The young man told the sable that he was such a cutie, but in this wilderness he would be in danger. So he should go with him to the city. The little animal beeped indignantly. He had no intention of going with the guy. And in general, he felt good in his native forest, which he knew well. Yun handed the baby a lollipop and said that he would like it. The little animal sniffed the air and beeped in confusion. Delicious. The sable really liked the candy. The young man hugged the baby, saying how cute. The little animal gnawed on the lollipop and squeaked contentedly. As a result, this clever forest animal was forced to become Yang Yun's faithful friend and assistant in his search for medicinal plants. The young man was perplexed. Yesterday, I managed to find all the necessary herbs. I processed them as written in the book. But why is there no result? Is it really necessary to have an alchemical furnace? It seems to lack power. Maybe I should set it to high heat. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the apartment. The guy felt that it was Liu Ling Ling who had arrived. This girl had already begun to irritate him. Turning to the door, Yun shouted, "Stop knocking, I'll open it now." He left his brew and quickly headed to the front door. Meanwhile, the pot of herbs left on the stove began to smoke. The maximum temperature quickly evaporated all the liquid. A smiling Lin Ling stood at the threshold. She waved her hand to her classmate and cheerfully greeted the young man. And Yang Yun irritably asked the girl why she came. He was still angry at her for embarrassing him in front of his childhood friend. Ling Ling was indignant. Such a beauty as she personally came to him, and he greeted her like this. It looked very unfriendly. And then the girl pinched her nose and asked June if he was cooking shit. What was the smell here that was so terrible it was hard to breathe from the stench? The guy cursed. Everything caught fire. He rushed to his pot of herbs, in which he was trying to make the first pills. Yoon ran to the stove and quickly turned it off. But the small apartment was already filled with acrid dark smoke from the burnt herbs. Ling Ling asked, "Ugh, what is this? Did you really cook shit?" The guy snorted. "Of course it's shit. If you don't believe me, you can eat it." Looking at the bottom of the pan, Yan was stunned. Were the pills really ready? The girl exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? They shimmer so beautifully." Yoon took the pill. It looks exactly the same as the method said, only lighter. It must be because there is no stove. The effect is probably weaker, but for mere mortals it is more than enough. And the main thing is that it worked. The guy sobbed with joy. Liu Lingling asked Yan in surprise why he suddenly burst into tears. It seemed like he had completely lost his mind because of that black smoke. The guy turned to the uninvited guest and asked why she came here at all. Clearly not for a massage. What she wanted from him. The girl reminded him that Yan said he knew medicine and that she needed help. He was surprised, called her names on the phone, but behaved differently in public. Lingling showed a large pimple on her face and asked Yan if she knew how to get rid of it, as she couldn't go to school looking like that. Yoon chuckled, meaning it was time to test the pill's effects. Lingling had fallen into the trap, just like a lab mouse. The girl impatiently asked whether he had the remedy or not. And what was that sly smile? Was he planning to do something nasty? Jan replied, "Of course there is. It's a youth pill that he prepared according to his grandfather's recipe. It's extremely effective." Liu Lingling jumped to the side, this stinking thing. The guy seemed to be mocking her. She would never swallow this nasty thing. The guy asked if she didn't believe him. She had seen his medical skills. Or if she had decided to sit at home with this pimple. The girl was shaking and muttered, "Okay, I'll eat it, but if Yan himself puts it in her mouth, the pill stinks too much." Yoon's cheeks suddenly flushed. He thought about how intimate the situation was. His legs were practically buckling. How difficult it was to restrain himself. He looked at the beauty next to him. She obediently opened her mouth. In order to get rid of the pimple, Liu was ready to do anything. The girl instinctively took the guy's hand with her thin hands, waiting for him to put the miracle pill in her mouth. Finally, Lingling swallowed the pill and froze, while young Yu-yun closely watched how the pimple on her beautiful face would behave. Suddenly, the girl gasped. The pill was not at all nasty. On the contrary, it was sweet and fresh. She felt her whole body relax. Yoon frowned. He didn't understand why Lingling was so upset. After all, she only took one of his youth pills. The girl blushed and said that he had forced her to swallow the thing, but her body really did feel strange, even a little numb. Yan looked at Lingling's face. Not only was there no pimple, but her skin had also become softer. The effect was even better than he expected. Lingling was delighted. Could it really be true? The guy said that he would now bring a mirror and she could see the result for herself. I looked at my reflection. The girl was stunned. It was simply incredible, Yan confirmed. Right on target. The effect is simply amazing. In a fit of gratitude, Lingling hugged the boy and kissed him on the cheek, exclaiming, "June, thank you so much. You saved me." The guy blushed deeply from embarrassment and screamed. For the first time in his life, a girl kissed him, and it happened so unexpectedly. Liu Lingling chuckled. She never thought that Yoon was so innocent, and a light kiss would cause him to have such a panic attack. The young man shouted at her, "You were harassing me again. Now I'll give you what for. How long can you go on seducing me with your tricks?" But Lingling wasn't afraid, she said languidly. "Come on, come here. You talk too much. It's time to find out what you're like in practice." The guy approached the school's most beautiful girl and hovered over her, saying that now she would learn the consequences of her harassment. The girl was confused. It couldn't be. Yoon was so close. He was always so timid. Could he really have decided to take such a serious step? The owner of the apartment pressed his guest against the wall. She sighed in confusion. She was drawn to the strange guy, and at the same time she was afraid. Lingling closed her eyes and thought, could my first kiss really happen right now? This is such an exciting moment in life. But there was still no kiss, and the girl opened one eye. Jan held a bottle in front of her face. She didn't understand what it was. Yoon said, "I hope you didn't think I was going to kiss you. These pills should last for a week, and you can forget about acne." The disappointed beauty snatched the bottle from Yang Yun's hands and said, "That means you're not brave enough to kiss me." The guy decided to scare the smug beauty. He asked if it was true. She was taken aback. It seemed to her that Jan had become a giant. She jumped for the door, and as she left, she shouted, "I will take these pills, but as expected, you are gay. That's why you don't want to kiss me." The girl quickly ran out into the corridor and slammed the door behind her. This guy really is very strange, but at least he cured the pimple. Ling Ling leaned against the door and thought in confusion, why was my heart beating so hard? Did I really fall in love with him? This was nonsense. Evening came. Young Yun once again immersed himself in cultivation. He carefully studied the treatises left to him by the Divine Master. The ancient method describes a technique similar to the art of imitating animals, and combinations of different attack and defense techniques. If only Ian could decipher everything that was said there, his fighting skills would come in handy. But in life, you can't achieve everything by force alone. The guy took a deep breath and emerged from his meditative state of self-improvement. He had already mastered part of the ancient technique. Yoon glanced at his watch. He had been cultivating for several days now. He could only hope that it had produced some tangible results. Suddenly, his phone rang. The young man was surprised. It was already so late. Who could it be? Perhaps someone had an emergency. It was a message from Liu Lingling. She wrote that she told her father about the pills and gave them to her mother. She really liked the result. Lingling's father invited Yang Yun to their home for dinner tomorrow and said that they had something to discuss, whether the boy would agree to come to them. Yun smiled. He had forgotten that Liu Lingling's family had their own business. Well, this was a great opportunity to show off. I should go. The next day, Lingling's father sent a luxury car with a driver to pick up the boy and bring him to their home for dinner. The driver honestly admitted that he was surprised that the manufacturer of these youth pills was so young. But this did not frighten him at all. Yang Yuyun laughed sheepishly and said that he only used his grandfather's recipe, so there was no credit for it. Although the guy knew that Lingling was from a wealthy family, he didn't expect that she lived in the most luxurious cottage area of this city. This meant that the Liu family owned a more serious business than Yang had imagined. And soon they moved into the Liu family's luxurious estate. The family's messenger politely informed the young man, "Mr. Yang, we have arrived. The owners of the house are waiting for you. You can come out and go into the house." The guy carefully got out of the car. Such formal address somewhat embarrassed him. He was more accustomed to simplicity. Yang Yun stopped and looked in surprise at the huge mansion. More like a palace, he had never been in such houses before. Lin Ling, wearing an evening dress, quickly came down from the high porch, calling out her classmate's name and blushing slightly. She exclaimed that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy looked at her in surprise, not understanding what was going on. You couldn't expect anything good from her. The school's #1 beauty tenderly took the guest by the arm and cooed that she had been waiting for him all day, and why he was taking so long. Yan Yun frowned and glanced at the girl. He realized that something was fishy here. Something nasty was sure to come to light. And so it happened. A guy, burning with anger, was heading straight towards Jan. He clenched his teeth in anger and was ready to kill his opponent on the spot. Yoon said to the girl, "Wait, you are using me as a shield, causing me a lot of trouble again. You are doing this on purpose." Lingling replied, "I only wanted to meet you, Lin Huan and Qian Xiaobei," who knew that this freak was also invited. The girl pressed herself closer to Yoon and said, "Believe me, I don't have any feelings for him, but he doesn't leave me alone at all. Help me." The guy exclaimed, "Ling Ling, you may not be interested in me, but such a poor guy makes me angry. Is this loser really better than me?" Liu Lingling was indignant. "What are you saying? All the guys like you that I have met are just complete assholes." Yan Yun suddenly hugged the girl and said to her with a smile, "My love, don't waste your precious nerves on this clingy guy." The enraged guy yelled at Yoon, "You're the one who called me a clingy person. You probably want to die. I'll bury you here now." The girl warned Yoon to be careful. Hu Yao was a martial artist, so he could be a dangerous enemy, but Yan easily dodged the blow. Thanks to the ancient technique, the blows of mere mortals now seemed too slow to him. Yao said to Yoon with a smile, "You're not bad. No wonder Liu Lingling is interested in you. What will she say when I beat you?" In response, young Yu Yun lightly slapped his opponent on the cheek and replied, "A sucker is a sucker. No strength, no pride, no dignity." Seeing Yoon hit his opponent without any problem, all three girls were amazed. Hu Yao was considered a very strong fighter in the city. The guy grabbed the bruised area and screamed hysterically, How dare you hit me, you freak! I've never even had a father in my life! Lingling Liu Shanhai's father came out to the guests and addressed the fighters. Guys, since you've come in and don't hang around outside. All the young guests immediately greeted Uncle Liu with confusion. But young Yu Yun, seeing Lingling's father for the first time, remained silent in response. Yang noticed that Shanhai was watching what was happening, and when the situation got out of control, he intervened. Apparently, he was studying Yun. Everyone went into the house together, and young Yu Yun realized that Lingling's father was a calculating and cunning man, and he needed to be careful with him. Hao Yao was incredibly angry. He realized that Yang could cause him too much trouble since he didn't know the difference in strength. Liu Shanhai pointed to the laid table and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's start eating. Make yourself at home." The butler handed out towels so that everyone could quickly freshen up for dinner and begin the exquisite meal at the already set table. The guests sat down at the table. Each was given a glass of fine red wine, but the atmosphere remained tense. The master of the house said to Yun, "You helped Lingling, and I trust you. Today's dinner is gratitude for what you did." Young Yu Yun replied that he only did what he had to. Shanhai laughed loudly. "You are also humble. What a rare quality today." He said, "By the way, my wife and daughter took youth pills, which gave impressive results. They should be put on sale." Hao Yao asked, "Are these the same pills that make you 5 years younger?" "Where did you get these pills, uncle? They are priceless and rare." Yun laughed and said that Yao was exaggerating, and he barked, "Who asked you? Or do you have something to say about youth pills?" Hao Yao said that these pills were developed by traditional medicine masters, and that they themselves are the best remedy for health. He said smugly to Yun, "Only people from narrow circles can get the pills, so what would a loser like you know about them?" Yao found out that young Yu Yun came from a poor family. His father went missing while serving in the army, and he was survived by his grandmother and younger sister. Hao Yao thought that Yun had no right to sit at the same table with people like them. The master of the house barked at Yao. "Enough." Everyone looked at the owner of the house in fear, and he told Hu Yao that it was Yun who was developing those very youth pills. Shanhai asked sternly why Jun didn't have the right to sit at the same table with them. On top of that, he saved Lingling. The owner of the house promised that if Hu Yao said anything nasty towards Jun, he would crush Hao's family into dust. The guy was shocked. Yang Yu Yun chuckled. It seemed that Lingling's father had serious plans for him, since he was acting like this and putting a regular visitor to his house in his place. Yao exclaimed, "Even if that is the case, our grandfathers had betrothed me and Lingling when we were children, and a promise made to our ancestors cannot be broken." Lingling countered, saying that she was only 11 years old at the time, and no one knew what would happen, so it didn't count. The enraged Ho Yao turned to the master of the house. "Uncle Liu, you won't deny all this. This issue was resolved a long time ago." Liu Shanhai replied, "I had a lot of work to do back then. Lingling was with Grandpa all the time, and I didn't know anything about matchmaking." Huan noticed that although young Yu Yun was still a student, he already had rare knowledge in medicine. And what did Hao Yao have besides money? Yao hissed angrily at the girls. "You just don't like me, that's all. And you're humiliating me here with your whole honest company." The guy chuckled. No matter what others said, the time to fulfill the promise made 10 years ago was about to come. Hao Yao promised that he would definitely marry the woman destined for him. The girls were horrified. What did he want? Yao smiled wryly. Yes, the girls understood everything correctly. From now on, Liu Lingling is his bride, and he will take her with him right now. Yun hit Yao in response and exclaimed, "You'll take it away, yeah, you're dreaming. Read less chick flicks. Haven't you heard? The Liu family is against it." The would-be groom rubbed his cheek, swollen from the blow, indignantly. Tears welled up in his eyes because of such humiliation. As he was leaving, the boy told Yun that this was beyond his capabilities. Yao was sure that if it weren't for Liu Shanhai, he wouldn't have left it like that. The doors slammed shut behind Yao, and Shanhai asked Yun not to be offended. He suggested they eat and then talk about cooperation. Senior Liu didn't expect Yun to dare to act like this. He thought that Yang would become a promising talent in serious business. A couple of hours later, Liu and Yang moved into the office. Shanghai proposed that Yun would be responsible only for the manufacturing technology. The Liu family would provide the raw materials and the site, and would also handle the sales. So Shanghai offered the guy 3 shares, and Liu 7. Yang Yu-yun agreed to these conditions because he could not participate in the sales process, so he decided to hand over the sales to the Liu family. Shanghai laughed happily. He was very happy. The man handed over the contract. If there are no questions, then the guy needs to sign it. Yun quickly glanced at the contract and said, "There are no questions. Apparently the Liu family is confident in the youth pill he created." Shanghai said that there was an unoccupied house in the area, and Uncle Liu wanted to give it to Yun as a gift in gratitude for saving his daughter. Yang Yu-yun replied with a smile. "Well, as they say, obedience is the best politeness. Thank you, Uncle Liu. I didn't expect such generosity." A month has passed since the signing of the cooperation agreement with the Liu family, and during this time, much has changed in Jun's life. He met Liu Cg again at the shopping mall where he worked, and now Yun's words about a business empire no longer seemed like a joke. The young man said to his friend, "Well, Liu Cg, I told you that we would create a business empire. Your brother didn't lie. The first step has been taken." Shiji didn't expect that the youth pill Yun created would not only be popular, but that it could only be purchased at auction. Yun chuckled. The youth pill was just the tip of the iceberg. There were cooler things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to open a company. At that moment, the phone in the guy's pocket rang. It was Ling Ling. He completely forgot that they had an appointment at the car dealership. The angry girl asked, "Didn't you say that you were going to buy a car today?" He replied, "I'm already on my way. I'll be there soon." Soon he arrived at the large building of the Qian family's car dealership, where Ling Ling offered to buy Yun a cool car. Huan grumbled, "Oh my God, can't you be punctual? How long can you wait?" Ling Ling snorted, "That's exactly it. And there's also the guy." The door swung open and a smiling young Yun walked into the salon. Seeing the girls' angry faces, he said, "Well, what can I say? Traffic jams." Ling Ling turned to her friend Xiaobei, since this was her family's showroom, and asked her to help Jun choose a car. The girl agreed. Xiaobei asked Yun what price range he wanted for a car, and he replied that he wanted a modern, cool car in the region of 800,000. Ling Ling frowned and objected. If she was going to buy something, she should buy something good. She asked Xiaobei to choose a model for him for 2 million. Yang Yun's eyes almost popped out of his head. But 2 million was too wasteful. What was the point of buying such a car? Ling Ling pulled him up. "Keep quiet. If you don't have enough, I'll add more." Xiaobei smiled, left a request, but the goods will be there tomorrow. Seeing Yun's shock, Ling Ling said, "Listen to me. What's wrong with you driving a better car? It's your status." Lin Huan said that she also wanted to buy a car. Her friends unanimously supported her and went to choose a model of car for her. A confused Yang Yun watched them go, wondering if this was really the world of the rich, where they would spend millions on nonsense without thinking. Suddenly, the young man heard a familiar voice calling his name. Yang Yun recognized this voice. It was his ex who entered the car dealership. Lily said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. It seems like you've recently retrained from a bartender to a salesman of cool cars." The guy objected, saying that he came there to buy a car. He was just standing next to a brand new BMW sports model. Lily looked at the car in surprise and laughed loudly. Apparently, it came here to dream and lick its lips. She asked if you could afford to buy any kind of car, considering the meager earnings you make at the bar. The bald fat man asked Lily, "Darling, who is this guy?" He looked suspiciously at the young man Lily was talking to. The girl explained, "This is my broke ex-husband, the one I told you about. He used to work in a bar and now he hangs around here." The fat man introduced himself. "My name is Xie Ding, head of the HR department of Tianyang Company. I invite you to the wedding on the 10th. Xie Ding chuckled. "As for the car, we are going to buy this beauty and go have sex in nature in the evening." Lily blushed slightly and muttered that her fiancé was such a naughty boy. He probably wanted to go to Happiness Park with her. Yoon noticed that Se Ding had a whole stream of dirty energy in his pelvic area. What sex? His cock is completely weak. The guy smiled. "Uncle Se Ding, I wouldn't advise you to have sex in the park. Impotence is a disease that needs to be treated. Apparently, Uncle has had this disease for 3 months already, so he needs to see a doctor. Dean was stunned. How did the boy know that he was doing badly with this? The fat man barked at Yoon. If you're so cool, come to the wedding tomorrow in a luxury car, and don't forget to take your girlfriend. Young Yoon promised that I would come. And with a laugh, he wished the bride and groom a good time tumbling around in nature in Happiness Park today. The next day he came to the car dealership, the manager said. Mr. Yang, this is the car you ordered, the newest model. The guy said thoughtfully, well, I have a car, but now I don't have a girl. And where can I find her to go to this wedding? And then Yoon's phone rang. He was surprised. Now he wasn't expecting a call from anyone. Who could it be? Okay. He still had to answer. He answered the call and asked who it was. It turned out that it was Liu Lingling calling again, just from a different number. The guy was very surprised. The school's #1 beauty asked, Yan Yun, if you have a free minute, please run over to my house. I need you. Yoon explained that there was no time. Yesterday, my ex made fun of me, and now I had to show up at her wedding with some fat guy. Lingling was furious. What kind of ex is this? Does it even matter? Hurry up here, I've been waiting for you, damn it. Yang Yu-yoon wanted to calm the girl down when he heard that she was angry. But she simply hung up, not wanting to hear any objections from him. Now Yoon was overcome with anger. He shouted, fuck you, and hung up again. What a capricious, spoiled, rich girl. However, he drove up to the Liu family's country house, hoping that Ling Ling was now in a reasonable condition and mood. While he was thinking, 3 girlfriends appeared at the top of the stairs. Ling Ling called out to Yoon. She was wearing a chic dress. Yang Yu-yoon was at a loss. The bright scarlet dress favorably highlighted the girl's perfect figure. He asked Liu Lingling what was going on. The girl resolutely told him, let's go. We will help you take revenge on your ex, who was stupid enough to laugh at you. All 3 girlfriends got into Yang Yoon's brand new car, and surrounded by young beauties, the guy went to Lily's wedding. Yoon felt uncomfortable and quietly told Liu Lingling that she could stop and not do it, since there would be a lot of people there. The girl objected. Don't say anything. I understood everything. Last time you helped me, and this time I will become your temporary girlfriend. Yang Yoon looked at the beauty in surprise. He wouldn't have dared even hint at such a favor. But she understood everything and decided on her own. Blushing, Yoon briefly thanked Lingling. So far, everything was going as well as possible. Let's see how it turns out. Yoon's car pulled up to the restaurant where Lily and Xie Ding's wedding was taking place, and many different guests had already gathered there. Xie Ding was worried. The company's vice president was about to arrive. He couldn't be neglected. He needed to pay maximum attention to him. And then a luxurious, expensive car of the latest model pulled up to the restaurant. Everyone stared at it, wondering what kind of important guest this was. Lily asked if it was probably the company's vice president who had arrived. Xie Ding objected, saying that his car cost about $1 million, and this one cost as much as $2 million. The car door opened and Liu Lingling slowly stepped out. Her striking appearance and expensive silk dress were striking. The guests started whispering, "Who is this? She is so beautiful. I wonder whose daughter this is that has arrived." It is immediately obvious that she is very rich and in such a car. Xie Ding asked his fiancée who this girl was. Did we invite her? Lily replied that she had no idea who this girl was. The bald groom approached Liu Lingling and said, "Welcome. May I ask which leader's daughter are you?" Noticing how lustfully Xie Ding was looking at the beauty's breasts, Lily pounced on him. "You bastard, where are you looking?" Liu Lingling loudly called out to her companion, who was still helping the girls out of the car, saying, "Darling, hurry up." Everyone turned towards the entrance in bewilderment, waiting to see who had arrived in such an expensive car and with such a bright beauty. The guy walked up to Liu Lingling and said, "I'm here. I hurried as much as I could." The girl gently took his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Lily's jaw dropped in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. Could it really be Yang Yun? He looked different in the expensive suit. Sidine asked her, "Didn't you say that he was a pauper?" Lily replied, "Who knows? Maybe he decided to put on a show here." Lily said to Yoon with a smile, You really came. Come in, Xie Ding chuckled. And I see you're trying to act like a rich man. Liu Lingling asked contemptuously what kind of nonsense this fat man was talking about. Yang Yuyun smiled. The fun is starting. Very good indeed. The guests headed to their tables. Lingling remarked, I, of course, assumed that the groom was a real guy, but he was also a dog. Sitting down at the table, Lin Huan said to Yun, Your ex is also so-so. How could you like such a shrew? Lily snorted angrily. Seding proposed to drink to Yang Yun and the young ladies he had found somewhere, and who were now replacing his girlfriends. Yang Yun advised the groom to talk less, and if he dared to offend the 3 ladies sitting next to him, he might go completely bald. Xie Ding burst out laughing, still figuring out how much it costs to pick up these prostitutes. Probably 800 a day. But the groom's joy was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up. He looked questioningly at the entrance and recognized his guest. Shang Qianjin, vice president of Tianyang Company and Xie Ding's boss, entered the hall, accompanied by broad-shouldered guards. The fat groom smiled broadly and bowed obsequiously to the guest of honor at his wedding. He greeted the vice president. Xie Ding exclaimed, Vice President Shang, you have finally come. We have been waiting for you for so long. We don't even dare to start the ceremony without you. But Shang Qianjin did not answer the groom and silently walked past him. He accidentally saw more interesting interlocutors in the hall. The company's vice president stopped next to Liu Lingling and stood there in silence, unable to believe that this girl was here. The confused bride and groom watched the guest of honor leave, not understanding why this important person had approached Jun's table. And Vice President Shang took Lingling's hand and said, Miss Liu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Also, Miss Huan and Miss Qian are also here. Xie Ding broke out in a sweat. How was this possible? It turned out that the daughters of the most influential and richest people in this city had come with Yan. Lingling asked Shang who he was in confusion. He smiled. Perhaps Miss Liu doesn't remember me. I am Shang Qianjin from Tianyang. He recalled that last year your father, Mr. Liu Shanhai, headed the Gudu Chamber of Commerce, and they met there at a banquet. Shang Qianjin pointed at Yun and asked, Who is next to you? The girl replied, It's Yang Yi Yun, my boyfriend. We came to this wedding. Vice President Shang thought for a moment as he repeated the boy's name. It sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had heard of it. And then it dawned on him. Could this really be Mr. Yang Yun who developed the youth pill? Yun confirmed, Yes, that is exactly it. Yun quietly asked how everyone knew that he was the developer of the pill. The girl was surprised. It was no secret. The effect of the pills was amazing. The girl reassured him that everyone who knows your name belongs to the upper class, so there won't be any problems. The guests began to whisper. Why would the daughter of the Liu family show up at such a small wedding? Ding was finished. He had just offended her. Hearing what important gentleman he had just tried to humiliate, Xie Ding muttered, This is impossible. What will happen to them now? Shang Qianjin kindly asked Yang Yiyun if he also came to Xiao Xie's wedding. The guy replied with confusion, well, yes, something like that. Vice President Shang glared at Xie Ding and growled. You just offended Miss Liu and still haven't apologized. How dare you? The unfortunate groom was almost dead from fear. He knew that Mr. Shang was very quick to punish him. He needed to urgently make amends for his guilt. But how? And the guests giggled. Oh, how impressive it looks. This time Xie Ding has gone too far. He offended the daughter of Liu Shanhai himself. What an idiot. The fat groom was shaking. If this girl complained to her father, then Xie Ding would have no life in Gudu. He would be thrown out of his prestigious job in one fell swoop. The guests exclaimed, What a disgrace! If Xie hadn't been the boss, no one would have come to this fucking wedding. Enraged, Xie Ding yelled at Yun. Just a month ago you were a beggar, working part-time in a bar, and now you're the developer of a youth pill. And the kid arrived in a $2 million sports car. How is that even possible? Ding yelled that Yun was a crook and he would expose him. The balding fat man swung his fist and decided to hit Yang Yun in the face, since it was precisely because of his appearance that such problems were occurring. But before the groom had time to come to his senses, He had already flown halfway across the hall, collecting tables with treats for the guests of honor along the way. Jan approached the fat man and said, "Realize the reality. Now we are people from different worlds who have nothing in common." At that moment, a muscular guy appeared in the restaurant hall where the wedding was taking place and angrily demanded that the guy stop. The new guest smiled at Yang Yun. "There is a clear outpouring of inner strength. It seems you are also a skilled fighter. This is interesting." The guests were talking among themselves. Could this really be that crazy fighter Han Xiaosan? This one wouldn't miss the opportunity to fight. Yan was unlucky. Han Xiaosan turned to the fat man and said, "Don't be afraid, brother. As long as I'm around, no one will be able to hurt you, because I won't allow it." Xie Ding shouted, "Xiaosan, help me deal with him. He's a swindler." The fat man was sure that there wouldn't be a single wet spot left of June. Xiaosan smiled, naturally. "I won't miss this opportunity to fight. No one wants to train and compete with me." The fighter jumped up and kicked Yang Yun, shouting that he would finish the kid in a couple of minutes. Yun thought, "Wow, how strong he is." There was an explosion from a strong blow and the sound of breaking stained glass. Everyone froze and did not take their eyes off the very dense cloud of dust. The two boys rushed out into the street, Xiao Xian's eyes flashing with anger, intending to make a show of beating Yang Yiyun, who had ruined Xie's wedding. Yun somersaulted in the air and landed on his feet. He didn't expect that the balding fat man's brother could be so strong. This blow did almost no harm to Yun, and yet he asked the opponent who he was. He was clearly stronger than ordinary people. Han Xiaosan sneered arrogantly, saying that he was one of the few masters of the ancient Gudu martial arts, Xie Ding's brother. Yang Yun didn't understand what it meant to be a master of ancient martial arts, like he practices the art of ninja, or how to understand it at all. The fat man's brother couldn't understand why the guy wasn't moving. Was he really in shock from the blow? But something didn't seem right. So what was he planning? June asked his opponent if he could ask him one question, as he didn't quite understand what he had just said and needed clarification. Han Xiaosan frowned and said, "There is no point in you begging for mercy. I have to restore my brother's good name, so accept it." Yun struck the arrogant fighter, knocking him down, and at the same time asked him who the master of ancient martial arts was. He had not heard. Xiaosan was furious and shouted, "You know the art of fighting and don't know about the ancient martial arts masters. What a country bumpkin you are." Ancient martial artists are direct descendants of ancient Chinese military families and adhere to very strict commandments. Masters have a gradation. Mingjin is the lowest level, divided into 9 levels, and one who reaches the 9th level becomes a mentor. The internal strength at this level is terrifying. One blow can destroy stones. After Mingjin comes Anjin, which is very difficult. There is virtually no chance that the profound strength will survive such a huge change. Han is currently at the 5th stage of Mingjin. Xiaosan chuckled, so the boy still had time to fall down and beg for mercy. He had already reached the 1st stage of cultivation. Yun thought, "I don't know what kind of level this ancient masters have. This is all talk. Now I will teach you a lesson in practice." Meanwhile, Han Xiaosan rushed towards the guy, shouting for him not to tolerate the beating, and finally to respond to him with dignity, blow for blow. The fat man's brother ran and kicked Yun in the chest. If the fighter had been an ordinary person, he would have probably died immediately. The guy withstood the blow, and Xiaosan flew towards him again, shouting that he should not tolerate the beating, but finally respond with a blow for a blow. Yang Yun was amazed. This fighter had such amazingly good control over his legs. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to withstand such a powerful blow. And Xiaosan jumped up to the guy again and shouted, "If you don't fight back, then die!" And he delivered another kick with all his might. The blow from the fat man's brother was really very strong. It knocked Yang Yun off his feet and threw him far away towards some small buildings. Yun cursed. This guy doesn't limit his strength at all. He's ready to kill a stranger just for fun. Han Xiaosan looked at the clouds of dust raised by his opponent and grinned. He was sure that the boy was finished. The fighter turned around and walked back into the restaurant, saying that he was a so-so opponent. Nothing special, just a young, arrogant weakling. But suddenly, Han Xiaosan heard footsteps behind him. He was stunned. Could this puppy really have survived such a strong blow? An angry young Yun growled. I think I have understood the strength of your so-called ancient martial artists. That is enough. Han asked, What the hell kind of person are you? Who did you learn from? The fighter didn't think that Yun didn't fight back to test his strength. Yang Yun explained that he was not going to comment on all this and rushed at high speed towards his confused opponent. The young man used the 5 elements tiger art technique, delivering a powerful blow to the center of Fatty Ding's all-powerful brother's body. The wedding guests were horrified to hear one of the restaurant's walls crack and begin to split under the impact of such force. Then the wall crumbled, and Han Xiaosan flew into the resulting gap along with pieces of plaster and brick and fell to the floor. The guests were horrified at who possessed such strength that they could break through the wall of a building with a man and defeat Han Xiaosan himself. Amidst the clouds of dust, an ominous figure appeared in the hole in the wall. It was an angry Yang Yun, who silently entered the restaurant hall again. The guy was very angry. He looked around for the timid groom. Yun noticed that he was using his own brother as a thug. The fat man hid fearfully behind the guests' backs, and Yang Yun said to him, That was a great idea, Uncle Shiding. You wanted to kill me. The frightened guests rushed away. Liu Lingling asked Yun if everything was okay. The guy replied, Don't worry, everything is fine. Xie Ding muttered in confusion. Could it be that Han Xiaosan couldn't defeat you? That simply can't be. He is the strongest. Yang Yun warned the bride and groom. Since you yourselves created problems for me, now don't expect me to be polite to you two. The guy threatened, Look, I won't take my eyes off you, so walk around and look around, and don't expect mercy from anyone you harm. He took the slender beauty by the hand and said to her, Let's get out of here, Liu Lingling. There is nothing more for us to do here. The wedding is over. Lily carefully took the groom by the shoulder and said, Darling, all the guests have left. The banquet is ruined. What should we do? What will they say about the celebration? Instead of answering, the fat man hit his bride in the face and shouted, Get out of here! This is all because of you. You didn't even know who your ex was. And Yang Yun drove Lingling's friends home, and, at her request, the two of them went to the mountains to a high observation deck. The car stopped in a picturesque spot, built right into the rock, with an amazingly picturesque view from this platform. Liu Lingling opened the car door and slowly walked out of the car. She knew very well how beautiful her legs looked right now. She walked across the area, and the young man was puzzled as to why Linling suddenly wanted to climb so high into these mountains with him. The two of them approached the fence. The pink, fragrant petals of the blooming sakura swirled around them. Even the air was gentle. Lingling leaned on the handrail and said, Buddy, there's something wrong with you. You just got carried away and then immediately stopped and calmed down. Yun replied, It's too boring. Lingling was surprised. Did he really not feel any regret about this? Because of that, Lily? The guy said that now I am an unusual person, and I went to Lily's wedding only to get rid of the obsession that was in my heart. He just wanted to dot all the I's. Yun realized that only by becoming stronger could one take a higher place in this world. Yun promised himself, No matter how difficult the path of cultivation may be, I will continue to protect the roads of the people. Liu Lingling felt how Yang Yun had changed. He had become more mature and so manly that it was breathtaking with excitement. She said to Yun, You haven't finished your studies yet, and the pill has already brought you a fortune. But you mustn't become arrogant under any circumstances. Yun replied, I come from an ordinary family, so I will never look down on anyone. I understand what it's like to live at the bottom. He assured her that he would only use his power for good. And she nodded her head and said, Okay, the view from here is just incredible. Liu Lingling paused for a moment and quietly said that she was going to study abroad and would be leaving her hometown very soon. The guy shuddered. He didn't admit it to himself, but he had already become attached to this very wayward but smart and kind beauty. Yun smiled cheerfully and exclaimed, This is really cool. And where exactly is she going to go to study? Where all the guys will gasp? Linling said that she would soon be going to France. Her older brother already lived there, so it would be easier for her to get used to it there. The young man answered thoughtfully, That's it. He didn't want to admit that, in fact, he really didn't want her to leave. The beauty's cheeks turned red, and she asked her companion Yang Yun, "Will you miss me when I go abroad to study?" She looked at her classmate with hope, fragrant sakura petals swirling around her. But Yang Yun stubbornly did not answer the girl. A sharp wind blew. The sky became overcast and heavy rain began to fall, as if trying to cool down the overly heated situation. Liu Lingling asked in surprise why it suddenly started raining. Yun shouted to her, "Hurry up and get into the car, otherwise you'll get all wet now." Suddenly, on the wet wooden floor of the observation deck, the girl's high heels slipped forward. She slipped and screamed. The school's most beautiful girl lost her balance and began to fall before she could reach the car. A little more and she would end up in a puddle. But Yoon managed to catch his companion, asking if she was okay. The girl shuddered. Her classmate's hands were so strong. Lingling flushed and muttered softly that she had twisted her ankle and now she wouldn't be able to walk to the car on her own. Yan Yoon sighed. "You women are such a hassle. Okay, I'll carry you to the car." So there's nothing wrong with that. The guy easily picked up his companion in his arms and walked towards the car. It was very easy to carry the slender girl in his arms. And Lingling blushed and then turned pale, thinking about her strange friend. Could it really be that he really didn't notice anything like that at all now? Large drops of rain ran down the face of the school's most beautiful girl, and she thought, well, is it really so hard to say that he will miss her? Yoon quickly carried Lingling to the car, opened the door, and carefully placed her in the front seat. Now they could drive. The brand new Porsche started off briskly on the wet road. The guy was going to get Liu Lingling to her home as quickly as possible. But that wasn't part of her plans. She said there was a cottage hotel nearby. "We were wet, so let's go there and wait out the rain." Yoon's face flushed, but he still agreed with his companion. "Yes, of course, let's go. At the same time, we can fix our sprained leg." The girl was surprised at how stupid he was and still so innocent. He didn't notice at all that I pretended to have stumbled. After driving a little, they stopped near a small but very cozy hotel among the mountains. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Yoon picked up Lingling and easily carried her to the room. The girl moaned that her leg hurt and she couldn't get up on her own. Having laid the girl on the bed, June took hold of her leg. Lingling, wincing, asked if it was really impossible to be more gentle. It hurt. The guy objected, "It's impossible. The dislocation needs to be corrected while it can still be done painlessly and quickly. So she needs to be patient." Yang Yuyun gently massaged the girl's leg. Lingling's whole body shook, and she herself moaned languidly from this strange massage. Soon the session was over. Yoon pressed on several points on the beauty's foot and lowered her leg. He understood that there was no pain. Yoon smiled and told his companion, "Well, now it shouldn't hurt anymore. The leg is completely fine, you just need to rest a little." Liu Lingling asked with a sly smile, "Please massage me a little more. My shin still hurts." The guy took her shin in his hands and pulled it a little. Tears gushed from the girl's eyes. She screamed that it hurt. He wanted to break her leg. Suddenly they heard loud voices from the street. A woman was screaming, "It's all your fault." A man was grumbling, "I'll call an ambulance now." Peering through the veil of rain, Yoon said, "It seems like there was an accident there. I'll go check. Maybe someone needs help." Liu Lingling asked her companion to be careful. You never know what might happen there, since they were high in the mountain. The young man calmly headed towards the exit. He felt that there, on the street, someone really needed his urgent help. As Yoon grabbed the door handle, he heard a man's voice telling the ambulance that his son had been in an accident in Gudu near the hotel. Yoon came out. The woman screamed. This happened because he was swearing and distracting his son. "If he dies now, I will not give you life." The guy went to the broken car and asked what happened. The woman said that her son had been in an accident and was stuck in the car. Yan Yun reassured the woman not to be nervous. He would now look at the guy and do everything possible to save this guy. Yoon saw that in addition to 3 fractures, internal bleeding in his chest was blocking his trachea, which was very dangerous and he could actually die. He asked the parents to move away from their son. He needed urgent help and he could save him, but they would have to trust him. The man grabbed June by the arm and, frowning menacingly, asked, "What are you thinking of?" He decided to finish off the boy while he was unconscious. Young Yun was amazed at how fierce this man's spirit was. He must be very strong and dangerous. For him, killing a person is nothing. The woman sobbed. Mushin, stop it. This guy doesn't look like a bad person. Let him try. We have no choice. The man obediently released Jun's hand, snorting indignantly, but still watched the boy warily, ready to intervene. Yun carefully approached the wounded man. He told himself that there was no need to worry. He needed to focus on saving the man. The guy forcefully moved the jammed steering wheel to free the driver injured in the accident. Now he can be pulled out. First, Yang Yun used the 13 hands channels to clear the blood stagnation. And after the procedure, the wounded man began to move. The parents were taken aback. The woman quietly called her son's name. She literally caught every breath of her traumatized boy. In the next step, Yang Yun used true qi to clear the driver's airway and stop the bleeding. After all the procedures were completed, the injured guy sighed. There was no longer any blood flowing from his mouth. He was breathing calmly. The guy told the parents that their son's life was no longer in danger. They just had to wait for the ambulance to arrive, and that was it. The man apologized to Yun for his rudeness and thanked her for her help. The woman cried with joy. Yun asked the man, "Apparently, you behave this way because there is a very fierce spirit living in your body, and your hands are stained with blood." At that moment, a bright lightning flashed in the sky, as if the sky itself confirmed Yang Yun's words, and the victim's father suddenly fell silent. The man replied that he didn't expect that you not only mastered the art of healing, but also had phenomenal vision. Yun said, "It is a great honor to hear such a thing, but you are not so simple either. There is so much blood on your hands that your spirit has grown so much." The victim's father was surprised. He didn't expect that at such a young age you possess the ability to discern everything hidden and obvious. He introduced himself. His name is Wang Musheng. He serves in the Chinese army and once took part in the war. And the young man is very perceptive. Yun apologized to Wang for his tactlessness and said that his name was Yang Yun. He was a university student and was almost the same age as his son. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance siren was heard. The doctors arrived, and now everything will definitely be fine with the young man. Mu Sheng asked Mr. Yang to leave his contact information. In the future, he wanted to pay him double for saving his son. Yun thanked Wang for his kindness, but he had learned the art of healing, so he should save people, not profit from it. Yang Yun watched Wang Musheng leave and thought, "Such an amazingly powerful, ferocious spirit. I don't know what kind of war he could have participated in." In fact, Yun's father disappeared during the war, and his whereabouts are still unknown. The boy didn't even know if his father was alive. From now on, Yun must train hard, because he became the descendant of the deity himself. When his power develops, he will be able to learn about his father. And then he heard Ling Ling's voice. He wondered why she went out. She would get wet again. She replied that she was just worried about him, and that's all. Liu Lingling reminded Yang Yun that she had asked him a question on the mountain, but for some reason he had still not answered it. Yun was surprised by the question she asked him on the mountain. Oh yes, will he miss her when she leaves for studies in distant France? Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, Yang Yun carefully pulled her towards him. She did not resist, but obediently clung to him. Yun hugged her and said, "Well, of course, I will miss you when you go to France. Friends should miss each other." Liu Lingling laughed and exclaimed, "Ugh, do you even have a shred of conscience? You could at least lie for the sake of decency, like the others." Yang Yun mentally apologized to Ling Ling. He understood perfectly well what she wanted from him, but he had more important things to do right now. Yun quickly changed his clothes in the rented apartment and arrived at his cottage, a gift from his generous business partner Liu Shanhai. He looked around. Earlier it seemed to the guy that there was more space here. Yun had left the sable here and didn't know if it had gotten used to the house. "The feng shui in the cottage that Uncle Liu gave me is very good. You can really feel the supernatural power, although the aura is still weak." Suddenly the guy heard a noise behind him. Someone was quickly running towards him. He turned around in surprise. Who could it be here? His forest animal, which he had saved on the mountain with medicinal herbs, flew straight to Yun, joyfully beeping. It had settled into the house perfectly. The four-legged friend threw himself on the boy's chest, and he stroked his fluffy fur and said, "Good Sable, the smartest animal." The contented pet pressed its fluffy, warm cheek against the young man's cheek. He had come to love his magnanimous human savior. Yang Yun activated the vessel of the universe where he kept the treats for his little pet, collected on that very mountain in the forest. Immediately, a mountain of juicy, ripe cherries, which the sable Yunya loved so much, poured out of the vessel of the universe. Now the little animal could eat. The fluffy one's eyes sparkled with joy, and he squeaked with delight. "Wow, so much deliciousness at once! How good it is to live with a human!" The little animal jumped out of its owner's hands and rushed towards a pile of bright, juicy cherries, which beckoned it with an amazingly delicious, sweet smell. Sitting down near the cherries, the sable quickly devoured the juicy fruits. Yun told him to eat more slowly. "Otherwise, you'll choke and die." The guy thought, "It's good that I collected more fruits and berries on Mount Yawan. Otherwise, it would have been difficult with this little glutton." Having fed the little pet to his fill, the boy decided that he couldn't waste time in vain. He needed to constantly train his practices. To achieve maximum effectiveness in comprehending ancient techniques, one must study them in the depths of one's consciousness. Although the ancient technique can be materialized through the vessel of the universe, it is simply impossible to understand its essence in the external environment. Yang Yuyun immersed himself in studying the ancient technique given to him by the divine teacher Yuanqian Shi when he went to rest. During training, the guy didn't notice how a new day had begun, and he still sat there, immersed in the depths of his own consciousness. Coming out of meditation, Yun thought, "It seems like a new day has arrived. It seems like the art of the 5 elements is already coming to an end." But Yun was still far from the second level of qi cultivation, and later he decided to ask the teacher about specific methods. The guy went to the bathroom to freshen up. Although he recently founded a company and makes good money, it is not easy for him with his family. The youth pill brought him a fortune, but he asked Liu Shiji to help him find a job so that his grandmother would not worry. Otherwise, the grandmother would have thought that her dear grandson was involved in some shady dealings, which is why he earned so much money. Yang Yun was very hopeful that the interview would go well. He had already plotted the route to the company's address on his phone. At the appointed time, the guy drove up to a large business center in a prestigious area of the city. It seemed that this company was very successful. Yun found a door with the sign, Jiao Kingdom Limited Cultural Relics Department. He needed to go to this department for the interview. Exactly at the appointed time, minute by minute, Jan opened the door and entered the Cultural Relics Department for an interview. He was met by a strange guy. He asked Yun, "You are probably Mr. Yang, who was recommended for this position by Mr. Liu." It was the head of the Human Resources Department, Mei Yuqian, who asked the guy if he had any certificates of graduation from an educational institution. Yun said, "As an outstanding student in the History and Archaeology Department of the university, I am strong in appraising cultural relics." Mei waved his hand. "Enough. Stop bragging, young man. Didn't you come here using your personal connections?" Yun was angry. "Manager, you have no right to say that. Even though I was recommended, my skills are among the best in Gudu." Mei Yuqian chuckled. "You are truly one of the best. I have met many arrogant and impudent people like you here. The personnel officer said that people like you are just empty talkers. It's obvious that you are irresponsible. You are not even close to history and archaeology. You are an ignoramus." Mei heard that Liu Shiji had opened a company, and suddenly he found such a scoundrel who only boasted, which meant Liu would go bankrupt. Enraged, Yang Yun slammed his palm on the wall, causing it to crack. The HR manager nearly wet himself with fear, wondering what kind of candidate this was. Mei muttered, "What are you doing?" The manager was perplexed. This evil boy broke through the wall. Is this even human strength? Yun said, "You can say whatever you want about me, but you need to be careful throwing such words about others behind their backs." The guy threatened that the HR manager might get what he deserved, but he replied, "I've been working for so many years, I've seen everything. Do you think I scared you?" The personnel officer thought that he only wanted to intimidate this Yang Yun, but he never thought that he would be so impudent. Mei Yuqian suddenly realized that no one had ever treated him like this before. The manager definitely liked this boy. Yoon jumped back from the manager in surprise, wondering why he was blushing. Was he gay? That was just the last thing he needed. At that moment, a loud dog bark was heard in the office. Yoon looked at the dog, and it seemed to him that he had met him before. Zhao Nan entered the office and looked at the guys in surprise, not understanding why their faces suddenly became so strange. Yang Yu-Yoon recognized the girl. It was the same Zhao Nan who saved him back in the park when he almost drowned in the river. An unexpected meeting. The girl also recognized him. She asked. He was Yang Yoon. They had already met in the city park under strange circumstances. The young man smiled. Miss Zhao, do you really remember me? It's surprising. I'm an ordinary young man like hundreds of others. Nan laughed. How could I forget when I told you back then? Well, I mean, you saved my favorite dog. Of course I remember you. Mei Yuqian was puzzled. It turns out that this Yang Yi-Yoon and President Zhao have such a good relationship, really friendly. The personnel officer thought with horror that if they soon became lovers, then he, Yuqian, would miss out on such a handsome and strong man. The worried gay man decided that he needed to act as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would miss out on his happiness, and the nasty Nan would take it away. Yuqian clapped his hands loudly and rubbed his hands, looking at his interlocutors. Yang Yi-Yoon and Zhao Nan turned to him in surprise. The personnel officer asked, President Zhao, it seems you know this young man. Tell me what kind of relationship you have with him. Yoon was shocked. This faggot called Nan President Zhao. Could it be that she is the president of the Kingdom of Zhao Company? Nan calmly replied, Mr. Yang and I are friends, Manager Mei. And what are you and Mr. Yang doing here? Yoon tried to explain that he had come to apply for a job, but the manager interrupted him, telling Nan that Yoon had come to see him. Yang was stunned by surprise. Nan had long known that Mei Yuqian was constantly pestering her other male colleagues. However, she didn't expect that Yoon had such addictions. The girl apologized for bothering her. She just saw them together. Yang Yu-Yoon exclaimed, No, 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 Miss Zhao. This is a misunderstanding. You all got it wrong. This is the first time I see this weirdo. Mei started whining. Yang Yoon is a traitor. He just did all sorts of things to me. But as soon as another woman came, he immediately started denying everything. June was overcome with anger. He really wanted to take this disgusting slug and smash his empty head into the floor. But he couldn't do that. Nan hurried out. Yang Yu-Yoon shouted to her, Listen, I really came to get a job, that's all. They moved to Zhao's office. She apologized for the misunderstanding. Nan did not expect that Yoon would be to Mei's liking. Nan smiled. It seems that Yoon has some skills, Yang objected. President Zhao, don't make me laugh. This is nonsense. She said that sometimes fate is amazing. She didn't expect that the person who saved my dog would work for my company. The heated manager Mei was literally breathing down June's neck, whispering, Yeah, destiny. Yes, this is just amazing, handsome. Pushing Mei aside, the guy said, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yan Yoon. I'm a student in the History and Archaeology department of the university. Xiaonan replied, Seeing your mood, I realize that I have confidence in you. I will instruct my secretary Ai Ye to make a schedule for you. Mei Yuqian asked the president to entrust this to him, and an enraged Yang Yu-Yoon growled at the manager to control his temper. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door of President Zhao's office. Everyone turned around. Nan didn't seem to be expecting anyone for an appointment. The girl decided that her secretary had arrived. She smiled. The hunter and the beast runs to the hunter. Now all the questions will be resolved immediately. The office door opened slightly, but instead of Ai Yi, some strange guy in the uniform of an office cleaner looked in. A tall man pulled a cart and said, Hello, President Zhao. Let me clean up your office now. Nan replied indignantly, Can't you see that I'm busy now? Come back a little later. I have an important meeting and you're disturbing me. But the cleaner didn't leave. He insistently said that he always cleans here at this time. He has his own schedule. He won't leave. Zhao Nan jumped out of her chair and exclaimed, Don't you need a job? I told you to leave this very second. Otherwise, you'll be fired. The man angrily asked the company president, You're talking about work. It's strange to hear these words from you after what you did. Suddenly, The tall cleaner pulled a weapon from his bosom and rushed at his former boss, his angry eyes rolling wildly. He yelled at Nan, "It's all because of you. I haven't had a job for a long time. Die, you vile creature." Zhao Nan asked in surprise, "Chu Mo, is it you?" The frightened manager started screaming, "They're killing us! Save us!" Zhao Nan was a little confused, and the enraged Chu Mo was flying straight towards her. Yan Yun calmly stopped the blade of the large knife with 2 fingers and said, "Look, no one here even noticed me." And in vain. Everyone present was stunned. They stared with all their eyes at the guy who caught the knife with 2 fingers, wondering if he was really a person. Without thinking twice, Yang Yuyun struck Zhao Nan's attacker in the chest, sending the tall cleaner flying away from the company's leader. Q Mo crashed into the wall of the office, causing cracks to appear on the wall and floor and pieces of plaster to fall. Everyone was silent. The disguised cleaner said, "Zhao Nan, because of you I lost my job, so I can't pay back the debts for the games. I won't let you leave." Secretary Ai Ye entered the office and asked the leader, President Zhao, what happened. "I heard some strange sounds," Nan replied. "Ai Ye, quickly call the police. I was just attacked." Fortunately, Mr. Yang protected me from the attacker. The frightened secretary took out her phone and dialed the number with shaking hands. He exclaimed, "Yes, I'll call the police right now. How terrible." Mei Yuqian didn't expect that Yang was skilled in martial arts. After all, appearances can be deceiving. Mei hoped that Yun wasn't vindictive. Yun noticed that Zhao knew the attacker. He asked what happened. She explained that she had fired a lot of slackers. They just took up seats and played cards and other games of chance during breaks. So Nan made many enemies. This is one of them. The guy smiled, that's it. But it seems to me that you, Zhao Nan, did the right thing. Not the president, but a real queen. The head of the company chuckled, and you're still making jokes. The situation really was dangerous. This madman could have hurt everyone. Yan Yuyun suggested that they put everything on hold. Considering that this guy had accomplices, he could give Nan a ride home. She agreed, but next time she would invite him to dinner as a thank you. Jan objected. She saved him. He should be the one inviting. Nan reminded him that Yun had saved her dog and suggested that she would invite him first, and then he would invite her. The guy agreed with a laugh. They went down to the underground parking lot and calmly walked along the rows of employees' cars, Nan trying to figure out where Jun's car was. Soon they approached a brand new Porsche. The guy took out the remote control and calmly turned on the car. Zhao was stunned by surprise. He smiled and said to the boss, "Here is my car. You can get in and go. This beauty is safe and goes very fast." Nan wondered if he hadn't been struggling to make ends meet recently. And how come he had such a luxurious car? Besides, when Yan saved her, he grabbed the knife with 2 fingers. He must be a master of ancient martial arts. What kind of goals does he have? Zhao Nan suggested that they say goodbye on the side of the road. Yun still had to get to graduation, so there was no need to walk her home. He reminded President Zhao not to forget about tomorrow's dinner, and she smiled and waved back at the young man. Yun thought that anything could happen in this world. He didn't expect that not only would he meet her again in the city, but he would also become her subordinate. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a call. Someone called the young man by name. He turned around and saw a guy his own age. He reminded me. "I am Yan Ling. I went away for an internship for a while. Did Yun really forget him?" Ling noticed that Yun was seeing the beauty off. Yan Yun laughed. "You're exaggerating. This is my boss. If you're going to graduation, I can give you a lift," the guy was surprised. Yun waved towards the road, saying, "Let's go." At this time, a large bicycle cart with various greenery was standing at the side of the road and honking. Yang Lin's face lengthened. How could he bounce on this? It would be shameful to even get out of such a tarantass. What kind of perversion is this? Lina had heard that Yang Yun was not doing well, but he didn't expect him to end up selling that stinking spinach. At this time, an old man approached the cart and bitterly remarked that for some reason, spinach had not been selling very well lately. The old man got on his bicycle and rolled his cart, saying, Then I'll instruct my wife to sell the fashionable cornflour bread. Meanwhile, young Yoon pulled up to the side of the road and honked at his classmate, who turned around in surprise and froze in surprise. Yoon looked out the window and asked why he was standing there. "Come on, get in." He was taken aback. So this was young Yoon's car. But where did he get the money for one like that? Linya thought that young Yoon must be working as a driver now. It's not easy to drive his boss home and back from work. As soon as Yoon's classmate got into the car took off. They were already very late for the school graduation ceremony. Soon the boys arrived at the Shanghai Hotel restaurant, where the long-awaited graduation of the Gudu High School students was taking place. Almost all the guys had already gathered in the Shanghai restaurant hall, which had been specially purchased for the celebration, and were waiting for only a few people. One of them was telling me, before I could even gasp, several idiots were already about to attack me. Guess what I did? Everyone asked what, the guy answered. I shouted, "My father is Cao Gang." And these impudent people immediately felt their hearts sink into their heels from terrible fear. The guys burst out laughing, and someone helpfully exclaimed that it was cool. And that's how you should treat impudent thugs like them. The guy decided that this cool act of his could attract the attention of his goddess Liu Lingling, the daughter of a very rich businessman. And then the restaurant doors opened, and everyone turned to see who it was that had arrived late from the high school students. Young Yoon appeared at the door in an expensive suit, and young Linya followed him in. The guys arrived last from their entire class. Liu Lingling immediately walked towards the guy, saying, "Young Yoon, you came." The braggart got angry. Who was able to attract the attention of the goddess? Yoon said sheepishly, "I apologize to everyone. I had some business to attend to, so I was late for graduation." Everyone turned to him. Some people asked him about his recently opened company, his awesome sports car, and some heard that he was dating Ling Ling. Cao Ren was puzzled as to where such a blinding light came from, as if this loser and pauper young Yoon had become a hero of manga and novels. Linya said, "Well, that's enough. Why are you putting so much pressure on Yang Yoon? He's just a driver. I just saw him giving the boss a ride." Cao Ren laughed. "Yang Yoon, let me ask you, how can a loser from the countryside like you drive a sports car and run a company?" The guy exclaimed with a laugh. "And a relationship with Liu Lingling is just crazy nonsense. Such a girl won't even look at him." The others started making noise. And that's true. Everything Cao Ren says is correct. Well, it's clear, you empty talker. Let's go. There's nothing to talk about here. Cao Ren chuckled. And this pathetic kid still wants to show off in front of me? He is a country bumpkin, and that's all he is. Lingling asked, "Cao Ren, what are you talking about? I was with young Yi Yoon when he bought the car, and I am also a shareholder in his company. June is the most important partner of the Liu family, and if anyone tries to lie, they will have to deal with the police." Everyone's mouths dropped in amazement. The girl came up to Yoon, put her head on his shoulder and said, "And yes, he really is my boyfriend." Young Yoon was surprised. What was the point of all this? Cao Ren grabbed his head. How could this be? His goddess admitted that this poor bastard was her boyfriend. But what about him? The son of such a cool dad, Yoon whispered. "There is no need to pretend now," Liu objected. "I will not allow this jerk to look down on little brother." Classmates immediately flocked to Yoon, asking if there were any vacancies left at his company, and if he could borrow his car for a couple of days. The guys went into the banquet hall and sat down at the tables prepared for them. Today, they all gathered together for the last time. The banquet ended, and everyone began to go home. Many were already getting ready to leave their native Gudu for other cities and even countries. Young Yoon approached Liu Lingling. She was leaving tomorrow. He offered to take her home, because he did not drink alcohol at the banquet. The girl objected. "It's not worth it. Lin Huan is also in the car. He and his friends are having, so to speak, the second act of the banquet. But only for the girls," Yoon said. "Then take care of yourself." "I am grateful that you and yourself took care of me," Lingling replied. "We are not parting forever." At this time, Huan drove up and honked at her friend. Liu Lingling turned around. It was time to part, and tomorrow Paris was waiting for her. The guy waved his hand. "It seems your friend can't wait any longer. Come quickly," she replied. "Then I'll see you. I won't forget you, brother. Huan's car took off and rolled through the night city. And young Yu Yun was still standing and watching his girlfriends drive away. Liu Lingling said that I can't wait to move in. I wonder if some blue-eyed, handsome guy will flirt with me there. Yun mentally said to the girl, I hope everything goes well with your studies abroad. And she hoped that June would miss him. After Liu Lingling and her friends left, Yang Yun got into the car and went home. He drove quietly along the night gudu and thought. Suddenly, he saw a woman on the side of the road. She was trying to stop the car. This figure seemed very familiar to the guy. As he got closer, he recognized her. It was teacher Ouyang Yuqing. But what was she doing here? Judging by her face, it seemed like something had happened. To find out more, June used the 5 elements art technique Tiger Whisper and immediately heard the teacher's thoughts. The boy soon realized that someone was threatening his former teacher. She was very scared, and he needed to help this kind woman urgently. Meanwhile, a taxi stopped near Ouyang Yuqing, and she quickly got into the car. She was obviously in a great hurry to get somewhere. She told the taxi driver that she needed to get to the Yusen district urgently, and begged the driver to go as quickly as possible. She was in a hurry. In the Yusen quarter, the woman was waiting for her ex-husband Wang Ming. The entire apartment was littered with trash, empty cans and bottles. The man grumbled angrily, asking why the hell that stinking woman hadn't come yet. Min nervously smoked and glanced at the front door. Finally, he heard the key turning in the front door lock, which meant his ex-wife had returned here after all. He yelled angrily at her. What the hell is it so late for? Couldn't you hurry up and come here faster? How long can you wait? After slamming the door, he asked Ouyang Yuqing if she had brought the money. He had waited for her for so long, so he should have been rewarded for it. She said, There are 20,000 on my salary card. Take it all. Just tell me where Lele is, Min objected. They were talking about 50. He asked me how much money I thought I had lost recently, and I still had to buy bread and noodles for Lele every day. The woman cried, Wang Ming, you are a monster. You feed Lele only with bread. In 2 years, you have taken more than 100,000. Give me back my daughter. Wang Ming chuckled. Don't worry. 20,000 is not bad either. He looked longingly at his ex-wife's figure. He pulled Yuqing towards him and said, I lost everything, and I haven't relaxed for a week. Help me. I'll tell you where to meet Lele. The woman became indignant and hit the hands reaching out to her. She exclaimed, Aren't you ashamed? Don't even think about it, you bastard. But Wang Ming grabbed his ex-wife's fragile hand. He had no intention of retreating. Besides, she was so beautiful and very seductive. He reminded me, Don't forget that Lele is mine and I also have custody of her. I can make it so that you don't see her. The woman burst into tears, saying that Wang Ming was a brute. And he, with burning eyes, began to unbutton his ex-wife's silk blouse. Min took the trembling and crying woman by the face and said with a grin, Be a good girl. Then I will let you see Lele. Suddenly there was a terrible crash. Someone hit the front door and knocked it down. The former spouses stared in surprise at the source of the noise. Wang Ming muttered in shock. What kind of nonsense was going on? And someone's strong hand appeared right next to his face and hit him. It was Yang Yun. He rushed into the apartment, grabbed Wang Ming by the head and threw him against the wall, shouting, What are you thinking of, you bastard? A frightened Ouyang Yuqing asked her former student in confusion what Yang Yi-yun was doing there and why he was beating her ex-husband. Yun replied, Teacher, you took care of me in high school, so I will definitely make that bastard pay for all his meanness. Suddenly, the woman rushed towards Yun and screamed at him not to kill her ex-husband, as it would only make things much worse. The guy was amazed that Ouyang Yuqing was really going to protect him after everything he had done and was just about to do to her. The woman said, Even though Wang Ming is disgusting, you can't kill him, so leave quickly, we'll pretend you weren't here. Min told his ex-wife, I didn't expect that you seduced a young stud on the side. It's no wonder that Taik wanted to divorce me. He threatened Ouyang Yuqing that he would drive her to her grave. Yun grabbed the scoundrel by the throat and lightly squeezed his hand so that he finally shut up. Having lifted the shaking gambler and alcoholic into the air, the guy menacingly asked, "Who are you planning to drive to the grave, you idiot?" In response, the teacher's ex-husband wheezed in fear. His eyes rolled back and his pathetic, frail body went limp in Yang Yun's strong arm. Yang Yu-ching muttered, "Yang Yi-yun, what are you doing? You killed him." "But what should I do now? His powerful family will crush her into dust." The guy reassured the woman. Her ex-husband Van was alive. He was just unconscious. The teacher sighed with relief. Thank the gods. She thanked Yoon. If he hadn't arrived in time, it would have been unknown how everything would have ended. The guy suggested calling the police. When Ian entered high school, due to his family's difficult situation, this teacher took care of him. Now he will help her. Young Yu-ching asked the guy, by the way, "How did you end up here?" Yoon was confused. He didn't have time to come up with an explanation for this. He knew that he could not under any circumstances say that he was stalking her. Otherwise, the teacher would think that he was just a banal pervert. And then a story was born in his head that on the way home from graduation, he met a man, and he asked him to take him to Yusoon. The teacher listened attentively to the boy's story. He seemed suspicious to her. But then again, why would Yeon Yoon lie about all this? She asked. "So, you just gave this man a ride without any money and ended up here purely by chance?" The guy confirmed that that's how it happened. Yu-ching smiled. It turned out to be a happy accident. Yoon mentally sighed with relief. More or less, he got out of the water dry. At that moment, a police squad entered the apartment. The officer said, "We received a report of an incident. What happened here?" Young Yu-ching stepped forward and told the police what had happened. Although she didn't understand who had called the police, and it didn't seem to be Yoon, she was very scared, because Yang Yu-yoon had injured a man and could now be arrested for it. But the officer reassured the woman that this was not the case. The guy did rush to help and fight back against the criminal, so he won't be held accountable. But they must testify. The delighted teacher threw herself into the arms of her young savior, and Yang Yu-yoon was at a loss. He had not expected this from Yang Yu-ching. She joyfully exclaimed, "How wonderful! That means we are free!" The guy confusedly confirmed. He tried to break free from her embrace. The officer added, by the way, that the girl Lele called the police. She is Yu-ching's daughter. She is now at the station. Her mother needs to pick her up. At this time, another police officer at the station was telling the little girl that her mother Yu-ching was already on her way here, and that they would soon be able to be together. The big-eyed girl sucked a lollipop and looked around with interest. She was very glad that her mother would arrive soon. Yoon put the teacher in his car, and they drove through the night city to the police station to give a statement and pick up Lele. The guy asked how it all came to this. "Why didn't you go to the police since Wang Ming treated you like that all the time?" Yu-ching sighed. This had been going on for several years. Their families introduced them. At that time, Wang Ming's family was in business and was rich. Yu-ching's mother liked Wang Ming's proposal and was quickly married to him, and soon gave birth to a child, Lele. It turned out that Wang Ming was a gambler. He squandered the family's money and ran up a ton of debt. And in addition, he beat his wife in front of their child. After the divorce, they went to court, but the child was given to him. He extorted money from Yu-ching using the child and constantly threatened her. Yoon said, "Don't worry, you took care of me at school. And from now on, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to cause you trouble." The young teacher's face flushed. She muttered in confusion that she was very grateful and leaned back in her seat. Yeon Yoon suddenly realized that he had blurted out the wrong thing. He thought that I was doing something. It sounded like an admission that the teacher thought about it. Soon, Yang Yu-yoon and Yang Yu-ching arrived at the Gudu police station, the woman in a hurry to see her beloved daughter. The officer explained to her that the girl, Lele, who had called the police, was inside and waiting for her mother to take her home. The teacher hurried to where her beloved daughter was waiting for her. Upon seeing the girl, she immediately joyfully called her by name. Lele turned to her mother, finally. She could calmly spend time with her sweet, kind mother, and not with her eternally angry and drunken father. Tears welled up in Yu-ching's eyes. She hugged the baby to her chest and asked, "Lele, are you okay? How did you get here?" The girl muttered that she was going to suffocate, and Yang Yoon remarked, "Oh, this enormous motherly love. It could even suffocate. Freeing herself from the embrace, the girl said, "I took advantage of the fact that Dad was not at home and secretly ran away from him. He was drunk." Lele explained, "I heard him calling you and I realized that he was going to beat you again. So I came here and called the police." The police officer told Yu Qing that her ex-husband was involved in drug trafficking and would face severe punishment. The woman promised Lele that when they returned home, she would cook her something to eat. The girl asked for chicken wings. Ouyang Yu Qing turned to the guy and said, "Yang Yi Yun, come with us. This will be my gratitude for the help you have given." The guy blushed, going to teacher Ouyang Yu Qing's house. It doesn't look very decent. And will she feed him like a child? 9-year-old Lele silently watched the young man and her beautiful mother. She listened attentively to the police conversations. Finally, turning to Yang Yun, she asked him innocently, "Uncle, do you like my mother? You saved her from my father." Everyone present was shocked. Yu Qing's jaw dropped. Yun almost choked, and the policeman covered his face with laughter. Ouyang Yu Qing pressed her daughter to her ample chest again and asked, "Lele, what are you saying? This is just my student." Yang Yun laughed and reassured the teacher. Everything was fine. You can't blame the child for his words. You never know what might come into the girl's head. When Ouyang, his daughter, and Yun came home, Lele kept her eyes on the boy. He didn't understand what was wrong with the child, and the mistress of the house was bustling about in the kitchen, hurrying to feed her daughter and her savior. And finally, she announced that dinner was served. Yun was surprised at how much food there was. Yu Qing smiled. "My student came to visit me. I can't help but show off all my skills." Yang didn't expect that Ouyang Yu Qing looked no worse than a pop star. The trash Wang Ming should have carried her in his arms, not beaten her. Lele began to eat with gusto. But even while eating, she did not take her eyes off Yang Yun. The boy looked warily at this strange child. The girl asked Yun, "Uncle, what are you doing looking at Mommy's breast?" Yun, taken aback, spat out what he had already put in his mouth. Worried, Yu Qing said, "I'll go change my clothes," Yun objected. "This outfit suits you very well, and the girl is just talking nonsense." The teacher told the guest to eat more to grow. The boy thanked her. The food was really tasty. Lele was surprised. But didn't the uncle come to become a new dad? Now Yu Qing choked. She pulled her daughter up, but the girl didn't give up. Dad used to look at Mom's chest like that too. Besides, Uncle saved Mom. I want him to become the new dad. Yu Qing laughed. Lele is quite simple-minded. You shouldn't take her words to heart. You need to eat while everything is hot. The next day, Yang Yuyun went to his new workplace at the Zhao Kingdom Corporation under the leadership of Zhao Nan. The first day of work flew by unnoticed. He familiarized himself with his duties and leafed through a catalog of historical treasures. Suddenly, a message from Lele popped up in the messenger. The girl addressed Yun as Dad. The guy was stunned. He was really caught. Nan quietly approached the guy and noticed that the working day was already over. "So, why do you look like you're not yourself and whisper, 'Daddy'?" Yun replied, "He just didn't sleep yesterday." Nan nodded, "Then let's go." She found out that the guy's father disappeared in the war. Maybe he dreamed of him. Hearing the invitation, Yan asked where we were going. Nan sighed. "I rarely invite someone to dinner. If you don't want to forget it." The guy smiled. "I almost forgot. The handsome CEO is inviting me to dinner. How can I refuse? Let's go." Nan warned that if you forget again next time, I will never invite you again, Yun objected. "But how dare I?" Yang Yuyun and Zhao Nan walked out of the office together, and it turned out that some people were waiting for the girl in a very expensive red sports car. The girl was taken aback. Where did they come from? And Yun looked at the strangers with interest. It seemed they were very complex people. Ye Kai, from a famous family of ancient martial artists in Beijing, said, "Nan, you finally came out. You're late at work." Kai and his companions silently walked towards Zhao Nan, who was taken aback by the surprise. She and her companions silently looked at them. Ye Kai smiled and told the beautiful Nan that if he was by her side, they could achieve much more together than she could on her own. Nan ignored this and asked Yun what he would like to eat. And Yun asked if Mrs. Zhao liked Japanese cuisine. They headed towards the parking lot. but Yi Kai's companion blocked their way, ordering them to stop immediately and wait. The man told Zhao Nan that the young master wanted to tell her something. Yun asked who the two noisy people were here. Nan explained that these were people from a famous family of ancient martial arts masters in Beijing, and that there was no need to pay special attention to them. Yi Kai said that he understood perfectly well that Nan couldn't accept it so easily. So, in a fit of anger, she ran away to this poor place. But no matter whether she irritates him or not, they will still get married. Their families agreed on this. So it's better for her to return to Beijing. Nan growled. I say again, I am me. You are you. There can be no talk of any we. And I will decide for myself whether to return to Beijing or not. Kai objected. I don't have time for all these games. If you don't agree to come back with me, I can take you by force myself. Zhao Nan repeated once again that they would never be together under any circumstances. So it would be better if Yi Kai finally stopped bothering her. Kai frowned and ordered his companion Lao Mo to pack the persistent bride by force, stop trying to persuade her. The man who had previously blocked Nan's path, after apologizing to Miss Zhao, rushed towards her. He was obliged to carry out his master's order. Zhao Nan looked at Lao Mo's hand approaching her with confusion. She never expected that they would dare to do this to her. Master Lao's hand was already near Zhao Nan's face. The girl recoiled in horror. Could this man really hit her? At the last moment, young Yun grabbed Lao Mo's hand and said, I'm sorry, this lady is my boss and I can't let you take her away. The guy smiled. If someone takes away Ms. Zhao Nan, then many employees of our company will be very worried. Ye Kai ordered his companion, Lao Mo, to break this impudent boy's legs, so next time he'll know better than to meddle in other people's affairs. Lao Mo obediently rushed towards the young man, shouting, Young people must understand the situation well and quickly adapt to it. Lao Mo and Yang Yun's fists met. To the surprise of the masters from Beijing, this boy had no intention of giving up his boss to them. The guy was surprised by the deep inner strength his opponent had. The raging energy around him caused stones to rise, and Lao Mo exclaimed in surprise at the boy's pure inner strength. It turns out that there is another master next to Zhao Nan. The guy struck back at his opponent and threw him aside. Lao Mo somersaulted in the air and landed on his feet again. The failed groom Zhao Nan noticed with surprise, not expecting that such a young guy was also a master of ancient martial arts. Young Yun replied calmly, I am improving little by little, but I don't dare call myself a master yet. I'm still just a student. Yun realized that Kai's strength was stronger than Xiao San's. Could he really be a master of the ancient martial arts of the 7th or 8th stage of Mingjin? Kai said that he didn't think that there was a master in Gudu who was above the 7th level of Mingjin. So I will have to deal with you. Yi Kai was furious and shouted angrily, What I hate most are idiots who like to show off and act like heroes. He promised that today he would grind the boy into dust, and then he would screw Nan in front of his eyes. Yun was overcome with anger. What a bastard. A Beijing resident shouted, Wait a minute, kid. I'll make you regret getting involved, Lao Mo. I forbid you to get involved in this fight. Zhao Nan warned the boy. Young Yun, be careful, this freak is at the peak of the Mingjin level. He is extremely strong and incredibly dangerous. Yi Kai clenched his fists and rushed at the guy. He couldn't bear to see someone else standing next to the one he considered his. The failed groom Zhao Nan shouted, It was too late to repent. He used his favorite technique, superior palm. Jun gritted his teeth. Ye Kai was so fast, he needed to get his bearings. The young man had to test out what he had learned right now. The opponents clashed, their raging combat energy creating a real hurricane around them, and the pavement was shattered into small pieces. The boys looked at each other intently. Each of them was strong, and each intended to go to the end without giving in to the other. Yi Kai's eyes were filled with anger. He was used to no one daring to challenge him. But here was some kid in a provincial town. Young Yun assessed the situation and used the 5 elements art technique given fist, dealing a painful blow to Kai, injuring him. The guest from the capital of China was stunned. He had never seen such a reception before. Who was this boy learning to fight from? But Ye Kai quickly recovered from the blow and grabbed Young Yun's hand, taking the initiative to lead this battle into his own hands. After dealing the young man a few blows, Ye Kai admonished him that he shouldn't be too overconfident as it could be dangerous. Suddenly, Yoon felt that something strange was happening to him, as if someone else was sitting inside his body and was trying to get out. The young man coughed, and I had the feeling that he had vomited something unusual. And indeed, a stream of energy flew out of Yoon. Ye Kai, covering himself with his hands, flew away from his unusual opponent. The guy decided that the boy had released energy on purpose. The would-be grooms slowed down. The blow was incredibly strong. This is clearly already a level higher than Mingjin. Who is this? Ye Kai frowned. This boy's profound strength burst out. But why is it so strange? This strength is unlike anything else. Yang Yuyun said to the opponent, "I'm sorry. It seems I underestimated you. I had to eject true qi to increase the distance." Having said this, Yang Yuyun, to Ye Kai's surprise, incredibly accelerated to avoid the unnecessary blows of his aggressive opponent. Before Zhao Nan could react, he received a powerful blow right in the center of his face, causing blood to gush out. Lao Mo and Zhao Nan's mouths dropped open in surprise. Neither of them expected that a schoolboy from yesterday could beat such a master. Yang Yun told his opponent, "The fact that you were able to reach this level is already not bad. It means you are quite a talented fighter." The young man then struck Kai again, sending him flying back into his beautiful, flashy, red, and extremely expensive car. Ye Kai crashed into his own sports car with a loud noise. The car shook from the strong impact. Yoon stood and calmly looked at him. The beaten Ye Kai muttered with a swollen face, "Well then, kill me now. Otherwise, I will soon make you bitterly regret this." Yoon grinned. "Apparently you think I'm an idiot. We live in a state governed by the rule of law. If you bother Nan, you'll get it again." Ye Kai asked, "Your name is Yang Yun. You are very brave. Well, I remember you, so you will still have trouble with me." Yang Yun had never suspected that such masters still existed on Earth. It was possible that there were even more powerful masters. The young man realized that he could no longer delay the second stage of qi cultivation, so he immediately went to his cottage. He plunged into meditation, she angrily declared. "From now on, don't tell anyone that you are my student. Some master made you sweat." Yoon objected. "Everything is simple for you. But the families of ancient masters are influential. How can I reach the second level of qi cultivation?" The teacher frowned. "I gave you the art of the 5 elements, and there are at least 100 similar methods, and how dare you blame me?" Su said. "When I entered the world of self-cultivation, I immediately destroyed a huge number of dynasties of master practitioners." Yuan Tiansu stated smugly, "This is the existence of a single moment, the personification of the moment that kills deities and even demons. To fly through the sky and pass underground, to fly through time and pursue it. These are all the immutable laws of heaven and earth." Yoon chuckled, "Yeah. And now there's only one wandering spirit left, who has been stuck in the jug for a long time and can't get out of it." The guy sighed. "Okay, I'll go and say that my teacher is a dunce, who doesn't even come close to the masters of the ancient arts. And I'll give up." Su shouted, "Wait, I will teach you. First, take a small portion of 500-year-old ginseng from the mountain and the python gallbladder. These ingredients with a pure aura will allow you to quickly and easily break through to the second level of the qi energy cultivation period." Yoon remembered that he left the python corpse on Mount Yaowang, Su snorted. "The vessel of the universe automatically absorbs valuable things." The teacher warned Yoon not to waste the valuable ginseng and to obtain a furnace to make the immortality pill. In the future, Yoon must use the universe vessel to store immortality pills and various natural resources. After telling all this to his disciple, Yuan Tiansu warned him not to bother him with such trivial matters from now on. It was simply disgraceful. The angry deities stood up from the tea table and went home, turning into a translucent fighting energy of the world. When Su left, Yang Yuyun discovered that the teacher had left him techniques. It was the fire law that the boy had to learn. He opened the treatise. Here it is. When the threshold of the second level of qi cultivation is reached, it will be possible to use this technique. Although this is the lowest level for refining the immortality pill, the qi is sufficient for the technique, and nothing can stop this fire. Moreover, as the practice and spiritual strength strengthens, the power of the flame will increase. It is simply an artifact against attacks. After studying the treatise, Yang Yuyun immediately began training, eager to become as strong as possible and break through even further. He decided that he needed to first move on to the next level and then begin to study the techniques he had just received from his teacher. Yun called out to the vessel, and indeed, there was a gallbladder in the vessel, and it had even retained its freshness. I wonder how big the vessel was. Next to the python's gallbladder, there was a 500-year-old ginseng on the guy's hand, and he winked at Yun like Mei Yu Qian. Looking into the eyes of the grinning ginseng, the guy wondered if this thing had really been like this before. Why was this ginseng so vulgar? But Yun still decided to tear off a piece from the root. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Feeling the pain, the root whined pitifully. Yang Yuyun threw the necessary ingredients into his mouth and, holding his breath, swallowed. Ginseng was okay, but swallowing python bile, as a result, the valuable natural ingredients were absorbed. Now it was necessary to wait for the body to assimilate these magical gifts. The young man was amazed. The taste was so surprisingly pleasant, as if he had found himself in a blooming, fragrant cherry orchard. But the aftertaste was mind-blowing. June shook with disgust. But it was only for a moment. The main thing is that he swallowed it all. Suddenly, his body was filled with unprecedented energy. His eyes lit up. His body absorbed valuable products and became significantly stronger. Yang Yuyun settled in comfortably and began training. Streams of energy flowed smoothly around him. The practice went well, although not quickly. Yun felt the divine spirit of heaven and earth contained in the python gallbladder and ginseng spreading throughout his body. Finally, the guy shouted that he had succeeded. He had entered the second level of the qi cultivation period. It was a real breakthrough. Yang Yuyun could clearly feel that his body was full of strength. It was hard to imagine what those with a higher level of qi cultivation felt like. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he had agreed to eat with Wang Mushen today. This man was so persistent in wanting to meet June. The guy decided that he also needed to capture Ziji in order to expand the connections of his adopted brother, with whom he grew up together in the village. He called his friend and said that he was having a friendly lunch today, and he would like Ziji to go with him. But he cited a lot of problems. Shiji told Yoon that the permit for producing Guyuan liquor was stuck somewhere, and there was so much work that there was no time even for food. June explained that he had recently met an authority figure in military circles, and that it wasn't easy to become friends with him. CG agreed. Yan Yun smiled. He knew you wouldn't refuse. You and the military have some unspoken rules that civilians don't know. The friends went to a fancy restaurant where Wang Musheng had booked a table. He and his wife were eager to thank their son's savior. Musheng said tenderly to his wife, "Darling, when Mr. Yang comes, follow the rules of etiquette," she replied. "Darling, don't worry, I know everything." Their son looked at his parents in confusion, who were literally radiating love. The young man had not seen them so in love for a very long time. Yang Yuyun and his companion Liu Shiji entered the hall. Yoon apologized for being late. He was so busy that he barely made it to the meeting. Wang Musheng waved his hand. "Oh, what are you saying? You're just in time. We're the ones who arrived early. Please sit down. We're glad to see you." Looking at the dumbfounded Liu Shiji, Wang Musheng asked Yoon, "Who is this? She's looking at everyone so strangely. What kind of young man is this?" June said that this was his childhood friend and business partner, also from the military. But the guy didn't have time to finish. CG interrupted him. June's companion stood at attention and reported, "Good health, Commander-in-Chief. I am Yang Jun's old childhood friend Liu Shiji." Yang Yun was stunned. So this is the Commander-in-Chief. Who would have thought? But now it is clear why he has a fierce spirit inside. Musheng asked CG, "Do you know me?" He replied that he retired 3 years ago and had often seen his interpretation of military intelligence. The man laughed. "Liu Shiji, yes, that's right. Sit down, eat. Everyone here is ours, so don't be shy and relax already." Wang told Yoon that he had saved their Zong Ren, and he would call him Yoon, and he could call him Uncle Wang, and his wife Li Jia. Wang asked June if he had any other family members and where he was from, and June replied that he was from Shangyang village. Gu County. His father was also a soldier, but went missing 10 years ago. His grandmother and younger sister remained in the village. His mother had long since passed away. Mu Sheng jumped up. Could it really be Shengyang village? And what was his father's name? Yun replied that his father's name was Yang Guozhang. He didn't know anything about his fate. Wang Musheng sat down heavily. His wife and son looked at the head of the family in confusion. Could it really be about the senior martial brother Yang Guozhang? The man reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a photograph. He asked Yun, "My child, do you recognize this man?" The guy looked at the photo Wang Musheng handed him, and at first, neither Yang Yiyun nor Liu Shiji recognized the woman in such a funny costume. But suddenly, both guys' eyes widened. The photo showed their fellow countrywoman and relative dressed for particularly interesting sexual fun. The stunned Yun confirmed that this was Aunt Lu in her youth, and the unfortunate CG's eyes began to bleed. This was his dear aunt. Wang Musheng was surprised and turned the photograph towards himself. His wife and son also silently stared at the peculiar photo of a sexy girl. The wife playfully slapped her husband on the back. "You bastard, why do you still keep that photo?" He apologized. He took out the wrong one by mistake. Mushin cleared his throat and became serious again. He said that they had had a little fun, but now it was time to get back to business. Everything was serious. He showed Yun a photograph and said that this was his father. Now he looks at it and understands that he and his father are very similar. Apparently, this is the will of heaven. The guy was shocked and asked in bewilderment where the man got a photograph of his father. And what's more, exactly the same one as the one he had at home in the village. Van replied sadly, "Child, your father and I were fighting friends until death. He was truly the most amazing person." During one border mission in the desert, the squad found itself facing an incredibly critical situation where everyone could have died. Wang Musheng sighed and said, "It was your father, Jun, who diverted the enemy's firepower and thus saved us. All the other soldiers." "But his platoon disappeared along with the sandstorm that fell out of the blue," Wang said. "If it weren't for Yang Guozhang, I wouldn't be here today." Mushin said, "Child, from now on you are my son. If any difficulties arise, tell me immediately. Don't worry about anything. If you want to do something, do it." Yun looked at his father's photograph with a smile. It was clear that the boy loved him very much and still missed him, still hoping that he was alive. Li Jia asked Jun what you are doing now. "Maybe we can help you with something." The guy replied, "Maybe we can." He and ZG opened a health food company, but their drink, Gu Yuan, was not approved for production. The couple was surprised. "So Gu Yuan is a product of your company. Now it's clear why it suddenly disappeared." It turns out it was not approved. Van said, "My wife and I tried your Gu Yuan. We liked it, and there were no side effects. The issue of approval will be resolved." Yun understood exactly that one of Gu Yuan's characteristics was its ability to strengthen yin and replenish insufficient yang. Zhang Ren chuckled. Since his parents started drinking this drink, they had already changed 2 beds in the bedroom. Li Jia laughed and blushed. Then Yan Yuyun heard the signal that a message had arrived on his phone. He apologized to Musheng and his wife and picked up the phone. A certain young Master Ma from the Northwestern Ancient Martial Arts Masters invited Yun to a meeting about a drink. The guy realized that there seemed to be a villain behind the scenes who was responsible for their Gu Yuan drink not being approved. At 11 o'clock, Yang Yuyun went to meet young Master Ma, wondering what he wanted from him. Ma Xiaoliu invited the guest to the VIP room so that no one else could hear their conversation and possibly see the beating that followed. Young Ma noticed that Yang Yuyun had been very active lately and had even beaten up the young master from the Ye family, who was also a martial artist. Xiaoliu said, "The Ma family doctor found that the Gu Yuan drink contains the element of Xia Pei Yuan Dan. I propose to set a price for this formula." Yun thought, it was high time to understand that the drink contained Gu Yuan pill diluted several times. He set the price at 10 billion. Ma Xiaoliu sighed. "Well, if you don't have sincere thoughts, then don't be offended by me. Ada and Air, teach this kid some sense." Jun felt how strong the qi and blood was, no worse than Yi Kai and Lao Mo's. It seemed like a fierce battle was looming today. The two strong fighters, Ada and Air, at the command of their young master, clenched their fists and rushed at Yang Yun, considering him a simple opponent. The boy calmly awaited the approach of the martial arts masters. Over the past 24 hours, he had become significantly stronger and was not at all afraid of them. Yun was surprised. They were so weak. After moving to the second level, fighting with masters of the Mingjin level is not difficult. Ma Xiaoliu exclaimed, "You kid, don't be too confident. You still have a grandmother and sister in the village. If you don't give out the formula..." As soon as young Master Ma said that if the boy didn't give up the formula, Xiaoliu would deal with his family, a wave of anger washed over June. He instantly grabbed Ma Xiaoliu by the throat and angrily asked him what he was going to do to his grandmother and younger sister. Mo trembled. Xiaoliu muttered in fear, "Brother, you made a mistake. Don't kill me." Yun growled, "If you lay a finger on my grandmother and sister, watch out." Yun promised that if he touched his relatives, he would raze Ma's family to the ground, then dig up their ancestors so that they could bask in the sun. The next day, a beaten Ma Xiaoliu reported to the head of the family at the family estate about how the meeting had gone the previous day. The old man told his grandson not to worry about the recipe for the guyuan drink. The Wang family was involved in this matter, so it was better to retreat. The head of the family asked how it happened that he, a man with the strength of the 6th stage of the Mingjin level, was so easily beaten by some kid. Xiaoliu responded. At first, he was not going to let go of his hands, but Yang insisted. He kicked with his right foot and delivered an attacking kick with his left. The old man asked what happened next, and his grandson said that, according to all the traditions of Kung Fu, he was going to hit him in the nose. But Yun suddenly attacked. The young gentleman sighed and admitted that he had been careless and had been unable to dodge, and that they had then fought with varying degrees of success. The old man realized that this Yang Yu Yun had reached the Anjing level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to beat Xiaoliu like that. An incredible person had appeared in the Wang family. Xiaoliu said that he would not accept defeat. He asked the leader if they would really let him go. The Wang family only had military power. The leader replied, "You don't know a thing. The head of the Wang family leads a secret group of the Chinese government. It is one of the greatest clans." The old man added, "As long as Father Wang is alive, we cannot go against the military spies and one of the 4 strongest clans." Ma Xiaoliu asked his great-grandfather, that is, if Yang Yu Yun was a person of the Wang family, then it was in vain that he waved his fists in front of this boy yesterday. Grandfather replied, "We need to spread the news that Yang Yu Yun has the Xiaopei Yuandong pill. Let's throw him into trouble." Young Ma laughed. "And the elders have a lot of experience. Well, now Yang Yu Yun is finished." The secret killer was closely watching this scene. As soon as the great-grandson disappeared from sight, the head of the Ma family ordered the secret observer to come out of his hiding place. Now it was his turn. The masked man landed silently behind the old man, who said to the spy, "You heard everything, and you know perfectly well what needs to be done. Go." The mercenary smiled. "As long as the great Ma family has money, our secret bone flower assassin organization will never disappoint you." Yang Yun's sports car was racing along the busy highway. He had arranged at work that he would leave for personal matters, and Nan let him go. Even though Ma Xiaoliu promised not to contact Yun again, it was still worth going and checking on his relatives. The guy heard the phone ring, which meant he had received some kind of message. Uncle Van wrote that the issue with the permit had been resolved. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Wang was really cool. Guyuan drink finally received permission to be produced. Soon, young Yun entered his native Gu County. All these landscapes were familiar to him from his early childhood, where he was born and raised. Stopping in the center of the village, he looked around. Everything here had changed so much that it was difficult to recognize this settlement. A lot of old houses from the Republican era were torn down and ordinary high-rise buildings were built in their place. It's such a pity about those beautiful houses. It was hard for Yang Yun, as a historian, to watch this. He loved the beautiful old houses with their own special style that he had known since childhood. A young man in an expensive car immediately attracted the attention of a local masseuse. She moved away from the wall and approached the young man. The girl asked if the handsome guy would like to give her a massage. We have a lot of beautiful girls here. Come in and relax right away. The guy waved her off, saying, "Thanks, but he has urgent business here, so bother someone else with a massage." The beauty was outraged. No one had ever dared to reject her. She put her hand on his shoulder and pressed on 4 points. The guy began to shake. This technique is very similar to the 13 hands channels. But how could a prostitute know this secret ancient technique? He grabbed her hand, pressing on the combat points. The girl screamed. Yoon demanded, "Tell me where you learned this technique." She replied, "Master Chi taught. The Baima Massage Center for Men, which is nearby, is his private property." Suddenly, a man asked the girl, Tsui Hua, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be inside with the customers?" The girl greeted the owner of Chi with fear and quickly left, leaving him alone with the unfamiliar rich young man. The man introduced himself as Chen Chi-bian and asked if the guy seemed familiar with Chinese medicine techniques. "Sorry about Tsui Hua." The guy replied, "His name is Yang Yun, and he knows a little about the art of healing. He has business, so allow me to take my leave." Chen shouted after the guy, "I didn't expect that you were Yang Yi Yun, the creator of the legendary valuable pill Xiaopei Yuandan." Yun was surprised at what this man was talking about. He didn't know anything about Xiaopei Yuandan, and Chen Chibian's long whip was already flying after the guy. The guy caught the whip and said, "Uncle Chen, if you suddenly attack, then you don't have to speak so politely." Chibian snorted. Chen was amazed at how fast he was. He was truly a martial arts master. He told Yoon that he wanted the guy to enlighten him. Yan Yoon exclaimed, "Well then, don't blame me for not keeping my hands to myself," and immediately attacked the owner of the massage house. Chen Qibian parried the attack and in turn attacked the youth with his favorite weapon, the whip, and Tsui Hua screamed in fear. The guy jumped back, deftly dodging a powerful blow that instantly destroyed the pavement. Qibian was a master of the whip, but before the massage parlor owner could even look back, Yang Yun stepped on his whip, stopping his aggressive attack. Chen Qibian pulled out his weapon and was surprised. He had the strength at the peak of the Mingjin stage and was unable to deal with Yang's leg. The man couldn't believe it. This guy was so young and had already reached the strength of a martial artist at the Anjin level. It was incredible. Chen bowed and said, "Mr. Yang's strength is not in vain. I admit my defeat. Thank you very much for enlightening me." June smiled and replied, "If you have no more business with me, then I'm leaving. I still have a lot of unresolved issues here." Chen Qibian suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Mr. Yang. Please do me a favor and take me as your disciple." Yoon replied, "You have a good whip technique, but unfortunately you lack internal strength. Otherwise, your technique would be even better." Chen was surprised. The gentleman has a keen eye. My ancestor was once killed by bandits, so only part of the technique remained. Another part of the technique was completely lost, due to which the inner strength of the family members cannot be developed to its full potential. Yoon thought, this guy has a good character, and his family protected Gu County. It would be good to help him improve a little. Chen begged his brother on his knees. He had been at the peak of the Mingjin level for 10 years. Soon he would reach middle age and his body would weaken. He exclaimed, "You have risen to the Anjin level at such a young age. Please show me the way. I will work for you like an ox." Yan Yun thoughtfully ruffled his hair and replied, "Well, I can help you improve your technique and break through to the next level." Chen was stunned. He spoke so casually. Even the greatest clans of Beijing would not dare to do this. What kind of status does this guy have? The young man added that he was willing to teach Chen Qibian, but only on one condition, and the owner of the massage house immediately became wary. Chen thought, he knew it. It wasn't that simple. Was he really going to force him to sign an agreement that would require him to give up his kidney if he broke it? Yoon said, "You know that the Ma family is in trouble. I am worried about the safety of my family. I need someone to protect them." Of course, Chen agreed to protect them, he thought. Here he is, an exemplary master, powerful, but he thinks about the well-being of the family. The guy promised that he would now write down the methods for Chen, but they could not be passed on to outsiders. Otherwise, there could be big problems. The man assured Yoon that there would be no problems, thank you, sir, for giving him the method. He would follow him and would never betray him. Yoon reminded him that in 3 days they should meet in Shanyang village in the courtyard of the Yang family, where he would impart other techniques to Chen. Leaving his expensive car far from the village, young Yun walked through the streets of his native village of Shanyang, where he grew up. Here everyone knew him, and he knew everyone. He waved to Uncle Sanya, and he exclaimed in response, "Oh, our Yoon has returned. Grandma will be happy." Aunt Lu said to the guy, "Yoon, you have matured so much. I really felt like you would come to visit us. And you actually came." Even from afar, young Yoon recognized his grandmother. She felt her grandson's gaze and turned in his direction. The grandmother immediately recognized him. Grandma Yang Yun exclaimed in surprise, "Son Yun, is it really you? Such unexpected joy has come into our home." The guy smiled broadly. "Grandma, your grandson really misses his family, so he decided to visit you and his little sister." Grandma was almost in tears of joy. "Yoon, you finally came to visit your old lady and the little mischievous Shanshan." The old woman remembered with a smile that only yesterday they had been thinking about him with Shanshan, and had not expected that Yoon would suddenly show up today. Grandma hobbled, leaning on her stick, to the door. She invited Yoon to quickly come into the house. She would now cook him something to eat. Young Yoon noticed that his grandmother had rheumatic pain in her knees, arthritis, and her eyes were farsighted due to presbyopia, which needed to be treated. He went to call his sister and thought to himself, "I need to make sure my family is healthy, which means I'll start making new pills tomorrow." Grandma said that Shanshan was probably reviewing her lessons in her room, and that she needed to study really hard to get in. The old woman suggested that Yoon chat with her sister and not worry about anything. Lately, the girl only chattered about her brother. June headed towards his sister's room. Everything here was familiar to him. He remembered literally every little thing in this house. Approaching the door, he took hold of the handle and loudly asked his sister, "Shanshan, you are reviewing your lessons. Can I come to you now?" But June's little sister was busy posing for selfies and not studying at all. She was so carried away that she didn't hear anything. After standing by the door and receiving no answer, June opened the door and looked into the room. And there, showing off his little sister, was all over the place. Seeing her brother on the threshold, Shanshan was taken aback. She immediately slammed the door and shouted, "You naughty brother, you have to knock!" He laughingly replied that next time he would definitely knock, at which time the grandmother shouted to her grandchildren that the table was set. The boy returned to the kitchen. June's favorite dishes were on the table. His grandmother asked him to go with her to the mountains to worship the gods. She wanted to ask her patron mother for everything to be well for her, Yoon and Shanshan. But the guy tried to dissuade her. But the grandmother didn't want to hear anything, because their father still hadn't returned. So she had to go up the mountain and pray for him. Many years have passed, but the grandmother believes that her son is alive and misses him, and considers the financial assistance to be completely useless. At the insistence of their grandmother, the next morning the three of them went to the mountains. The weather was magnificent, warm and clear. The grandchildren helped their grandmother overcome this difficult path to the distant mountain temple. And then the ancient building appeared in the distance. On the way, Yoon said that he and ZG had founded a company. He had bought a house, and he wanted Grandma and Shanshan to move in with him. Shanshan, like her grandmother, pointed out that they couldn't do anything illegal. But Yoon scolded the brat for her lack of trust. Grandma asked what to do with this land. Besides, she was already used to living in the ancient land. But in Gudu, everything was unfamiliar to her. There was no one to chat with. The guy assured her that he could always bring her here, and Shanshan and CG would be there. But the grandmother said that she needed to think about it. So, while talking, they approached the gates of the ancient mountain temple, where the grandmother loved to go to pray to the gods. Suddenly, June felt his vessel of the universe activate. There was clearly something very valuable nearby. He was amazed at the strong presence of supernatural power and wondered what was in this ancient, secluded temple. The boy lagged behind his family a little, getting ready to check what exactly his vessel of the universe had just reacted to so strongly. Jan waved his hand and told them to go first, but he needed to do something. His sister hurried him to join them quickly. Having warned his family, June walked carefully through the ancient buildings, guided by the energy of the vessel of the universe on his hand. Finally, the guy found himself where the power was coming from. He stopped and turned his head to see what could be the source of the power. Finally, he realized that the waves were coming from some old vessel of unknown purpose lying in the grass. And he came closer. The closer June got to this old piece of iron, the stronger this unusual feeling became. But what was that thing lying there in the grass? He decided to dig up this thing first. At this time, Yuan Tianxi quietly appeared. He said that it was an ancient furnace. Yang Yun cried out in surprise and asked the master to stop appearing so suddenly and scaring him so much. She thought, "It seems there is a cultivation world here too. Yun needs to be careful. Perhaps there are still strong practitioners left." Although June had always heard various myths about Mount Helong and the Jutian Temple from his grandmother, were they really true? She noticed that this was a great magical pill furnace, but it could cause a bloodstorm. He told the disciple to put it away in a vessel. Yun obediently threw the furnace into the vessel of the universe and thought that if he had not become a practitioner, he would have missed out on a huge amount of treasures. After praying to God, June secretly put 20,000 in the donation box and then returned home with his family. At home, he took out his find and looked at it thoughtfully, wondering if this really was a great alchemical furnace. How lucky. She said from the vessel that artifacts of this level needed to be refined with drops of blood and tempered with the true essence of fire. Yun will be able to refine alchemy after a connection is established between him and this great alchemy furnace. The guy decided to try it. He bit his finger and squeezed a few drops of his blood onto the surface of the stove. The stove began to smoke. At first, Yun began to try to comprehend the mind of Master Li Huoju. Fiery symbols ran before him. He immersed himself in them. After some time, the essence of fire appeared in the guy's hands. Yes, this is the reason for the true Yuan Li Huo. June succeeded. The boy concentrated and directed the fiery essence at the great alchemical furnace in front of him, as he was ordered. Looking at the vessel, Yang Yun was stunned. Now in front of him stood a completely different object in appearance, the furnace responded. Right in front of Yun, a great furnace began to glow, and on it, the same symbols that he had recently seen in his master's treatise were burning brightly. Yang Yun smiled, and the pill furnace had the same thing written on it. Could that really be its name? So far, the guy's been doing everything right. He sat in front of the furnace and began to cultivate. Now, he needed to establish a close connection with the great alchemical furnace. And now, the dark layer covering the great furnace has fallen off. It's ready. Yang Yun was already eager to engage in advanced alchemy. So, the pill of life. The main material is ginseng. It serves as a mediator for the health of the human body. It will be useful for the body of a grandmother. Yun followed the instructions carefully, adding ginseng and other herbs to the furnace, then reciting the necessary incantations. Now he needed to light the furnace. And for that, he needed the true essence of fire, which he had recently learned to generate in his hands. While creating the pill, Yun vaguely felt the spiritual energy around him being absorbed by the furnace, and it began to work. The guy was amazed. In this great alchemical furnace, the speed of extracting essence from medicinal materials was simply incredible. He looked inside the furnace. The pill of luck and health was ready, and the quality was incredibly high. Yun admired the result of the work. But it is not a fact that this pill can be given to mortals. Yun decided to try it himself first to check for any side effects. Yang Yun took one of the glowing, newly made luck and health pills and threw it into his mouth. The pill slid inside. This pure aura and power is so powerful that it can only be used when creating a connection with universal luck. Suddenly, the guy felt that there was a terrible stench in the room. He looked around and realized that the source of the terrible stench was, unfortunately, himself. It seems that this is the result of taking the pill once. The layer of impurities was rejected by the body, and the taste of the pill was too sour. At this moment, Shanshan knocked loudly on the door of her elder brother's room. Before he could say anything, the door swung open. The little sister's face twisted. She asked her brother what he was doing. His room smelled so bad it was hard to breathe. The girl looked down and suddenly saw that the guy's hands were covered in some kind of slime. She looked at him questioningly. Shanshan quickly closed the door and contemptuously remarked that her brother turned out to be a pervert. And who would have thought such a thing? He muttered resentfully that everything was not at all as Shanshan thought. He was not a pervert at all. It was just a side effect. The guy cursed mentally, and to avoid any more misunderstandings, he decided to take a swim in the fairy lake on the wooded mountain. On the forest path, June met an unfamiliar girl and asked, "Brother, are you going to take a bath by the lake?" He confirmed that this was exactly the case. But he was surprised. There were new faces here. Were there really so many people in the village before? It was very strange. The girl seductively wiggled her curvy hips and declared that Nujia would help him swim and make his vacation unforgettable. Yang Yun shook his head and moralized that the girl should respect herself. He already had a loved one. An unfamiliar girl suddenly threw down a basket of herbs and shouted, "Then die!" and unexpectedly attacked June. The guy was taken aback. Well, he blocked the stranger's blow and asked her irritably, "Why do you all like to sneak attack me so much?" The girl released some strange pink mist and, jumping back, exclaimed that her brother had two problems that needed to be solved. Yang Yuyun asked the girl who she was to have a hidden weapon. It was clearly not by chance that she met him on this path. The mercenary replied, "Little brother, you can call me Rakshasa Killer Sister. Although, no. Call me Big Friend." Suddenly, the guy felt that the pink mist had a strange effect on him. Now, all his thoughts were not about the fight at all. The girl chuckled. "This is our unique hidden weapon, plum blossom powder. A small breath greatly limits the actions." The girl said that if her brother knew why she was looking for him, he had to give her the Xiaopei Yuan Dan. Otherwise, she would torture him. June replied that he had no recipe for Xiaopei Yuan Dan, and that rumors about it were only spread to get revenge on him. Rakshasa smiled. "Do you think I'll believe you? If I'm not mistaken, your behavior is the result of a side effect of the pill. You know that." The guy armed himself with a baton and exclaimed that there was nothing to talk about, especially since she had vilely attacked him and tried to kill him. The assassin rushed towards June and said tenderly, "You naughty brother. Let Big Sister help me unlock your wand." This blatant mockery aroused June's anger, and he struck the dangerous scoundrel with great force with a wooden club. Having received the blow, the girl flew far away from Yang Yun. She exclaimed in surprise, "What happened? How was he able to throw her away?" After somersaulting several times, Rakshasa landed quite far from her intended victim in the depths of a dense forest. The girl was surprised. She is a high-level warrior of dark energy. Such a blow was unexpected. It seems the boy is really strong. Yang Yun angrily shouted at the mercenary not to dare underestimate his wand. Who was she to judge it anyway? The girl muttered languidly, "I admit my defeat. Maybe you will let me go, and then I will repay you for such immeasurable kindness." Yun was surprised. "Isn't it too late to beg for mercy? Since you came to me, you should have been prepared for the consequences." A smile played across the killer's face. She had achieved her goal, buying herself some time and weakening the potential victim's vigilance. Before Yang Yun could even comprehend anything, she pushed off the ground and jumped far away from the young man, who was surprised by all this. Rakshasa released a poisonous cloud near Yang Yun again and shouted at the boy, "Brother, you are still too naive to be a master." Yun mentally gasped and realized that he had been careless. The radius of this pink poisonous fog was too large. He couldn't avoid it. The girl, having done a few somersaults, found herself outside the range of the poisonous fog, where she stopped. The boy felt his eyesight deteriorating. Rakshasa noted, "Little brother, to be honest, your skills are quite good." She chuckled. "You are just a newbie without hair in the right place. But my red mist is not bad. Give me the formula of Xiaopei Yuandan." It seems that this time Yun was faced with a professional killer. The difference between him and Rakshasa was not in strength, but in experience. She threatened that if Yun didn't give the pill, not only would he die, but she also knew about his grandmother and very beautiful sister. Yang Yun exclaimed, "You've gone too far, old woman. If you use such dirty methods, it means you're not afraid that you might die." The mercenary became wary. It seemed the boy had become more serious. First, she needed to hide and watch him. You never know what might happen. She replied with a laugh. Rakshasa can pass through the western regions and kill a huge number of people. Be sure not to spare him. After the girl disappeared from sight, Yang Yun concentrated. He realized that this Rakshasa Kunoichi's breath was hidden. Suddenly he heard a light rustling of the bushes behind him. What was that sound? The guy became wary. The killer was somewhere very close to him. A hare jumped out of the bushes onto the path. It was he who rustled the branches of the bushes and now appeared on the forest path. Following the hare like a shadow, Rakshasa flew out, a curved dagger flashing in her hand. A couple more steps and she would fly up to June. The girl's eyes sparkled and a malicious killer's smile played on her face. In her mind, she told the guy to go to hell. Yang Yun said to the dumbfounded girl, "You can hide your actions, but you will never hide your enormous killing intent." The enraged Rakshasa instantly attacked the enemy, but June moved even faster. He dodged the attack. The girl attacked again. Yun realized that either he would kill her now, or she would hunt him and his loved ones. He released a stream of his fire on her. The killer screamed in pain, but no matter how hard she tried to extinguish the fire, she couldn't. Soon, her entire body was engulfed in flames. Yang Yun saw how Rakshasa's strong body was destroyed by fire. The mercenary turned into a terrifying, huge, brightly burning bonfire. The guy grabbed his heart. The poisonous fog was spreading deeper and deeper through his body. First, he needed to get rid of this poison. Yun settled himself comfortably in a forest clearing and plunged into meditation to neutralize the harm that Rakshasa had done to him. He looked at the smoking coals and the dagger and thought that this was the first time he had used the fire of genuine chi so carelessly. The guy approached the ashes and picked up the girl's curved dagger, which she had recently been going to use to send him to hell. Yun said to the burnt killer, "You shouldn't have threatened my grandmother and sister, because they are everything to me. The whole wide world." Suddenly he felt sick, because he had just killed a person for the first time, even if it was in defense of himself and his loved ones. Yun walked towards the tree on wobbly legs and vomited, thinking that he would not care about such an evil person as Rakshasa. The boy threw the killer's dagger into the water and was surprised to feel a drop of responsibility in his heart for this act. Yang Yun remembered that he was actually planning to take a bath in the lake to wash away the terrible stench from taking the health pill. He took his small basin with a towel and calmly headed towards the gently sloping, very picturesque shore of the forest lake. But as he got closer to the shore, the guy saw that someone else was taking a bath in the lake. He took a closer look to see who was there. A beautiful girl was sitting on the shore. She had already washed herself and was drying herself, wrapped in a towel. Yun was surprised. It was Jin Feng's sister. The girl turned around. Apparently, she misheard something. She had the feeling as if someone had just called her by name. Strange. Yang Yun hid behind a tree, wondering if Jin Feng hadn't gone to work in the city. Why had she returned to the village again? He peered out from behind the tree, and his gaze fell on the girl's ample breasts, barely covered by a thin undershirt. Yun closed his eyes and thought, "No. Jin Feng has been like an older sister to me since childhood. I can't do this to her." And the little devils whispered, "Take a look. You can't miss this. She didn't even notice you. We're all adults. Why not take a look?" Yun shouted angrily, "Why are two demons fighting inside me? Where did these little horned scoundrels and vile seducers come from?" Meanwhile, the girl entered the water. June decided that enough was enough. He was not the kind of person to spy on Jin Feng. Moreover, Yang Yun had already seen too much. He needed to go to the nearby lake and wash off all the dirt and stench of the pill. As Yun entered the water, he exclaimed, "Oh, how refreshing! The Lake of Goddesses is truly a great place. It is very warm in winter and cool in summer." Grandmother told her and her sister that celestial beings come here to bathe. But she didn't know that this was really the case. Yun lay down on the water. It pleasantly caressed his hot, strong body. The meeting with his childhood friends stirred up a lot in his memory. He remembered himself as a little child, how they would all come together to swim in the lake, and Jin Feng would look after them. The boy floated on the calm surface of the lake and thought that it was really a wonderful time. They were happy then. Their father was still with them then. He also loved to swim in this lake, and Jin Feng treated him and her sister like family. Suddenly, Yang Yun felt that there was something in the water. Some living creature was circling around him under the water. This is very interesting. He turned over and looked around, and indeed, a rather large shadow flashed right in front of him. It looked like a very large fish. A golden fin flashed above the water. This fish seemed to be inviting the guy to swim with it somewhere deep into the waters of the lake. Yang Yun was surprised that modern fish were really so brave that they weren't afraid of people at all. However, he had never seen anything like this before. Diving into the water, he was amazed. It was an arowana. It was believed that they were destroyed by foreigners, but it turns out they live here. Yun quickly redirected the yin and yang and used the breath-holding technique to follow the legendary fish. The clever arowana waited until the boy was ready, and then he followed the glittering golden scales of the ancient Chinese fish. They sank deeper and deeper. Yun was surprised that there really were such deep depressions in the Lake of Goddesses. He never knew about this. Suddenly the guy saw that there was a huge number of arowanas here, from small to very large individuals. The water seemed to glow. Yang Yun thought it was no wonder the fishermen couldn't find them, since they were all hiding at the very bottom of the lake and didn't show up above. Suddenly, something sparkled at the bottom not far from the guy. June chuckled in surprise, wondering what it could be there, what treasure it could be. He decided to swim closer and see what was shining so brightly there. He immediately headed to the very place where something was shining. As he approached, Yun was stunned. A giant skull lay at the bottom, and a sword was sticking out of its head. It was the stone in the sword's hilt that sparkled so much. The guy couldn't understand what kind of monster was lying at the bottom of his favorite lake. Judging by its size, it was a terrifying giant monster. Master Shi asked angrily from the vessel of the universe. "What have you gotten yourself into again, boy? I sense a flow of powerful evil force." Yang Yun asked the teacher in confusion. "What is this demon, so huge? And how did it end up here, so close to their village?" Yuan Qianxi replied that the remains of the 8 Tribulations water dragon lay before the youth, and it was indeed an extremely powerful monster. The water dragon that has survived the 8 Tribulations is even stronger than the true dragon, but inferior to the golden 5-clawed dragon. Around the skeleton grows dragon blood grass, a priceless treasure that only grows in soil soaked in dragon blood. It takes 1,000 years for it to grow even an inch. Apparently this grass is about 6,000 years old. Jan was surprised. It was so old. This medicine is considered a rare miracle cure even in the world of practitioners. But she was now worried about something completely different. The unrecognized martial arts deity realized that there was a being on Earth that could kill the 8 Tribulations water dragon. Yang Yuyun felt that the effect of the breath-holding technique was about to wear off, and he could easily suffocate at the bottom of the lake. Jinfeng hummed and calmly washed herself in the lake. She sang that she loved swimming. She was in good shape, and everything around her was beautiful. Suddenly, she noticed that the surface of the lake was bubbling. The girl stopped singing and looked warily at the air bubbles. And then some guy jumped out of the water with an arowana on his head, and several of the same fish carried him out. Seeing Jinfeng, Yun was surprised. So these 2 lakes are connected. But how did it happen that he swam out here? He picked up the unconscious Jinfeng in his arms. The girl was terribly frightened by the guy with the fish who had appeared out of nowhere. The guy carefully emerged from the water and carried the lifeless girl to the shore. She hadn't had time to swallow any water. She had simply lost consciousness. Yun took the girl by the hand to bring her to her senses. He carefully kept his imagination in check, because she was unconscious. Yang Yun gently pressed on the point just below the girl's wrist. The blood immediately began to circulate faster, and she sighed. Jinfeng's cheeks turned pink. She stirred and yawned. The guy let go of her hand. He realized that she would now regain consciousness. And indeed, she opened her eyes, recognized Yun, and asked in confusion what had just happened to her when she was in the water. Yang Yuyun explained with a smile that he saw her faint and saved her. He asked if Jinfeng was okay now. The girl warned Yun Yu that it would be better not to approach her, as she possessed a power that brought only misfortune to men. Yun replied that he was born to fight with heaven and earth, opposing the will of the gods. So fate was destined to collapse. Suddenly, the boy felt someone hit him on the cheek with all his might. It turned out to be his younger sister, Shanshan. The girl shouted that she had spent so long explaining how to get to the Lake of the Goddesses so that he could wash himself, and not do this to Jinfeng. Yoon cooked arowana soup, adding a third of a luck pill to it, and also seasoned the soup with dragon blood herb. Everyone was surprised at how delicious it was. This broth was not only delicious, but also an excellent tonic. After drinking it, all loved ones would become healthier. The guy asked Jinfeng if she hadn't been working in the city for the past few years, so why did she suddenly decide to return to the village? She said that her mother had problems with her legs. Their condition had worsened. They said an amputation was necessary. She didn't know what to do. Yoon suggested going to Mom's together, since he hadn't seen Auntie Wang for a long time. Jinfeng agreed. Mom would probably be very happy. They went to Jinfeng's house together, and upon entering the house, the girl loudly warned her mother that she had already returned home. Auntie Wang was sitting in a wheelchair, and the girl happily invited her mother to see who had come to visit her. The woman exclaimed how Yoon had grown and asked him to come over to her so she could take a closer look at him. The guy saw that the blood in her thigh muscles was not circulating. Part of the muscles had already undergone necrosis. Everything was really very bad. Yoon said with a smile that he came to visit Aunt Wang. He remembered that in the master's method there was a way to heal such tissues. He handed her the fish. Fan was amazed at how big the arowana was. It was too expensive because such fish are now simply priceless. Yang Yuyun explained that he caught it in the Divine Lake. It would be very good for Aunt Wang's body. It should be eaten all at once. Jinfeng asked her mother to simply accept the gift, since Yoon rarely came to the village, and now he had come to visit them. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and the girl assumed it was a specialist who was supposed to examine her mother's legs. Dr. Sun really did appear at the door. Jinfeng invited the rare specialist to come into the house. His mother was waiting for him. The doctor grumbled. "There are no streetlights in this area. I almost got lost. Where is the patient? I need to examine her quickly." Jinfeng told her mother that Dr. Sun, a famous specialist, had come and promised to examine her sore legs. Sun headed towards Aunt Wang, while Yang Yuyun, holding a fish in his hand, carefully watched the actions of the country's famous specialist. The doctor angrily pinched his nose. He couldn't understand where this bungler had come from. Oh, how terribly it smelled of fish. It was simply impossible to breathe. Jinfeng's mother told the doctor that she had gone to the local hospital, and the doctors there said that her leg needed to be amputated. Sun silently examined Auntie Wang's thigh. The skin had already turned purple, and it was clear that the tissue in that area had already died. He concluded that the area of tissue necrosis was too large and that amputation was necessary. Otherwise, it would soon become life-threatening. The girl asked the doctor if there was really no way to save the leg. Sun grumbled, "If I say no, then no. That's the opinion of a specialist." Yang Yuyun asked if he could try. The doctor grumbled so that the boy would not get underfoot. Did he know what illness she had? Yoon confirmed, of course, and he could also guarantee that Auntie Wang's legs could be restored within a month. He asked to prepare a set of silver acupuncture needles for him. "It will make his aunt's leg feel," the doctor snorted. Jinfeng exclaimed that if Yoon helped her mother, he could ask for whatever he wanted. She would immediately bring him the silver needles. The doctor promised that if the boy could restore feeling to her leg, he would kneel before him and call her dad. Auntie Wang told Yoon that it was okay even if she lost her legs, as long as she didn't ruin her daughter's life and career. She suggested that Yoon take a closer look at Jinfeng. Why shouldn't they be together? The girl asked shyly what her mother was talking about. Yang Yuyun replied that they would put off talking for now. First, they needed to cure Aunt Wang. He took the needles in his hands and filled them with power. The guy concentrated and quickly stuck the needles into the right spots on the woman's leg. Soon, the skin began to slowly change color. Dr. Sun watched the unusual boy closely and noticed that he used 5 needles, piercing his leg in one go. The doctor exclaimed, "Who are you trying to fool? It's impossible to restore sensitivity to the hip this way. It's just quackery." Yoon asked Auntie Wang how she felt. The woman answered in surprise, "Wow, I feel a little itchy in my feet." Dr. Sun, famous throughout China, was shocked. He could not believe that such a thing was even possible. The guy explained that they only cleared the vessels. The dead tissue needs to be nourished. But if she continues treatment, She can recover. Dr. Sun, his mouth open in amazement, looked at the patient's changed leg. It was the first time in his life he had seen such a miracle. He fell to his knees before June and muttered that he had been practicing medicine for several decades but admitted his defeat. Yoon replied, "You just need to know that there is always someone better than you. If you can't handle something, it doesn't mean that no one can." The doctor thought bitterly. He has such skillful medical skills at such a young age, but where did he even come from? Jin Feng walked the guy to the gate. She really didn't know how to thank him for helping her sick mother and for his hope. He cheerfully replied that there was no need for gratitude. Hadn't Aunt Wang promised him her beautiful daughter Jin Feng? The girl frowned. Yoon was still the same. Too frivolous. She was a deadly curse for men. Would he really dare? Yoon asked, "Why not? They have been together since childhood, and nothing like this happened to him." She sighed. "Everything is different now." The guy laughingly suggested that they go swimming together in the Divine Lake to wash away her curse, but the girl got angry. Seeing the girl's fists clenched, Yoon quickly took his leave so that she wouldn't beat him, and she asked him to be careful. Young Yoon quickly disappeared into the deserted night street, and Jin Feng still stood at her gate and silently watched him go. Someone was watching this scene closely from the window of a neighboring house. The girl was so excited that she didn't notice anything, and she and June were being secretly followed by another villain who had come to the village to demand the Xiaopei Yuandong pill. Auntie Wang cheerfully said that there was still hope that their Feng family would be revived with the help of her daughter's childhood friend, Yang Yun. Meanwhile, Yoon returned home and began training. Thanks to the elixir of immortality, the speed of practice increased greatly. In a relatively short period of time, Yang Yuyun managed to reach the third stage of Lianqi cultivation. The guy practiced all night and didn't notice how the morning of a new day had already arrived. The crow of a rooster reminded him that the night had passed. The day came when Chen Qibian was supposed to meet Yoon. And early in the morning, the man appeared in the courtyard of the Yang family's house. The owner of the massage house opened the door to Jun's room and told the gentleman that today was the day of their meeting, and he was looking for a master. Just at that moment, the guy was finishing his practice. His entire room was filled with golden streams of powerful energy. Chen was taken aback by this wonderful skill. He had previously thought that Yoon was at the Anjin level, but he turned out to be a Xiantian level practitioner. The disciple fell on his face, apologizing for his rudeness. Yoon said that Chen did not need to do that, since Yang was not Qibian's respected grandfather. Yoon ordered the disciple to get up. He would give him some advice. The stunned Chen thanked the master for such mercy to him. The guy told the student to take off his clothes and eat the pill. Chen was stunned. Is the gentleman really homosexual? Is this the price for Anjin? But since it so happened that Chen wants to raise his current level of cultivation, he will have to fulfill the master's demands. Chen Qibian began to slowly undress. Smiling strangely, Yang Yuyun indignantly asked the student what he was thinking about. He explained that he wanted to transmit his inner strength to him through his palms to help him reach Anjing faster. Chen felt his blood vessels pulsating with Yun's pure, profound strength. His Mingjin was clearly being reborn. Disciple Yang Yun's heart began to beat surprisingly fast, and energy flowed through the man's body with a new and enormous force. Yun concentrated and constantly monitored the student's condition. He filled him with the inner strength that he lacked. Chen Qibian couldn't believe that he was breaking through to a new level. He had been trying in vain to do so on his own for 10 years. And so the owner of the massage house realized that he was at the first stage of Anjing. It was ready. It had finally happened with the help of the master. Meanwhile, another mercenary was hiding near the village, tracking Yang Yun, eavesdropping and spying on him. And then he saw a huge energy pillar above the Yang family's house, and the killer turned his head in surprise in that direction. He asked in surprise, was this really the breath of inner strength of someone who had just reached Anjing? Where did such a master come from? Yang Yun immediately sensed the killer. He exclaimed, "What a brutal aura! Someone who masters ancient arts is coming here." Chen asked the master if this killer had come for the master. Most likely, he had been sent here by the offended members of the Ma family. In the morning, Yang Yuyun and his disciple tracked the mercenary by his aura. They found the assassin in a grove near Shangyangcun village. The stranger chuckled. That was not bad. They were still able to spot him despite all the covert measures he had taken. The guy who looked very much like Rakshasa frowned. He didn't plan for this kid to discover his hiding place here so quickly. He extended his hand and offered to give June the recipe for the Xiaopei Yuandan pill, and then they would be preserved as complete corpses. Chen Qibian attacked the insolent man with a whip, exclaiming, "How dare he speak like that to a great master of unprecedented strength?" The guy easily dodged Chen's attack. It felt like this person was much stronger than the one who came to Yun before him. The mercenary grabbed Chen Qibian's whip with incredible dexterity and yanked it sharply, seizing the initiative. Chen followed his weapon into the air, and the assassin from the western region of the country also headed there. The secret assassin struck Chen hard, causing blood to spurt from the man's mouth, and he was seriously injured in the attack. Yang Yuyun saw that his disciple was seriously injured and needed urgent help. Otherwise, he might die from his injuries. He called out to the student, but he replied that the master should not worry about him, but concentrate all his strength on the enemy. Chen warned the master that the enemy was a master at the 4th stage of Anjing. The assassin asked Yun if there was time to worry about others. The guy realized that things were bad. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, and Chen was still wounded. Despite his wounds, Jun's apprentice once again used his whip to help his young master. The whip wrapped around the killer's arm and restricted his movements. He growled, "You can still move, not bad after all. You just reached Anjing." Chen said to Yun, "This is an assassin practitioner of ancient martial arts, an asura of the western regions. We can't handle him. We need to leave." Yang Yun was surprised. It turns out that Rakshasa was also an asura. Their clothes are very similar, but what connects these two is very interesting. Asura shouted at Chen that he was talking too much, so he would kill him first, and threw his sharp war dart at him. The wounded Chen Qibian looked at the approaching tip of the deadly weapon in confusion, wondering if he was really destined to die here. Another moment, and the dart would have stuck into the eye of the student Jun. But at the last moment, the boy grabbed the weapon, thereby saving Chen. Yang Yun told the killer that he was his opponent, that he was the one who killed Rakshasa, and that he also had the recipe for the pill. The mercenary's face twisted with anger. He asked the guy what he was saying. Was it really he who killed his beloved little sister? Yun shouted at the enraged killer to follow him if he wanted revenge, but if he hesitated, he would be left with nothing. Asura growled in response that he would tear the impudent boy's corpse into small pieces, and even that would not be enough for the death of Rakshasa. Chen cursed. He didn't expect the master to encounter an asura in such a place. If only Qibian was stronger. Jun's disciple clutched his chest, feeling the effects of the blow. The man really hoped that the master would be okay. Meanwhile, Yang Yun flew at high speed through the forest as far away from his home village as possible, leading the killer into the mountains. The angry asura did not lag behind, driven by a wild desire to quickly take revenge on the boy for the death of his dear little sister. Yun really wanted to lead the enemy as far into the thicket as possible, but he didn't expect that he would catch up with him so quickly. The bastard turned out to be quick. The mercenary flew faster and faster. His movements were like lightning bolts, and his aura became more and more ominous. Having caught up with the guy, the asura immediately attacked his enemy. His blows were strong and deadly, but Yun blocked them. Despite the strongest onslaught, the young man still remained on his feet and did not miss a single attack from his elder brother Rakshasa. Yang Yun chose the moment and counterattacked the enemy, striking him with the enormous force of his energy. The asura covered himself with his hand in surprise. The killer hissed in surprise, but the kid really was strong. If he had gained some experience, it would have been very difficult to defeat him in battle. The blow he received sent the asura flying a fair distance away from Yang Yun, just as his sister Rakshasa had recently done. Yun was barely able to stop the asura's attack. Apparently, his 2nd stage Lianqi was equal in strength to this warrior's 4th stage Anjin. Asura told Yun they were both 4th level Anjing, but the guy had little combat experience. Did his sister really die at his hand? Yun decided to provoke the killer. He said that there was not even a corpse left of Rakshasa. If he had known that his brother would come, he would have left her body. The killer yelled in a rage that the boy probably wanted to die. Yang Yun smiled to himself. The provocation had worked. As soon as the Asura approached, Yun attacked him with genuine chi fire, hoping to get rid of the mercenary in this way. But the killer pushed off the ground and quickly moved away from the danger, loudly clicking his teeth in frustration and anger. He dodged, knocking away the stream of fire that Jun had directed towards him. The Asura very quickly assessed the degree of danger. Yun was surprised that even when he was driven to a white heat, the Asura still remained vigilant. He was much more obstinate than the Rakshasa. Brother Rakshasa quickly hid in the bushes to avoid the fire. But Yang Yun's attack did not cause him any significant damage. Asura thought, "Tricks with fire? Did Rakshasa really fall for this trick?" And the boy is not as simple as he thought. But he is still inexperienced. Yun assessed the opponent too fast. The genuine fire chi could not absorb it, which meant there was only one trump card left. Asura shouted to the boy that if he gave him the recipe for the Xiaopei Yuan Dan pill, then perhaps he would let him live. Yang Yun replied that if the Asura had changed his mind about avenging his sister's death, then let him come out of hiding and approach him. Asura shouted that he had lied to the boy. The killer of his younger sister Rakshasa must pay with his life for her life. The guy was stunned. Did the mercenary really dare to launch a frontal attack? Considering his speed, it would be very difficult to handle. As he approached, the Asura threw 2 shurikens at Jun, the deadly weapons flying towards the boy at incredible speed. These rotating triple blades were supposed to cut off both of the guy's hands and slash his chest. Then, he would no longer be able to resist. A pouring rain began to fall in the grove. Drops of water rustled peacefully on the leaves. Everything became quiet, as if there had been no battle here. Chen Qibian, trembling with weakness, looked for Yun. He thought that this must be the place where the Lord was fighting the Asura. Coming out into the clearing, the man almost stepped into a large pool of blood. He looked around in confusion, trying to figure out whose blood it was. A little further away stood a dark figure with a sword in his hand. His aura was blazing. Chen was confused. It was his young teacher. Yang Yun calmed his disciple down, telling him not to worry. That dangerous guy, the Asura, was already dead. He had killed him. Chen Qibian was stunned by the powerful pressure emanating from this sword. What kind of weapon was this that possessed such terrifying power? In the first seconds, the man did not even dare to approach his master. Such a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Finally, he came up and exclaimed, "What a magnificent sword!" The pressure coming from the master's body was simply incredible. The boy extended his hand towards the student, and it seemed to him that a giant was reaching out to him. Chen was a little intimidated by such strength, but Yang Yun suddenly smiled and asked what Chen was talking about. What other magnificent sword? The man did not immediately find what to answer him. Yun asked why Qibian was so seriously injured. Didn't he take the pill? Chen explained that he reached Anjing and didn't take it. Jun frowned and exclaimed, "If the disciple does not take the pill he gave him, then let him return it and not ask for it again." The frightened Chen Qibian immediately threw the pill into his mouth and hastily assured the teacher that he was taking it. It was his mistake. Yun answered, "That's right. This medicine can not only help in breaking through, but is also extremely useful for various kinds of injuries." He stated that if Chen Qibian followed him, such medicinal pills would be nothing more than a trifle to him. Chen thanked him for the favor and said that he was ready to make any sacrifice for the master. Yun ordered him to take care of his family members. The disciple asked how Yun managed to deal with the Asura from the western region, known for his cunning and enormous strength. Just when the Asura thought he had succeeded, Yun summoned a sword from the neighboring universe and sent a wave of dark energy against the assassin. If Yun hadn't done this, he would have been dead. But Chen Yu said that he used one secret move to finish off the Asura. Chen gritted his teeth. There was a huge gap in strength between him and the master. How could he, Qibian, not be ashamed to boast that he protected his family? Yun told Chen that he wanted to invest money in turning Shangyang village into a tourist center, and whether he was willing to help him. Chen was amazed that Yang was looking confidently to the future, deciding how to increase income and improve the lives of the village population. Actually, Yun is just a historian. It's an occupational disease. He just wants to protect the ancient relics of his village. The student exclaimed, Besides, the village can be used as a base for cultivation. The county is very conveniently located. The village chi is indeed richer than the city chi. The relics on Mount Holong and the Divine Lake are proof of this. There are still many valuables here. Yoon completely agreed with Chen, the man said cautiously. He thought that the costs of this investment would be very high. June noticed that he hadn't been keeping track of his income lately. The Chen family owned a construction business, and he was willing to help. Yang Yu-yoon looked at the account balance and asked the student if this amount was enough. Chen's eye almost popped out of surprise. Chen Chibian fell to his knees and exclaimed that he had underestimated his master. He should kill the unworthy disciple 10,000 times. If the master agrees, then the Chen family can employ builders. Yoon was delighted, in which case he would hand over this matter to him. The student bowed and assured that he would not disappoint the master and would begin to officially follow Mr. Yang's plan the following day. Kibian left, warning that he would send someone here tomorrow to make preparations and immediately report the results to the master. Yoon noticed that there were many difficulties on the path of self-cultivation. Now, he finally had excellent land for practice. It's only been a few days since Yoon returned to Gu County, but he already misses his beautiful boss a little funny. Meanwhile, the Heilong mountain range lived its own isolated life, and there really was a lot of interesting things there. Sable Yan Uni sat behind an old, thick tree and closely watched what was happening in a small gorge. The little animal looked out from behind a tree and squeaked in confusion. It seemed he had finally found what he had been looking for the last few days in these ancient mountains. Near the huge cave, two monkeys stood guard, armed with some strange sticks, and the sable was surprised. An alluring aroma emanated from the cave. The animal's mouth began to water, and it squeaked dreamily from behind its hiding place. Now it's time to go back a little to understand what the sable is doing here, and how it ended up in the Heilong Mountains in Gu County. 3 days ago, a rather funny event occurred in Yang Yun's country house, which the guy himself did not like to talk about. Sai led the student to the toilet and ordered him to jump in. The guy didn't believe that his sable was there. It was probably a joke. He chuckled. This is a teleportation portal. If Yoon does not go there, then the sable that has achieved wisdom will never come out. The guy grimaced in disgust. It was impossible to get in there. He wouldn't be able to climb into his own toilet for the rest of his life. She asked why there were so many unnecessary words. He pushed the student, ordering him to get down. Yoon cursed. Worthless old man. The guy flew into the portal in the toilet with a scream and found himself in a strange space that resembled zero gravity. Soon a light appeared ahead. Something was flickering against the light background. Yoon was delighted. It was probably a sable. He called out to it. But when the guy flew out of the portal, it turned out that in front of him sat a 500-year-old ginseng from which Yoon had torn off a piece. Young Yoon gasped in surprise. But if the ginseng was here, then where did it end up? Did the old man really throw it into the vessel of the universe instead of himself? He looked around. There were herbs growing around that he had collected in different places, including on Mount Yawan. Well, for sure, he was inside the vessel. The guy cursed and asked, "You worthless old man, can you make a teleportation portal properly next time?" Yang Yun realized that he could plant even more medicinal herbs here. This was a very good place. It was a pity that the space was limited. And then he saw his sable. The little animal was eagerly devouring the cherries Yoon had collected and squealing with delight and appetite. The guy yelled, "Hey you, food lover, don't run everywhere. I had to flush down the toilet to find you." Yoon continued to yell at the frightened animal that if it liked it here so much, no problem. Next time he would put it out. Although Yang Yoon was very formidable, he never expected that the sable would get scared and simply run away, like any forest animal. Sable jumped out of the vessel of the universe again and found himself straight in Gu County, not far from Yang Yoon's home village in the Heilong Mountains. This is how the sable ended up in the densely forested Heilong Mountains, and was now watching two strange monkeys. The little animal imagined how he could now easily deal with these two primates, quickly beating them up. Having decided to distinguish himself, the sable rushed with a battle cry at two monkeys armed with sticks, who were very surprised by the appearance of the animal. Sable tried to hit the monkeys with his short paws, but he was too small for such tall opponents. One of the cave's tailed guardians simply grabbed the little animal by the head and the funny fight ended with the sable losing. The monkeys glanced sideways at the cave, exchanged cheerful glances, and immediately understood each other. The appearance of the sable made them very happy. The cave guard stuffed a sour, juicy fruit into the animal's mouth and tied its long, strong body very tightly with a strong rope. The sable's paws, tail, and chest were tied as if he were a juicy sausage. He couldn't even move because of these bonds. The little animal squealed menacingly, asking the shaggy misunderstandings to immediately let him go, because he was the pet of a formidable master, a strong man. But the monkeys did not listen to the menacing beeping of the little animal. They tied his little body with ropes so tightly that he howled in pain. The monkeys' imaginations were already drawing them a delicious dish of fried sable, decorated with all sorts of spices. They tied the ends of the rope with which the sable was tied to a thick stick and hung the animal over the fire, intending to roast it. At that moment, Yang Yun flew out of the vessel of the universe after his pet and unexpectedly landed next to the monkeys. Seeing that some primates were about to roast and eat his smart little animal, the guy immediately dealt the tailed creatures several blows. The monkeys' shaggy heads were covered in bumps. They were no longer interested in the tasty sable dish, but rather in saving their lives. Looking at the tightly bound and sadly hanging animal on a stick, Yoon grinned. These guys know how to have fun. Yoon quickly untied the crying sable, saying, "I finally found you. Let's see if you dare to escape next time." The little animal sighed with relief and sincerely thanked its savior, bleeping eloquently in response to Yang Yun's sarcastic words. Suddenly, the guy smelled the smell coming from the cave. He was surprised. Wow, such a strong aroma of alcohol. Where could alcohol come from here? Yang Yun entered the wide cave that had previously been guarded by monkeys. This time, the sable tried to keep up with its master. Soon, the boy saw a majestic throne on which sat a richly dressed, half-decayed skeleton covered in a network of cobwebs. Yun was surprised. There were more ruins here. He stood in a huge stone hall, and flowers were still blooming near the throne. He came closer and took a closer look at the human remains, and the sable immediately rushed to the source, which was where the smell of alcohol was coming from. Yang Yun bowed to the skeleton and said, "Don't blame me, older generation, younger generation. I had no intention of disturbing your peace." As soon as Yun said these words, the remains of the ancient ruler crumbled into dust and disappeared, as if the man had found peace. Now, instead of a clothed skeleton, there was only an outfit on the throne, and a small plate with some signs glowing green. The boy reached out and took this bright plate in his hand. He wondered if this could really be the legendary jade tablet. June didn't know why he was so attracted to this small object. He looked at it and tried to understand what signs were there. The tablet lit up and Yoon heard, "If you can see this jade tablet, then I have already rested in the posture of contemplation." Yoon saw a man. He said that his name was Sikong Yuan. He was an alchemist from Shanghai. He came here to find a cure. The alchemist was looking for a way to rid his body of poison, but he couldn't find it. Whoever the guy was, he would receive an inheritance. Sikong Yuan leaves Yoon 3 immortality pill recipes and several spiritual stones. But he has one request for the boy. He must go to Shanghai and find the girl Xia Chan in the Palace of Snow and Ice and dissuade her from revenge. Let her just live. The alchemist touched June's forehead and said that this was his last gift to the young heir, and directed the transfer of power. Yang Yun grabbed his head and screamed. He felt like his head was about to explode from what the alchemist had put in there. It was already midday outside. The sun was shining brightly in the clear sky, but unpleasant events were happening in Yang Yun's home village. In a secret room, the beautiful Jin Feng, Yoon's childhood friend and close friend, sat tied hand and foot. The trembling girl exclaimed that the man who came to their house was not the famous doctor's son at all. He had simply deceived them all. The man in the white coat drew some medicine into a syringe and laughed that he was much better than the famous doctor's son. Tears welled up in the frightened girl's eyes. She asked in horror what the doctor was planning and screamed at him not to come near. Meanwhile, young Yu Yun was still in the depths of Mount Helong in Gu County, having just recovered from the alchemist's gift. Soon, the boy's consciousness completely cleared up. Sikong Yuan disappeared, and Yang Yi Yun again found himself alone in the huge stone hall. He dropped to one knee before the alchemist's throne and asked in surprise what it was. Some mechanism clicked quietly. The stone floor in front of the throne began to move apart, revealing to June a secret space hidden from everyone else. The guy looked inside and saw 3 scrolls with recipes and a box with 3 very large iridescent stones. Yoon was surprised. These were precious stones, and such large ones, probably very expensive. He extended his hand to the box with stones, but, to his surprise, the vessel of the universe immediately pulled these stones into its space. The guy didn't even have time to touch them. Yang Yun looked at the vessel in surprise. It had clearly begun to change as soon as it absorbed the stones left by the alchemist. The guy looked into his vessel of the universe and was amazed. The space inside the vessel became so big. How could this be? Yuan Tianxi explained. There are a couple of low-quality spiritual stones and 1 medium-quality one. The medium one can refine the vessel. Master Yang Yunyun explained that 2 low-quality stones would now be suitable for the boy to speed up his progress and increase his strength. Yun was furious. The master probably wanted him dead. He was already about to erect a tombstone for this unrecognized deity. Sai was surprised, but there are so many medicinal herbs here. It would be a sin not to take them. If we leave them, they will simply go to waste in this cave. The guy caught the scent again. At the bottom of this wine, there are fruits guarded by monkeys. Could this really be the legendary monkey wine? Yang Yun didn't think that monkey wine actually existed. It was a great fortune. He could even feel a slight taste of spiritual power. Yun dipped his finger into the wine. It must have been all that Sikong Yuan had saved up. A whole pond had formed, and he had probably tamed the monkeys too. The guy thought, this is not bad. He needs to figure out a way to take some of this decent supply of monkey wine for himself. Suddenly, June heard a message on his phone. He interrupted his thoughts about his healing supplies and picked up the phone. The message came from Jin Feng's phone, telling June to bring the pill to the address. Otherwise, his girlfriend would die. Seeing the photograph, Yoon cursed. Could this really be the miraculous healer's son? The guy didn't even know that he had completely different plans. Yang Yuyun immediately rushed to the village, mentally begging Sister Jin Feng to hold on a little longer. He was already flying to her aid. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly near the stone throne of the alchemist Sikong Yuan, as if something had suddenly stopped him there. The guy looked at the clothes that the owner of this cave left for him and thought, I'll take these clothes as the owner of the spiritual stones. The only lamp in the room hung above Jin Feng, who was bound hand and foot, and the girl sat in the middle of the room, right under the lamp. The doctor who had captivated her said that the guy was taking too long, that he had no strength left to wait. So he would now play a little with the girl. The man took out a knife and smeared it with some kind of viscous liquid. Jin Feng watched this very strange doctor with horror. He told the captive with a smile that the knife was completely saturated with poison, and that one cut was enough to kill her instantly. The fake doctor lightly licked the poisoned knife and stared at the frightened girl, who was staring at this idiot with all her eyes. Suddenly, he began to foam profusely at the mouth and groaned pitifully that he was dying, sprawled at the feet of the stunned girl. A couple of minutes later, the man raised his head and cheerfully informed his captive that he had deceived her, and that the foaming at the mouth was just a trick. Jin Feng looked at this weirdo and thought, "It looks like this man is sick. How terrible. It seems like she was kidnapped by a madman." The fake doctor's son rose from the floor and brushed the dust off his clothes. It was obvious from his white coat that the floor hadn't been washed for a long time. Seeing the girl's serious face, the man asked in surprise why she wasn't laughing, since he had just played a great joke. He swung the knife at Jin Feng and exclaimed that since she didn't want to laugh, then he would have to make her cry bitterly. The captive was scared. Was this idiot really going to torture her by inflicting many small but very painful wounds? The pseudo-doctor waved his knife and hit something very close to the girl. She flinched, and the man shouted at her to cry. It turned out that he had stuck a knife into a large, juicy onion, from which juice spurted, and the man asked how the girl liked the onion. At that moment, the door to the room flew open, and Yang Yun stood on the threshold. The captive and her tormentor simultaneously turned towards the entrance. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked Yang Yun what he was doing here, whether this madman had really lured the guy here on purpose. Yang Yun growled in anger. "You bastard! What did you do to Sister Jin Feng? How dare you touch this girl?" The fake doctor exclaimed joyfully. Oh, the magnificent Yang Yun has finally come. They were already tired of waiting for him and were bored. The man smiled and told Yun to give him the Xiaopei Yuandan pills. Otherwise, his beauty would take a long time to die. But before the doctor could finish speaking, the guy punched him in the face. The doctor's glasses shattered into pieces and blood splattered. The doctor lost his footing and flew away from the enraged guy, spraying streams of his own blood from his nose along the way. The man somersaulted several times and crashed into the wall of the room with all his might. Yang Yun was sure that he was finished. But the fake doctor quickly rose to his feet and noticed, wow, the 4th level of internal strength. The pills have already tempered the body so much. Yun clenched his fist and his eyes flashed as he attacked his opponent again, growling that he would never see how the body was tempered. The opponents clashed again, but this time the pseudo-doctor didn't fly back to the wall, but blocked the guy's blow. Yun was surprised. The one who was pretending to be a doctor pulled off his mask and wig and noticed that the guy was underestimating him. Was that really all his power? Young Yun was shocked. This guy was able to catch his fist. Could it be that another mercenary had arrived to eliminate him here? The mercenary hit Yun and threw him away. The young man flew back but was able to stop. He realized that he was facing a worthy opponent. The killer quickly took off his medical gown and doctor's suit and threw them aside as an unnecessary and superfluous disguise. He stated with disappointment that he had thought that defeating the Shulo siblings required a high level of skill. The killer warned that he would torture this girl so much that she would not want to live. Time is short, so she had to give up the pills or her life. Yang Yun shouted that the guy was dreaming too much and dealt him a strong blow. But he deftly dodged another attack. He carefully watched his opponent, his movements and mannerisms, looking for a convenient moment for his counterattack. Yun tried again and again to strike the offender Jin Feng. At that moment, the mercenary was able to very deftly throw a cord onto the guy's hand. Pulling the ends of the thin rope, the mercenary quietly said that he had finally caught the young man, and now he couldn't escape him. Yun gritted his teeth. He knew that this rope wouldn't catch him. But the guy really turned out to be an extremely clever bastard. And the guy cheerfully said, "There's no need to resist. You can't get out of my rope. It has caught many masters for me." Yang Yun jerked his hands, and the mercenary's favorite rope shattered into pieces. He couldn't believe how the boy could do this. But suddenly a shot rang out, and Yun's chest was burned by the shot. He looked at the door in surprise, arched his back and froze for a second. A girl stood in the doorway of the room with a pistol in her hands, light smoke coming from the barrel. She quietly appeared and fired. Yang Yun swayed and fell face down on the floor of the room. Clouds of dust rose up. Everyone present were sure that he was dead. Jin Feng desperately called out to her childhood friend, tears streaming down her face. It couldn't be that Yun would die so easily. Wang Yilin asked, "Cheng Baiqian, do you think it's funny to drag out something that can be resolved with just one well-aimed shot?" The guy winced. Wang Yilin was so boring. He asked her if he could play a little longer. Otherwise, it would be too boring. But Yilin reminded him that their mission was to kill Yang Yun. Bai Qian snorted that she was so cruel that she would always be a prostitute. Jin Feng cried bitterly. She shouted that the vile murderers would pay for this. How dare they shoot her brother Yun? Cheng Bai Qian smiled. "Oh, I forgot about the beauty. Yang Yun died, so she shouldn't linger either. Although, of course, it's a pity." The brother of the head of the clan of assassins' eyes gleamed. He asked the captive, maybe they could still play. What difference did it make? She was going to die anyway. Jin Feng's eyes were filled with horror, and she screamed, "No! If they want to kill her, then let them kill her right away, without any unnecessary suffering." But Bai Qian took one of the girl's slender legs in his hand and brought the feathers to her foot, and she moaned for them to let go. The Stoneflower clan assassin burst out laughing, saying, "Let's see if the captive will laugh this time. No one has ever been able to hold back." Suddenly, Bai Qian felt someone put a hand on his shoulder, and he was confused about who could have appeared there unnoticed. The boy turned around and screamed in horror that Yang Yun had risen from the dead and had come for him as an angry, vengeful ghost. Yang Yun, who had come to his senses, dealt a strong blow to the brother of the head of the stone flower. The boy retreated in confusion, and Yun attacked again. Bai Qian tried to counterattack with his legs, but Yoon calmly blocked the blow, as if he were swatting away an annoying fly. Cheng Baiqian asked the young man in surprise why he didn't die, since everyone saw that Wang Yilin had shot him in the heart and he had fallen. Looking sideways at the girl, Baiqian didn't understand when Wang Yilin had passed out. Things were bad. The guy turned out to be very difficult. The guy shouted that June was a real devil and used his favorite leg trick. But June was ready for it and defended himself. After the unsuccessful attack, Cheng Baiqian rolled over several times and found himself next to his unconscious companion, Wang Yilin. He quickly took the loaded pistol from her hands. Now he was ready to agree with his stern companion and shoot Yoon. Baiqian turned around and quickly fired at the youth, whom he could not defeat with ordinary martial arts techniques. Yoon saw the bullet flying towards him. Everything was like in slow motion, but those split seconds were enough for him. Cheng Baiqian saw that the bullet had hit his victim, which meant that young Yoon would definitely die this time and would never be resurrected. He told Yoon that this bullet was designed specifically for martial artists, so his Tubushin technique would definitely not work. But to Baiqian's surprise, the bullet flattened against Yoon's clothes, as if it had crashed into a very strong bulletproof vest or a steel wall. The flattened bullet flew off Yang Yoon and rolled across the floor of the room with a clang. It looked like a crushed, empty beer can. Yoon's aura flared with unprecedented energy. He asked with a grin, "What other Tubushin?" However, the guy's horizons are limited. Yoon promised to open Baiqian's eyes, but he was perplexed. He always thought that there were no masters in the world who could stop a bullet. So, my brother was telling the truth. And the boy also has a technique for summoning things out of nowhere. And he really is a master of ancient martial arts. Brother warned that if you meet a master who is not afraid of bullets, the battle could take an unpredictable outcome. So run. Young Yoon told the brother of the assassin clan leader that if he came to kill him, then he should also be prepared to attack back. Baiqian declared that if Yoon killed him, the younger brother of the head of the Boneflower assassins, he would not have a peaceful life. But this warning did not stop young Yoon. He struck Cheng Baiqian with a sword from the bottom of the Lake of Goddesses, and blood gushed out from the guy's chest. After dealing with Jin Feng's kidnapper, Yoon calmly said that there was no need to worry. He would kill the entire Stoneflower clan. Then he heard Wang Yilin call out to him, pointing a gun to Jin Feng's head and warning her that she would shoot her. She offered him to choose who would die, he, young Yoon, or this girl. One move and she would cut off half of her head. Wang Yilin ordered Yoon to drop his sword and take off his clothes right now so that she could shoot him without any extra body protection. She growled. If he pulled any tricks, then, at worst, she, Yilin, would die along with this pretty girl. Young Yoon cursed and asked the girl not to shoot Jin Feng. She was not guilty of anything. He would do everything as she said. He released his formidable sword from his hand, and it began to fall smoothly to the floor of the room. The killer did not take her watchful eyes off it. Yoon wasn't sure that his sword was faster than her pistol, so he had to agree that if there was no hope left, he would try to call the master. Wang Yilin, seeing the guy undressing, grinned. "Yes, that's it. Show us your pumped-up, strong body and we'll see." When Yoon unbuttoned his undershirt, the girls saw a perfect male body, young, firm, and very muscular. Wang Yilin opened her mouth in surprise and fell silent. A deep blush of embarrassment appeared on her face. The girl froze in delight. The eyes of the Stoneflower killer sparkled, and the thought flashed through his head that this was the most beautiful body in the world. There were no others like it. Yilin screamed at the guy to stop and take off his clothes, but the deep, bright blush on her cheeks betrayed her feelings. Yan Yoon was surprised that the Stoneflower assassin had such a strange reaction. Had she never seen a naked man before? Yoon laughed. Jin Feng closed her eyes in fear, and Wang Yilin asked the guy why he suddenly became so cheerful. The guy suddenly opened his undershirt and exclaimed that he was so happy because he understood the weakness of the cold-blooded killer. Wang Yin was stunned when she saw Yang Yun naked. She suddenly fell silent, unable to say anything, but only looked. The girl's nose started bleeding from excitement. She swayed and suddenly fainted right next to the frightened Jin Feng. The guy was shocked. The killer was so innocent. She had never even seen a man's body. This is such a disaster. She needs to be tied up and the police called. He understood that leaving her alive would be like declaring war on the Stoneflower's killers. Later, Yoon was going to exterminate them all. Yoon looked at Jin Feng. The poison was already taking effect, but it didn't seem too strong. He needed to go home and find an antidote. Yang Yoon freed the girl and took her to his family's home. He needed to quickly figure out what poison she had been poisoned with. Jin Feng lay on Jun's bed, moaning softly. He realized that the situation was getting worse and that he needed to neutralize the poison quickly. The boy carefully studied the medical treatises he received from his teacher in order to find a suitable treatment technique. Suddenly, the girl stood up and unexpectedly threw Yang Yun onto the bed. The guy was taken aback, then realized that Jin Feng did not understand anything. He tried to call out to her, but she seemed to be in a dream and did not hear anything that was being said to her, or what was happening around her. It seemed to Yan Yun that he had seen something similar somewhere before, and this was definitely his very first adventure and good deed. It was the same when he helped Liu Lingling sober up. His life was also hanging by a thread then. But now Yun is difficult to seduce. Jin Feng whispered that she had been since childhood, but Yun cut her off, suggesting that they first neutralize the poison's effects. But unexpectedly for himself, the guy slightly pushed the girl's hand. She fell into his arms, and he suddenly felt the aroma of her fresh body. He remembered an old Chinese song, a hot summer day, hard-working farmers working hard in the fields. Although the farmers are very tired, they are still happy about the big harvest. This song was usually sung to the spouses at village weddings. Yang Yun cursed. He had almost gone too far. The poisoning situation was much worse than he had imagined. The guy reassured himself, saying that he could do anything. The main thing was to concentrate and choose the right actions and antidote. He imagined himself on the seashore, repeating that he must help the person. And to do this, he must purify his thoughts. Finally, he found a solution. Yoon warned the girl. The poison was stronger than he thought. It would take a little longer. At this very time, Yoon's younger sister Yang Shanshan was sitting in the next room and heard a strange noise behind the wall. The girl listened, trying to understand what these sounds were. What was happening now in the room of her older brother Yan Jun? Suddenly, she realized with horror that Jin Feng and his brother were there. They were saying such strange phrases that the girl started to tremble. The girl crawled under the blanket and covered her ears. But it didn't help. Jin Feng's moans and sighs kept her from sleeping all night. And finally, the roosters announced to the village that the morning of a new day had arrived, and everyone hurried to get up and leave their bedrooms. Exhausted, Shanshan greeted her brother and Jin Feng. Yoon asked her if she had studied all night again. Was it harmful? After some time, Wang Yilin returned to the Bone Flower Killer Organization's headquarters in the Bone Flower Temple. She knelt down, the leader asked. So Bai Qian died, and she was captured by the police, and the organization had to rescue her. Wang Yilin reported that Yang Yu Yun was an extraordinary person. He could summon objects from thin air, and his sword emitted amazing power. And this guy's clothes can stop a bullet, the boss objected. Her words mean nothing. If she loses, she loses. The head of the organization of hired killers threw a dagger towards the disgraced subordinate and partner of the murdered younger brother. The dagger plunged into the floor right next to the girl. She screamed in fear. Everyone in the organization knew what this could mean. An angry Cheng Baiwan, his eyes flashing, ordered Wang Yilin to do it. It would be better if she did it herself. The girl shouted to the leader. Everything she said was the pure truth. She asked to give her 5 days, and she would deal with Yang Yun herself. She took out a poisonous pill and swallowed it instantly. No one present had time to stop the girl. Yilin said that this rotten bone pill would kill her in 5 days. She begged the head to let her try one more time. The girl promised to take cruel revenge on Yang Yi-yun for the death of the younger brother of the organization's head and her partner Cheng Baiqian. Baiwan realized that Yang Yun-yun had left Wang Yilin alive to declare war on him, but he had killed his brother and would definitely die now. Yang Yu-yun's hospitable grandmother set the table and seated her grandchildren and her guests from their Jinfeng home, and Yun's disciple Chen Qibian. Grandma sighed. Her beloved grandson Yun was leaving so soon. Otherwise, he could have stayed a couple more days in his home. Yun objected. The company had a lot of work to do. And besides, he was also working with other cultural monuments. so he needed to go back. The grandmother promised to give her grandson something special, and Shanshan said that she would soon enter university like her brother. Yang Yun laughed. Of course he would help her, but only on one condition, that she would not interfere with him and pester him. Yun announced that Chen Qibian from Gu County was in charge of village renewal work and had come to stay with them for a while. The man immediately jumped up and assured the gentleman that he would not let him down, and thanked Grandma June for such a warm welcome. Yang Yun was taken aback. Chen reacted so loudly to his words that he frightened everyone at the table. He was too polite. Jin Feng thought. Yun saved her, helped neutralize the poison, took out a sword and clothes like a magician. Is this the guy she knows? By evening, Yang Yun was already in Gudu. First of all, he needed to see his old friend Liu Shiji, and he, of course, was in the office. Ciji was sorting through the documents and cursing. Who had set such a price? There were so many omissions. He couldn't keep track of everything. There is also a shortage of raw materials for the Guyuan drink again. A supplier of medicinal raw materials must be found quickly. Otherwise, production will come to a standstill. The guys shivered, wondering why it was so cold today. It seemed like it was summer outside. Maybe it was because of the air conditioning in the office. Shiji left his office and walked through the spacious office. There was no one else there anymore. Everyone had long since gone home. The guy decided that since all the company employees had left, he should probably close the front door just in case. Just in case. Liu Qiji had almost closed the doors when he suddenly felt that they would not close any further. Something or someone was deliberately obstructing them. Suddenly, a strange creature with glowing eyes appeared in the narrow gap between the doors and hissed menacingly that it wanted to enter. The guy exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, what is this?" He's never seen or heard anything like this in his life. But CG quickly recovered and decided that someone had disguised himself as a sign and decided to scare him. And he immediately struck the impudent man. Yang Yun stopped his old friend's blow and told CG that he hit hard. To his credit, he could probably kill. The guy was stunned. So it was Yun. He returned to the city and did not tell him anything, and even played such jokes on his old friend. Shiji hit Jun on the forehead and shouted, "Does he really think this is funny? It's almost night outside. Even your heart might stop." But CG was even more surprised that Yun stopped his fists so calmly. And Liu had served when Yun had become so cool. Yang Yun laughed, explaining that he wanted to surprise his friend. But he actually had a very serious matter to discuss with Liu Shiji. Still angry, Liu Shiji invited his friend into his office, telling him to come in so they could talk in peace. The owner of the office quickly brewed tea and silently poured Yun a cup of the fragrant, invigorating liquid into a small, elegant cup. But he objected. "No need for tea. I have something better." He asked Sizzy to move away a little, and not to be afraid of what he would do. The guy snorted. He's a soldier and isn't afraid of anything. Maybe he's playing some kind of trick again. Yun smiled and suggested watching carefully. Yang Yun called for the vessel of the universe to come out. And at that very moment, strange streams of energy began to flow throughout the office, and CG was taken aback. Soon the streams turned into an elegant jug and several teacups, all of which sat quietly on the table in Shiji's office. The guy was a little confused about what it was. Did Yun really take it all out of his hand? But that simply couldn't be the case. Yun explained that this was exactly what he wanted to show. A cultivation technique he had recently stumbled upon completely by accident. He asked his friend if he would suggest whether CG was willing to take the path of cultivation. Yun's friend thought deeply about it. Shiji asked if the recipes for the Guyuan drink and the youth pill had anything to do with this, and if so, he was simply at a loss. The guy asked how Yun got such power, and why he chose him since he was a simple soldier. There was nothing outstanding about him. Yun smiled. He couldn't say yet how he got his power, but why he chose him, CG himself should know very well. 3 years ago, before he went into the army, Liu Shiji came to see Jun's grandmother, who was very surprised why the guy was looking for her. Shiji said that he had saved up some money in 2 days, which would probably be enough for Yun's studies, since the family had been struggling since Uncle Guozhang's disappearance. Grandma waved her hands. They will be able to figure out something about the tuition fees. She can't take this money, because Shiji is not rich. But the guy handed the wallet to his grandmother. He and Yoon grew up together. He is like a brother to him. Well, let her think that he, CG, lent him the money. As he was leaving, CG shouted that when Yoon started earning a lot, he would return the money. Grandmother tried to stop him, but he ran away. Yoon heard everything. He knew that CG even quit smoking to save up this money. Then he swore that he would not let Liu down. Yang Yu-yoon added, "Besides, if Shiji hadn't been constantly involved in their company's affairs, they wouldn't have achieved such success." The young man poured a glowing, aromatic drink from a jug and said that this was why he was sure he had to do it. Yoon handed his old friend a cup and explained that this was monkey wine, and that it would bring him great benefits if he just drank it. Liu Shiji noticed that he couldn't even remember the last time they drank together. And Yoon was so busy, always hiding something. The childhood friends raised their small cups filled with the legendary drink and drank it down in one gulp. Liu Shiji immediately felt that something was happening to him. He asked Yang Yi-yoon in surprise what kind of wine it was. What was happening to him? Yoon explained that this is the energy that is born in Shiji's body. One can say that he has already set foot on the path of cultivation. If Liu masters this technique, their company will be safer. Now many are coveting the recipe for the Guyuan drink. They must be able to defend themselves. So Yoon will bring his friend pills and training methods so that he can master the skill. After saying all this, Yang Yu-yoon stood up and said that he still needed to go to the kingdom of Zhao. Shiji tried to stop him, but the guy had already left. Having completed one important task, Yoon hurried to his official place of work, the office of the Zhao Kingdom Company. He thought with a smile that he had been on vacation for so long, and he wondered if his beautiful boss missed him, or if it was just him who missed him. Entering the company office, Yoon was surprised to see that it was full of police officers, all of whom were looking at him attentively. Yang Yu-yoon asked the company president what was going on here. But before Zhao Nan could answer, she was interrupted by Police Captain Ning Ke. The girl, despite her young age, was already a captain in the Criminal Investigation Department. She stated that she had finally waited for June. She immediately grabbed the guy by the arm and tried to throw him to the floor, showing how strong she was and how she dealt with criminals. Ning Ke warned the boy to give in and not resist. But going to the police was not in Yoon's plans at all. Kay was surprised. She has a black belt, but she can't knock him down. This guy has a strong body, which means he is a very good fighter. Zhao Nan reminded the officer that the theft of the ancient painting had nothing to do with him, and that people could not be detained without evidence. But Ning Ke objected. How could an ordinary worker master martial arts? He had definitely been hatching a plan to steal the painting for a long time. The police captain said she didn't need evidence to detain Yang Yoon. She had good intuition, and she believed it. But Yoon, handcuffed, stopped and pulled the captain back. He found the whole story very suspicious. Yang Yoon told the officer that he didn't agree either. She couldn't just detain him. The girl was indignant that he was saying this. She pulled the reluctant Yoon towards her. Kay asked if he knew that the largest underground market for cultural monuments was here. Min was sure that the guy was not on vacation but was selling stolen goods. He tugged at the handcuffs and exclaimed that he was absolutely clean. Because of the sudden jerk, Ning Ke suddenly found herself very close to Yoon. He came to his senses. Oh, he overdid it by accident, but she was fine. Yoon's cheeks flushed and he smiled blissfully, mentally asking, "Is this really a real paradise with beautiful girls?" The captain angrily exclaimed that the guy was a real pervert and jumped back to a safe distance, letting go of the handcuffs. This was exactly what Yang Yoon had been waiting for. He immediately grabbed Ning Ke's outstretched hand so quickly that no one reacted. The guy instantly twisted both of the criminal investigation captain's hands behind his head and held it tightly. Everyone froze in surprise. Ning Ke shouted at the guy to let her go immediately, but he apologized and replied that, unfortunately, he couldn't do that now. The girl tensed, trying to break free. And at that moment, a button flew off her shirt, revealing her underwear underneath. Everyone present gasped in embarrassment. The guys blushed, staring at the young police officer's ample breasts. Ning Ke suddenly remembered how she once asked her daddy if she could become a police officer when she grew up. The father laughed and answered the little girl, of course she could. She would become an even cooler police officer than her father, he was sure of it. He added with a smile that such a smart girl as his Kay would definitely be respected by her serious colleagues. Ning-ki fell to her knees and exclaimed in horror that now she would not get married. What a shame! Her colleagues rushed to their captain. One of the police officers ordered the suspect to be taken away from there. But by that time, Yang Yun was no longer in the office. Deputy Ning Ke noticed Zhao Nan singing cheerfully near the entrance, and was surprised to see who this gorgeous young beauty was. Yang Yun ran away from the Zhao Kingdom Company office as fast as he could. He needed to calmly sort this all out. He cursed silently, wondering who had stolen this painting. He promised that when he found the thief, he would kill him with his own hands. Pulling his hood over his head, Yang Yun carefully approached his room in the university dormitory. No one should look for him here. He quietly opened the door and looked inside. He didn't sense anyone's aura, but it still wouldn't hurt to check just in case. Making sure that there was no one in his room, he sighed with relief and went inside. At least it was calm and quiet here. The guy threw off his hood. There was no point in hiding his face here. He was afraid that there would be a police ambush in his house. Yang Yun was puzzled. The display cases in the kingdom of Zhao were well protected. There was an alarm system. An ordinary person could not get in. This means that the painting thief has good technique. Is he also a master of ancient martial arts? Where does so much of it come from? Yun decided that he would practice and think at the same time. He needed to see what Sikong Yuan had told him when they met. Jun was a little confused. The master had a frightening number of different ancient scriptures. Where was the thing that Sikong Yuan gave him? And then he noticed an unusual book with a green jade alchemist's mark. The guy asked what it was. He seemed to have never seen it. That's right. These are the practices of Sikong Yuan. Yuan Shen Jing has 9 levels. The basis of the first level is the transformation of the power of the spirit into consciousness. With the power of thought, you can sense the state of your body, as if scanning it and seeing what is happening there. The higher the level of Yuan Shen Jing, the greater the field and content of what can be scanned and seen. It's cool. Concentrating, Yang Yun saw that it seemed like a girl was currently taking a shower in the next room and would be coming out very soon. Yun cursed. As soon as she finished washing, she would turn to face him. If only he could scan further away. But when the imaginary girl turned to face Yun, he saw a hairy guy who exclaimed how good it felt after the shower. Yunya felt sick. Wow, how his expectations had been disappointed. And he had already pictured in his imagination a fragile beauty with ample breasts. The guy realized that if he worked harder to master Yuan Shenjing, the results would be better. It was a very useful technique. Yang Yun remembered that he still needed to make a pill using the means he had obtained. There was a lot of work to do and very little time. He quickly took the great alchemical furnace out of the vessel of the universe. There was no time to waste. He still needed to find the stolen painting. To make the Rainbow Dragon Pill and Tempering Pill according to Sikong Yuan's recipe, medicinal herbs from the mountain monastery are needed. But with the Strength Cultivation Pill, it's more difficult. Yun decided that when he finished with the pills, he would go to Zhao's office again. Maybe he would find something. The guy approached the office of the Kingdom of Zhao. Strangely, there was no security. Did the police really not think that Jun might return? It's good that Yun has the keys to the company, but he didn't need them. For some reason, the door was unlocked. Very strange. Yun turned on the flashlight and carefully walked around the office, looking around and examining the historical treasures on display. One of the display cases was broken into. It must have been the one that was robbed. When suddenly the guy noticed that there was something inside the case. He reached out and picked up a small piece of paper folded into a tube, wondering what it was. If it was some kind of message. It was a note from Zhao Nan. She wrote that she knew he was an unusual person, but she still hoped that he would not do this. The company's president reported that she sent the police because she wanted to check everything herself, and he did the rest himself. Yang Yun chuckled. Well, they thought of everything. So what should they do now? Someone clearly wants to set him against Zhao Nan, that's clear. Suddenly, the drawing of the vessel of the universe on the young man's hand began to glow. Something was clearly happening inside, but here's the thing. Yun looked at his hand in surprise. It was strange. He hadn't activated the vessel, which meant that someone was trying to get out, most likely his friend the Sable. Meanwhile, in one of the hotels, the robbers were admiring the stolen famous painting by the renowned artist Yan Liben. The guy exclaimed, "This is the 24 Ministers of Lingyan Ge, the original." The girl was amazed. So cool. She didn't expect it. The girl proudly puffed out her chest, all thanks to the fact that she had so brilliantly gotten inside and taken this rare painting. The guy objected. No, it was all thanks to his brilliant plan. So the girl shouldn't get cocky. She was just an executor. Yang Yuyun told them, "You both have unrivaled skills. One can only admire you," they happily confirmed. And then it dawned on them. They were in a strange room. They turned around and exclaimed in horror, "Who the hell are you? And how did you manage to get in here?" The thieves who stole the painting in the kingdom of Zhao clenched their fists. The guy quickly pushed off the floor and rushed at the calm Yan Yun. The girl screamed, however, "It doesn't matter who you are, but since you know our secret, we won't leave you alive. So know this. Prepare to die." Yun was surprised by such assertiveness. But these two are just amateurs. They are not even able to determine the strength of the enemy. A couple of minutes later, the beaten robbers were sitting quietly on their knees and begging for mercy. Their arrogance had noticeably diminished after the fight. The guy said to Yoon, "If you like this painting so much, you can take it. But please leave us our lives and how you found us." Yoon replied that he had his own methods. Did they know that they had stolen something that belonged to his company? They had greatly offended him. In fact, the guy found these robbers thanks to the Sable. He suddenly sensed something and ran out of the vessel of the universe. Eventually, Yang Yuyun found this place. He thought it was just right for him to search. But why did the little animal interfere? The guy explained to Yoon that they were simply carrying out an assignment. They did not want to offend him and were ready to give him this painting. Yang Yuyun asked who ordered them to commit the theft. The guy replied that they have professional ethics. They cannot say. During the fight, Yoon realized that the two were also martial artists, and they had even managed to get past the security system. He took a vessel out of his pocket and said that this was a body-hardening pill for martial arts masters. The guy noticed that it had an unusual smell. The girl realized that this was a rare level-up pill. Yoon explained to them that this remedy was worth much more than the stolen painting. The famous strength return pill doesn't have even half the effect of this pill. He will give it to them if they tell him who hired them. The guy remembered. This is Yan Yun. Everyone on the Master's Forum is discussing that he has a recipe for a pill for returning strength. Yoon objected. He didn't have that recipe. But he had offended the Ma family and 2 families from Beijing, and his sister was also going to study in Gudu. If these 2 are willing to protect his sister, he will provide them with body-tempering pills as thanks. The robber's eyes lit up. This was much more than what the Ye family had offered. They would have a stable income and pills. They dreamed of moving to the 3rd stage of Anjing, and then rising to the very top and living in luxury. Yoon realized it was the Ye family again. It seemed like Boneflower had some connection with those 2 big families, but he would get even with them. The guy apologized to Yoon for his tactlessness. He introduced himself. His name is Tang Long, and this is his adopted younger sister, Gu Siluo. Long presented Yoon with a painting and guaranteed his sister's safety. But Yoon immediately warned that if he was betrayed, the price would be high. The next morning arrived, and young Yuyun decided to make amends for the wrong done by the robbers and return the painting to Jiaonan's company. Throwing the tube with the painting behind his back, he went to the office of the Kingdom of Zhao. The guy remembered that Nan had sent the police away from there yesterday. However, there was a police officer standing not far from the office, and he immediately recognized Yang Yun and informed Captain Ning that a suspect had appeared there. The policeman said that the guy was heading to the Kingdom of Zhao, and he had a tube-shaped object on his back, possibly a grenade launcher. Ning Ke ordered Liu not to do anything and wait for reinforcements. She thought the guy was a petty thief, but he was dangerous. Without encountering any obstacles, Yang Yuyun calmly entered the office of the Zhao Kingdom Company, where the uninvited guests were already sitting. The company president's door opened, and Zhao Nan walked out to the visitors who had come to cause her serious trouble. The man snorted. "Director Zhao, you finally came." The girl apologized to Director Li. She had a conference. Beauty Nan asked the guests what brought them here. They didn't seem to have arranged a meeting with them. Did something happen? The guest said that he would like to look at the painting that he left at their company's exhibition, and whether it would be convenient to show it. Nan reminded that according to the contract, before the exhibition began, in order to see the exhibit, one had to pay $1 million for the security system. She asked why he suddenly decided to look at it. Lee replied, "Just like that. If the painting was stolen, how would Zhao compensate him for it?" Nan told Lee that this was a matter of cooperation and trust between the two companies. Maybe he should think about it again. Director Lee chuckled and asked why all the talk. Here's a check for $1 million. And now Director Zhao has to take it away. He said he trusted her company. But if she continued to interfere, he would think there was something wrong with his painting. Xiaonan broke out in a sweat. She didn't know how else to dissuade Lee from this. He obviously already knew that the painting had been stolen from them. That's why he came. At that moment, the doors opened and Yang Yun came in. He told Lee that his painting was perfectly fine. There was no doubt about it. The guy calmly walked into the office with a painting over his shoulder. He heard the conversation and realized that these two had come here for a reason. He said that if you want to see the painting while it is under guard, then in addition to the fee for the system, you have to pay 20 million in penalties. Nan smiled. Yang Yun, as always, saves her. Lee was furious. He found out that the painting was stolen and this kid was intimidating him. Lee shouted, "Who is this?" If he can see the picture, he will pay not 20 million but 40. Just show him. Yang Yun agreed. Come on, get your money ready. He took out a painting tube from behind his back and put it on the table. Everyone's mouths dropped open. The guy asked everyone to calm down and sit down in their seats. Now he would show that very rare painting of Mr. Lee. And in Ning Ke's imagination, the guy took out a grenade launcher and exclaimed, "There is no problem that an excellent grenade launcher cannot solve." The faces of the visitors to the Zhao Kingdom companies stretched out in horror and surprise. Everyone always thought that this was a reputable company. They looked at the guy with the grenade launcher with fear and didn't know what to do, because they just came to find out if their valuable painting was safe. The detective captain's wild imagination pictured an explosion caused by a guy in the office of the company where he worked. Ning Ke gritted her teeth. Yang Yuyun is too dangerous. The police must use force immediately. It is too late to evacuate people. The deputy asked Ning if he would really enter through the ventilation. She replied, "I have good intuition. He will definitely go here." At the same time, Wang Yilin was secretly making her way through the ventilation. The killer of the stoneflower cursed. There was very little time. Looking down, the girl whispered, "I finally found your company, Yang Yun. It's time to pay with blood for blood." Ning Ke heard a strange sound. She raised her head and saw that the ventilation cover was quietly opening. There was someone there. She warned the others. "Be careful, he came." The guys admired. "Great job, Captain Ning. Now he's caught." Wang Yilin silently jumped out of the ventilation onto the floor. She was sure that there was definitely no one on the technical floor. Seeing the silhouette of the man jumping, Ning Ke shouted, "Don't move, it's the police! Raise your hands up and throw down your weapons." The surprised stoneflower assassin asked where they came from. They certainly couldn't have known that she would go here. Ning Ke cursed inwardly. It was too dark here. She could barely make out the silhouette of this man. Wang Yilin quickly pulled her pistol out of her holster. Well, since there was an ambush here, it meant she needed to quickly clear a path to her target. The mercenary immediately fired several shots in the direction from which the sound of voices and the rustling of bodies of the Gudu police officers was coming. One of the bullets narrowly missed Ning Ke's head, passing very close and cutting off several strands of hair from the girl's head. The captain was amazed at how fast he was. She had no idea that Yang Yun was not only a skilled warrior, but also a good user of firearms. Wang Yilin hid behind a wide pillar to take a breather and figure out what was going on here. She had to appear unnoticed. She didn't understand what the police were doing here. It could be a coincidence. In any case, they shouldn't expose her. The police had had enough of her. Captain Ning ordered the squad to implement Plan A, and the police officers obediently confirmed that they understood their commander. The police began to surround Yilin. She chuckled to herself. It was funny. They couldn't see anything, and they still wanted to surround her. She raised her pistol and thought that she could determine where they were just by the sound of their footsteps. She needed to shoot one of them. Suddenly, she felt the barrel of a gun touch her head. Ning told Yang Yun to lay down his weapon and surrender. Wang Yilin was surprised when she approached, and why the steps of this police officer were not heard. This is strange. Hearing Ning's words, the mercenary realized that she was also looking for Yang Yun. But she couldn't give him up. She had to kill the guy herself. The girl deftly grabbed the police captain's gun and pulled her head back. A shot rang out, and Ning Ke was confused about what it was. Wang Yilin snatched the gun from the criminal investigation captain's hand and delivered a powerful kick to the girl, sending her flying. But Ning Ke had no intention of giving up. She landed and prepared to attack her warlike opponent again. The girl cursed. She lost her gun. Now it ended up with the criminal. This is bad. Now the enemy has more weapons. The Stoneflower assassin shot at Ning Ke again, finding the girl too fast and dangerous. The captain dodged the flying bullet and realized that if the shooter was not stopped, the next time it would definitely hit her. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Ke rushed towards Wang Yilin, whom she had mistaken for Yang Yun again, with the intention of detaining her. But as soon as she approached Yilin and touched her, she realized her mistake. It was not a guy in front of her, but a girl. In addition, Ning noticed on Yilin's body the latest model of Japanese bulletproof vest for women, something she had never seen in person before. The innocent Wang Yilin flushed when the girl touched her body. She sighed languidly, calling Ning Ke a pervert. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Department looked in surprise at the strange killer, who was also such a surprisingly untouchable person. Offended by such unceremonious treatment, Wang Yilin slapped Ning Ke hard, calling her a pervert. The stunned police officers shouted to Captain Ning what was going on, but no one understood what the slap was. Everyone opened heavy fire towards Wang Yilin, but the girl had already managed to hide under the cover of darkness and smoke from the gunshots. The subordinates rushed to the captain, asking if everything was okay with her. No one understood what had just happened, who it was. Qi touched her slapped cheek and gasped. This girl wasn't playing by the rules. Out of nowhere, she suddenly gave her that slap. Ning Ke told the others that she heard a female voice. If it wasn't Yang Yiyun, then who was it? Maybe it was his accomplice. The police looked around in confusion. It was clear that whoever the girl was had already run away. They had lost track of the criminal. Meanwhile, in the Zhao Kingdom office, Yang Yun unzipped the cover and took out the painting he had taken from the robbers the previous night. He laid it out on the table and informed the visitors that he had brought them the valuable exhibit they had been so eager to see. Li asked his expert, Mr. Lin, what he would say, and Lin looked at the painting he provided with a large magnifying glass. The expert concluded that it was definitely an original. Li asked in confusion, but how was that possible since the painting definitely shouldn't be here? Li rubbed his hands and smiled. Apparently, he was the one who was mistaken. Now he sees that everything is fine with the work, which means they can go. Yang Yun reminded Mr. Li that he had promised to pay 40 million in damages because the painting had to be shown. Li asked his companion if he had agreed to 40 million. Lin replied that he had been having problems with his hearing lately. The guy turned on an audio recording of Li's promise and reminded him that, according to the contract, if he didn't pay the penalty, he would be taken to court. Getting a little poorer was nothing to him. But if his reputation suffered, that was a problem. Li grumbled that he would write a check now. Yang Yuyun smiled. That's great. Zhao Nan looked at her employee in surprise, whom she suspected of stealing. She realized that she was indebted to Yang Yun again. Who would have thought that he could handle this situation so cleverly? A spy arrived at the Boneflower Temple to see the head of the assassination organization and reported that Wang Yilin had been defeated again. Cheng Baiwan's eyes flashed with anger and he exclaimed, "What an idiot!" And yet, he considered her a very promising employee. The head of the organization of assassins ordered the preparation of the ship. He decided to take on this matter himself and avenge the death of his younger brother. Yoon's phone rang, and when he saw that it was Uncle Liu's number, he immediately picked it up and greeted Liu Shanhai. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Their youth pill was selling very well, and they didn't have enough raw materials to produce it. Yoon replied that the raw materials for the youth pill were indeed difficult to obtain, But he now had a higher quality pill. Shanghai was amazed. Could it really be even better? Then there was no need to send her anywhere. He would come to the auction himself. Yoon agreed with him. Nan asked, Yoon mentioned the youth pill. Is he really familiar with Liu Shanhai? The guy smiled. The boss is very attentive. He explained that Uncle Liu wanted to hold an auction. Nan suggested doing it in the kingdom of Zhao. They were also doing this. Yoon was surprised. He didn't know that their company had an auction department. The guy told Liu Shanhai about the proposal. Soon, Liu Lingling's father arrived in the kingdom of Zhao, accompanied by his assistants, and he warmly welcomed Yoon and Lady Zhao. Liu Shanhai never expected that Yoon could make better youth pills. The guy really surprised him. Zhao Nan was amazed. So it was young Yi Yoon who made these famous pills, it turns out. The boy has a lot of secrets. People gathered in the auction exhibition pavilion to buy the pill. Several boxes of pills stood on the table. The auction host, Ai Ye, greeted everyone and announced that today they were selling higher quality youth pills. She opened the box and showed the product. Today's pills are not like those on the market. The pharmacist put his heart and soul into creating them. The effect of this product is 3 times greater than that of pills on the market. The starting price is 20 million. Those gathered began to discuss how even a simple version of youth pills already has an amazing effect on ordinary people. Young Yoon realized that despite its effectiveness, the full version of the pills did not enjoy the same approval as the simplified version. Lee asked who they were fooling. The youth pill on the roar already had an amazing effect. Could it be any better? Lin added that there is a shortage of youth pills on the market now. They just want to cheat buyers. But they are not idiots. Yang Yun frowned. These 2 idiots again. And why do they like to cause him trouble so much? He needs to take note of them. The presenter objected. No one is trying to deceive them. There is no need to slander. These have been certified by the inspection body. Lee chuckled, but the triple effect. Is it possible to turn old age into youth? Unless the elixir of immortality can handle it. Qing Feng told her husband that this gentleman's doubts were not unfounded. The effectiveness of the pills should first be proven. Qing Feng's eldest daughter suffered a severe burn as a child. If the pills really have this effect, they will be able to remove the scars. Li and Lin looked at each other with smiles, wondering what would come of this. Those salesmen would surely embarrass themselves with the pill now. Yang Yuyun went to the head of the Murong clan and stated that of course they could demonstrate the effectiveness of their remedy. The guy reminded him that the youth pill was an auction item, and that Mr. Murong Qing Feng would pay for it if it was successful. The spectators whispered. It was Zhao Nan and Liu Shanhai next to this guy. And who is he? He looks completely ordinary. Buyers were surprised that he had really developed a youth pill. So young. And a veiled girl was watching all this. Qing Feng assured that if the pill really had such an effect, he would pay 5 times more for it. And Yoon agreed to this. The guy turned to the presenter and asked Ai to bring them a pill. The girl took the box and headed towards them. Everyone froze. Ai Yi opened the pill box, and Yang Yuyun asked the lady to swallow it. The hand of the eldest daughter of the Murong clan leader was trembling. She took the iridescent ball in her hand and excitedly asked if it would really work and remove these scars. The girl put the miracle cure in her mouth and swallowed it, waiting with bated breath for it to work. Everyone held their breath, not taking their eyes off the beautiful girl's scarred face, her father watching especially closely. Suddenly, the scars began to fall off like some kind of scab, and fresh, smooth skin appeared from underneath them, as if the burn had never been there. The girl looked at herself in the mirror and burst into tears. She again saw herself in the reflection as her true, former beauty. The hall exploded. Everyone vied with each other to offer prices higher than the others. The offer price had already reached 150 million. Li apologized to Yang Yiyun for not showing him due respect. But the boy was doubtful whether he could sell them the pill. Yoon smiled. Well, since they knew each other well, he was willing to give them something else. He had a rainbow dragon pill, a new product. The guy explained that she would make them alpha males. There was nothing like that on the market yet, so they could consider themselves to have received a treasure. Li Lin giggled and immediately swallowed the pills offered by Yang Yun, looking forward to having a lot of fun tonight. The older men froze. waiting to see exactly how this unusual young man's brand new pills would affect them. Suddenly, Lee asked what happened. He felt like all his blood was just boiling. The expert replied, "It seems this is youth." Lin told Director Lee that he was so handsome he had fallen into his net. His heart was fluttering with tender feelings for him. Lee readily replied to Mr. Lin that he also could not resist. They must act as soon as possible. All the auction participants saw and heard the joys of these two. Many recorded it and decided that this mess should be posted online. Meanwhile, the head of the Stoneflower Assassin organization arrived in Gouda, and he noted with a grin that there were a lot of people there. Cheng Bai-wan addressed the one who killed his younger brother, saying, "Your death hour will soon come, damned Yang Yun." The auction finally ended. The remaining pills were sold at record-high prices, and there was a real fight for them. Shanghai told Yun that the effect of this series of pills was wonderful. The guy replied that if there were enough raw materials, he would make more. June smiled. After all, there was no need to worry about Director Lee and Mr. Lin anymore. They had been terribly disgraced. They say that even when they were taken away by the police, they couldn't tear themselves away from each other. Shanghai wondered if Yoon was a demon. Everyone was discussing the results of the unusual auction when a very unusual sweet smell began to waft through the corridors of the building. People asked each other what this smell was, where it was coming from. Who was the source of this wonderful smell? Xiao Nan asked in confusion what was going on. She suddenly felt very dizzy. The head of the company swayed. The guy grabbed the boss, but she immediately lost consciousness, just like all the people who were in the building. Yang Yun ran out into the street. The entire area around the building was littered with people lying down, and some strange smoke was to blame for this. Cheng Bai-wan noticed that the smoke didn't seem to have any effect on Yang Yun, but it might be even better this way. It would be interesting. The guy asked the man in the mask who he was and why he poisoned all these people, if they had done anything bad to him. The head of the Stone Color organization instantly jumped off the roof. Yoon was amazed at how fast. But why was this villain here? Instead of responding, Cheng Bai-wan attacked the guy, dealing him a very strong blow, which the guy was unable to completely block. The leader of the hired killers was surprised that this boy was really so weak, and he had hoped to meet a worthy opponent in him. Yang Yu-yoon was injured. He realized that this was the strongest ancient martial artist he had met so far. Yoon flew back from the blow, but remained on his feet. Since the enemy was so strong, he would have to use his most powerful weapon against him. He took out his sword and told the villain that he was causing trouble again and again, and since he wanted to die so much, he would finish him off. Bai-wan realized that this was the strange, fierce pressure that Wang Yilin had spoken of, so he needed to attack it first. The leader of the killers noticed that the boy really did pull objects out of thin air, which meant that Wang Yilin hadn't lied about that either. And what else he could do? Yang Yun's energy was so strong that with every step he took, he destroyed the asphalt pavement in front of the office building. Suddenly, the girl with the veil said to Yoon, "You are too angry. You can go crazy. Besides, you are not his rival yet." The girl explained that this was the head of the Bone Flower Temple, Cheng Bai-wan, who was at the 5th Anjing level, and Yang Yun at the 4th. The guy understood, which means that the 3rd level of the Qi cultivation period is equal to the 4th stage of the Anjing level. Cheng Bai-wan asked the girl what Dugu Wu Qing was doing here. It was none of her business, so he advised her to get out of here quickly. The head of the assassination organization once again rushed to attack the guy with the clear intention of finishing him off no matter what. But Dugu Wu Qing put up a shield and blocked Cheng Bai-wan's furious attack, protecting him from Yang Yi-yun's attack, and pushed him away. Despite the warning from the head of the Stone Flower, the girl entered into battle against her longtime evil enemy Cheng Bai-wan. A blade flashed in her hand, and Yoon felt that this warrior was no less powerful and skilled than the leader of the hired killers. The girl was a master of cold arms. Her eyes sparkled, and the streams of energy made her appearance very terrifying. Cheng Bai-wan closed himself off to avoid the massive amount of cutting streams of weapons Dugu Wu Qing was aiming at him. The warrior struck the leader of the secret assassins, knocking him back. Bai-wan did not expect such a strong attack from her. Cheng Bai-wan fell onto the pavement, smashing the square into small stones, and he realized that he could die from this furious Wu Qing fury. The girl did not weaken her pressure for a second. She immediately rushed towards the lying enemy, intending to finish him off. But he dodged. The Stone Flower's leader was perplexed. They hadn't seen Dugu Wuqing for several years, and during this time, the girl's strength had increased at lightning speed. He retreated and she advanced, hurrying to finish off her worst enemy, who had caused so much suffering to her family. Wuqing slashed her sword onto the asphalt, sending a slash of enormous destructive power towards Cheng Baiwan. The villain screamed. The attack had succeeded. He was alive but wounded. Now, Dugu Wuqing could definitely deal with him alone. There was an explosion, and the wounded Cheng Baiwan fell, hit by the girl's attack. She understood that her enemy was too strong to die. The wounded Cheng Baiwan quietly asked Dugu Wuqing why she was fighting him when he was not a threat to her clan right now. The girl explained that she now needed Yang Yun's help. And besides, she hadn't liked Baiwan from the very beginning. If Cheng Baiwan wanted to kill June, she would have to kill the head assassin. But suddenly the girl felt like she was getting sick. The girl cursed and sank to the ground, realizing that it was time for an attack of illness. Yang Yuyun asked his unusual protector with concern if she was okay. She didn't look well. Dugu Wuqing mentally cursed the illness. This attack had come at a time when she could have finished off Baiwan. The girl's entire body began to become covered in eerie grayish spots, as if she were already dead. Yun asked if she could get up and what was on her face. It was the first time the guy had seen such strange symptoms of illness. Instead of answering, she took the young man's hand in hers. He was amazed. It felt like he was greeting an ice statue. Yang Yun pulled his hand back. He felt very cold. He was perplexed. His body was emitting cold. Spots appeared on his body. It looked quite creepy. And then he realized that this was exactly what she wanted to ask him for help about. Just at this time, Cheng Baiwan came to his senses and said to the girl, "I didn't think that you hadn't yet recovered from this terrible disease." Yun looked at the Bone Flower leader in surprise. This guy had suddenly become much stronger than before. The girl also noticed this. But due to the attack, it was too difficult for her to engage in battle with Cheng Baiwan again. The assassin leader said to Dugu Wuqing, "Once the poison has taken effect, you won't be able to resist me." Yang Yuyun was puzzled as to why his strength had suddenly increased dramatically, since he had been injured and should have weakened. If Dugu Wuqing is at the 8th stage of Anjing, then he has reached at least the 7th stage of the same Anjing. But how? Wuqing said it was his blood seal magic. The deeper the wound, the greater his power. But she assured that she would still protect Yun. The girl shouted at Cheng that he had colluded with foreigners and that today she would kill him in the name of the Dugu family. Baiwan laughed. After finishing her fiery speech, Dugu Wuqing suddenly fell down, losing consciousness from weakness. Baiwan chuckled. She was probably pretending, he told Yang Yiyun, that no one would bother them now. It was time to pay the bills. Yun gritted his teeth. The 7th stage of Anjing. He was not sure he could win. Maybe he should call the master for help. The killer asked. It seemed the guy didn't think that he had the ability to increase strength in an instant. He could give the recipe and die. June kept repeating, the ability to increase strength in an instant. And then it dawned on him. Exactly how could he not have thought of it? Cheng Baiwan was indignant. Is the kid crazy? What's so funny about this? The leader of the killers saw that the guy took out 3 pills and he asked in fear what they were. The guy replied, secret pills that increase strength in an instant. However, Yun was afraid that his body might not be able to withstand them. Cheng Baiwan rushed towards his opponent, shouting that he shouldn't even dream of doing this. But it was too late. Yun's body literally exploded with energy. He shouted back at the leader of the killers that he was ready to argue with him. The head of the Bone Flower covered his eyes with his hand in horror at how strong the boy's internal energy was. Yun looked at his hand. He felt his body filling with a power he had never known before. He said to Chen with a smile, "Don't think that only you can instantly increase your strength. Don't forget, your junior brother fell at my hands." Baiwan was puzzled. It was strange. Could ancient martial arts masters also release such internal energy? Meanwhile, Dugu Wuqing came to her senses and carefully rose from the ground, feeling extremely weak. The girl looked around. To her surprise, the fight was still not over. She was shocked. Could it be that Yang Yiyun and Cheng Baiwan were still fighting? then it was necessary to help this boy. At that moment, the girl heard familiar footsteps. She turned around and saw her brother. Wu Qing asked Hui in surprise where he was from and how he knew that she would be in Gudu. The guy replied with a smile that he couldn't miss such an interesting performance, and he invited his sister to watch. Dugu Hui noticed that this young Yi Yun was indeed very strong. It seemed that Baiwan was inferior to him in strength. The head of the bone flower realized that things were bad. The boy's internal energy had already approached the very peak of the Anjing level. Cheng Baiwan shouted at young Yi Yun that he was a great master, but they would see each other again. And then the guy would definitely die at his hand. Having said this, the leader of the assassins disappeared. Yun shouted at him not to run away. He was ready to fight for another 300 rounds. But the head of the bone flower ran away, and Yang Yun, with a sword in his hands, was left standing in the empty and silent square. Dugu Hui told the boy, "It was not for nothing that your sister chose you. You possess the great skill of a true warrior." But Yang Yun didn't answer. Brother Wu Qing put his hand on his shoulder and asked if the guy could hear him. Why did he suddenly freeze? Yun replied in a barely audible voice, "Don't rush me. You know how tiring it is to scare people with such great energy." Jun's body almost exploded. It was good that he released enough spiritual energy, but he had to use up 3 pills. Hui approached his sister and carefully asked if she was feeling better. The girl was still sitting on the ground. Yang Yun thanked her for her help and extended his hand, asking if she could stand up. He could help her if needed. Hui hit Yun's outstretched hand and shouted angrily, "Is he blind and can't see that his sister is still weak and needs to rest?" The guy advised Yun not to be arrogant. His sister saved him only because she had a request, but he doesn't trust him and will keep an eye on him. Yun asked the girl if this request was probably about the black spot on her face and the strange coldness emanating from her body. She confirmed that many people say that this is the result of her being crazy about tempering swords. But this is not true. In fact, it is because of frostbite in the forbidden area of Mount Eme, and the greater the strength of Wu Qing, the more corrosive the poison becomes. When she was almost in despair, she discovered Yang Yun's youth pill and decided to try it. Dugu Wu Qing purchased such a pill at the auction and consumed it, not really expecting any effective results. She didn't expect that his pill would be able to stop the growth of the black spot and weaken the effects of the terrible poison. Even though it was temporary, it still gave the girl hope. For many years, she went to famous doctors, but they could not help. Yang Yun was puzzled. This poison was very strange. It would be good if he could find at least something about it in his master's records. She confirmed that this poison is indeed very rare. It is not used on Earth. It can only be obtained in a place rich in spiritual energy. The master noticed that Yang Yun had some unusual luck. But the boy didn't understand what the master was talking about. She asked if Yun remembered the technique of creating yin and yang. She could transform the yin energy of this poison into spiritual energy. The brother and sister did not see the deity, so they decided that Yun was so tired that he had gone crazy, and he asked the master what to do. Yuan Tianxi replied, "The method is very simple, but for Yun, it is necessary to make a sacrifice. Then it will work." The boy didn't understand what kind of victim he was, but the master explained that he could only save her after he had completed dual cultivation with her. Only in this way could Yang Yun absorb the yin energy of her poison, transforming it into his own spiritual energy. The master was confident that Yun would resist, as he would have to sacrifice his own physical form. Yun sighed. Even though the sacrifice was great, he couldn't sit idly by. She cursed. At his current level, the guy wouldn't be able to cope with the poison. The master said that acupuncture of the 5 elements and yin-yang will help temporarily stop the poison. 3 procedures per week are needed. Yun will be able to completely heal her only after reaching the 5th stage. Then he will master the use of the technique of creating yin and yang. The guy told Wu Qing that she could be cured. But right now, his strength was not enough for this. He could only temporarily stop the poison. The girl sighed and said that until he healed her, she wanted to follow him everywhere and protect him. They went to Yun's house. After conducting his investigation, June felt a cold energy wandering through her 8 odd meridian vessels. Yun said that with acupuncture he could stop the poison's effects, and that outsiders needed to leave. Dugu Hui exclaimed that he was not an outsider. He would keep an eye on Yoon to make sure he didn't do anything wrong. The sister glared menacingly at her younger brother, silently ordering him to leave the room. An angry Hui obeyed his sister, telling Jun to behave himself. Yoon asked Wu Qing to take off his clothes so that he could place the needles more accurately. He didn't intend to do anything bad. The girl instantly threw off her clothes. The guy was taken aback. Could it really be like that? Having recovered somewhat, Yang Yu-yoon informed the attractive patient that he was ready to begin the procedure. He unfolded his set of silver acupuncture needles, needing 5 of them now. Dugu Wu Qing looked at the young man's instruments with horror. She had been terrified of any injections since childhood. Yang Yu-yoon chose the needles and prepared to work on Wu Qing's body, and she stared at the needles without stopping. The guy exclaimed, "Let's begin acupuncture of the 5 elements and yin-yang, filling the needles with life-giving force." But suddenly, Dugu Wu Qing grabbed his hand, which had needles in it, and Yoon didn't understand what was wrong with her. She immediately apologized to Brother Yan, saying that she was not ready, and suggested that they continue. The guy replied, "No big deal, let's continue." He was surprised. "She's so strong and afraid of needles. Okay, let's try again." But the second time, nothing worked. Wu Qing hit the guy on the hands again, fearing his needles. Then she asked again to forgive her. She was not ready again, but now she will definitely try. Yang Yoon cursed. He wouldn't be able to stick the needles in at this rate. He needed to think of something to distract her. The guy angrily asked the girl, "Where is Cheng Baiwan from? And does he have anything in common with them?" The girl asked in surprise what Yang Yoon was talking about. She and the leader of the murder organization had never had anything in common. Yoon quickly ran around the girl, saying that Madame Dugu was so stubborn, so she shouldn't even think of blaming him for anything. Wu Qing's cheeks flushed, and she asked Yang Yoon how he could figure her out so easily. Taking advantage of the fact that the girl was finally distracted from the needles, Yoon quickly stuck needles into her back. Wu Qing moaned. She felt as if a hot stream had spread throughout her body, and a chill was spreading through her legs. How pleasant it was. An angry Dugu Hui immediately kicked down the door of the room where the procedure was taking place. He exclaimed, "Yang Yoon, I knew you were planning to do something indecent to my sister." Wu Qing glared at her brother, and he himself saw the needles sticking out of her back. Hui's eyes widened. It was the first time he saw his sister in her underwear, and he was speechless for a second. Dugu Hui laughed and remarked that it was a bit hot today. Let him go and have some tea. Yoon barked that he would have to pay for the door. The next day, Yang Yoon went to his official job at the Zhao Kingdom Corporation as usual. Yesterday, so many people fainted. The news said it was a methane leak. But because of the poison, people don't remember anything. From the words of his brother and sister, Dugu Yoon understood that the Bone Flower Temple was now very strong. As Yang Yoon passed by the girls, he heard them say in unison, "Good morning, Director," which surprised him. The guy shook his head, looking around. There was no one else in the hall except him. He asked the girls in bewilderment if they were calling him the director, since it seemed like there was no one else here. And then Yang Yu-yoon heard the boss's voice. Zhao Nan said with a smile, "Of course they called him the director. Who else?" The pill auction brought profit to the company, and Yoon got the painting back. So now he is the director of the Cultural Relics Department. She hurried the guy. The conference was about to start, so he needed to quickly go with her to the conference room. Nan said that this all happened unexpectedly, so if Yoon doesn't want to be the director, then fine. Just let him say a few words. By the time they arrived, all the other department directors had already gathered. But one person was extra here. Nan asked her uncle in surprise what he was doing here. He was definitely not one of the directors of her company. Xiao Yuancheng asked his niece if she wasn't glad to see him. She said she should have told him in advance. She would have met him. Uncle replied, there was no need for such politeness. He came to check something, apparently because of that bungler she broke up with Yi Kai. Yang Yoon frowned. The Yi family was looming on the horizon again. They couldn't keep up. Zhao Nan was indignant. So what? She never liked Ye Kai, and it was none of Uncle's business. It was her business. An enraged Zhao Yuancheng slammed the table, shattering it into pieces. Everyone gathered, shuddered, and glanced fearfully at the strong relative of the company president. Uncle shouted at Nan that she was spoiled. It was not up to her to decide. This bungler managed to incur the wrath of 2 large families of masters. This guy won't live long. Nan is crazy to want to be with this man. Hearing this, Yoon clenched his fist angrily. Young Yoon determined that the person in front of him was a 6th-level Anjing master, but still stated that he should not be underestimated. Zhao Yuancheng roared, "Brave boy. Oh well, today he will teach this brat to follow the rules." Yoon asked the master to teach this idiot a lesson, but he growled that he was not going to get involved in such trifles. Uncle Nan's eyes flashed, and he shouted angrily that this small piece of trash couldn't hide anywhere. Yan Yun told the old man that if he didn't intercede, his disciple would soon meet his end. Yuan Tianxi stopped Uncle Nan's fist. The master's hand shook with tension. He was unable to move. Zhao Yuansheng didn't understand what was happening. What kind of powerful force was binding his hands and feet and pressing down on him terrifyingly? An unrecognized deity of martial arts hovered over the master, restricting his movements and striking his will. The fighter was filled with horror. Uncle Nan felt like he could barely stand on his feet and suddenly fell powerlessly to his knees in front of the boy. The trembling Yuancheng asked the master to spare him. He never imagined that such a young man could possess such power. Everyone present opened their mouths in amazement. They thought Young Yun was a simpleton, a poor student working part-time. Zhao Nan was puzzled. Her uncle was at the 6th stage of Anjing, but he still fell to his knees. What level was Yang Yun at? The guy told Yuan Cheng why you immediately attack someone who hasn't done anything bad to him. Yun explained that Zhao Nan was his benefactor, so he shouldn't bother her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so kind next time. The frightened Zhao Yuancheng muttered that if he knew that the master had such strength, he would not have mentioned any Yi Ka. Zhao Nan suggested stopping the squabbles and starting the conference since everyone was already gathered and waiting. Yang Yun warned him that since Yuancheng was the boss's uncle, he would let him go this time. But next time, he shouldn't expect that. Uncle Nan assured the boy that he would never again dare to appear in court and cause a scandal with such a powerful gentleman. In the end, the conference did begin. But those gathered were impressed by what they had seen and were not thinking clearly. Yang Yun practiced diligently every day and reached the middle of the 3rd stage of qi tempering. But his progress was very slow. The guy realized that there was a lack of living energy in the place where his house was located, which is why he was moving forward so slowly. She sighed. He was now just a remnant of the original spirit, and his help to Yun was sapping his strength. For the world she comes from, reaching the Jindan level in 3 months is commonplace, Yun said, as there is little vitality here. The master objected. Even here, there might be enough energy to fill the channels. Yun needs to search thoroughly. Shi's consciousness can only intimidate Yun's enemies, but next time, he might not be able to protect his disciple. In addition, the sable essence that Yun subdued is a treasure hunter. There is information about this in the scriptures. Yun agreed. The master speaks truthfully. You can't always rely on him. You need to increase your own strength. The next day, Yang Yun firmly decided to go look for a place to train where there would be more vital energy. Yun and Dugu Wuqing arrived at Gudu, one of the largest real estate agencies. The guy apologized to Wu Qing for forcing her to go with him, but her younger brother Hui was nowhere to be seen. Wu Qing explained that it was her duty to protect Yun, and she left her brother at home. He would only be a burden to them. They went into the agency. Yan Yun approached the receptionist, who reluctantly told the person on the phone that a client had come to see her. The girl smiled dutifully and asked the gentleman how she could help him. He explained to the agent that he wanted to buy a villa near Mount Lishan and asked for some advice. The agent chuckled to herself. "This worm wants to buy a villa," she replied. "The villas there are quite expensive. Will they suit the guy?" Yun waved his hand. Money is not a problem for him. He wants a big yard, and for the villa to be right at the foot of the mountain. The administrator pointed to the girl and advised me to consult with her. She knew more about this. Tang Shuang was very surprised that the gentleman had come to see her. She was new here, only on her 2nd day on the job. The girl was surprised that Yun wanted to go to the villa without looking at the others. She honestly said that something was wrong with this villa. "Several clients have already moved out," Yun smiled. "Tang is very honest, but he wants to see this particular villa." Yun knew that this was the only place that was suitable. No matter what he had to do, he would still look at her. Soon they arrived at the villa, and everyone got out of the real estate agency car. Young Yu-yun looked at the magnificent house and asked Tang Shuang if this was the villa. The guy noticed that the villa had a very suspicious aura. Something was definitely wrong with this house. They opened the wide doors and walked inside. The room was empty, dark, and quiet. The real estate agent said that it was her first time here too. Were there really ghosts here? Yoon replied, "There was no need to scare yourself." Suddenly, a spider descended right in front of Tang Shuang's face, and the girl, whose nerves were on edge, was terribly frightened. The real estate agent closed her eyes and screamed shrilly to be saved, as if she had actually seen a ghost. Dugu Wuqing became wary and looked closely at one of the walls of the villa. There was clearly some movement there. The girl pulled out her sword and, screaming, "Die, evil spirit!" struck the wall of the house with unprecedented force. There was a deafening explosion. One of the walls of the huge villa began to hum and crumble. The sun's rays penetrated through the resulting crack, and Wu Qing cut through part of the house wall with her sword. Yang Yun was horrified and shouted that he wanted to buy this villa. But now it was in such a state. How could he live here? Wu Qing apologized. She thought she saw something behind the wall, and behind the wall her younger brother Hui was shaking and wondering if he should go out. They had already walked around almost the entire house, and Yoon asked where the ghosts were. Everything seemed to be fine. Shuang told the gentleman that they had only missed one part of the villa, the wine cellar. As soon as they went down to the wine cellar, they immediately saw a huge seal on the floor. Yang Yun asked what it was. In fact, the guy recognized the seal. It is a system described in the master's books, usually used to restrain various evil spirits. Yoon heard a rustling sound behind him and turned around abruptly. In the darkness, he saw a pair of glowing eyes. Something behind the guy curiously asked what other formation. What does it all mean? Yang Yu-yun, in a panic, hit his younger brother Wu Qing with all his might, mistaking him for a ghost, and shouted, "Here he is, the ghost of this house!" Yoon shouted angrily, "How dare the ghost scare him? He will kill him now!" Wu Qing also joined in, helping brother Yang. Shuang picked up one of the barrels and also prepared to help, saying that she needed to drive out this evil for the sake of the people. The beaten brother Wu Qing shouted for them to stop. It was him, Dugu Hui. He was a human, not a demon. He didn't need to be exorcised. The older sister angrily asked her brother if she hadn't told him to stay at home. He replied that it was true, but he had met a blue fat man. This fat man came out of the strange door. Hui became curious and went inside. And when he entered, he found himself here. And he didn't want to scare anyone. Jun and Shuang watched the brother and sister squabble. The agent was surprised. So there is such a convenient thing here. Yuan Tianxi told his student that this was not an ordinary formation at all, but a defensive one. And the energy here was very powerful. C felt intermittent energy fluctuations underground. There must be some kind of crypt there. Yoon was horrified. Was he really going to train right above the crypt? How horrible. Wu Qing asked Yoon what was wrong. He smiled and replied, "Everything is fine. They looked at everything. They can go back." The girl apologized and promised to pay for the repair of what she broke. Yoon reassured her. She wanted the best, after all. The guy told the agent that he had decided to buy this villa and offered to come back and sign the contract. The girl was taken aback. Suddenly, from the far corner of the cellar, a piercing scream was heard. It sounded like a man who had been scared half to death. Yoon turned towards the sound and asked who it was, as there shouldn't have been anyone in the house. He immediately rushed to check. Wu Qing and her brother rushed after him. The frightened Shuang asked him to wait for her. All four of them stared in surprise at the girl, shaking like an autumn leaf, in the very corner of the cellar. Wang Yilin whispered in horror that she didn't mean to. She only wanted to kill Yang Yun, and that's all. She didn't want to bother anyone here. Yoon recognized her and asked the assassin from the Boneflower Temple what she was doing here and what had scared her so much. Dugu Wuqing asked Yoon if he knew her, and he explained that she was the assassin from Boneflower who wanted to kill him. But Yoon didn't understand why Wang Yilin had become like this. What had happened to her? Was there really something here? Dugu Hui chuckled. Yes, they were also afraid. If there really was a ghost here, then he would catch it for them. At that moment, a terrible laugh was heard in the cellar. Everyone looked around in confusion and were stunned. Right above them, a monster hovered, its eyes flashing. Hui whined, "Mr. Ghost, have mercy," he simply said without thinking. Wu Qing drew her sword and rushed at the enemy. Yang Yun warned her to be careful. The girl loudly asked who was pretending to be a ghost here, and immediately attacked the monster with cutting streams of her sword. Several streams landed right next to the monster's burning, bloody eyes. Dugu Wu Qing asked if she had cut down that ghost. She had put a lot of strength into that sword attack, but Yan Yun saw that there was not a single scratch on the monster. This attack had not harmed it at all. She was surprised. How interesting. He didn't even know that there were such souls on Earth. Yun asked the mentor what he should do now. The master told the guy to stop asking for help from morning to night. Such perfumes may be rare for ordinary people, but he is a practitioner. The knowledge that the teacher imparted to him is enough for Yun to deal with the ghost. This time, she will not do anything. Yang Yun realized that he would have to resort to extreme measures and use his most terrifying power. He shouted at Wu Qing to move away, and the girl immediately responded and moved to the side, leaving the guy alone with the ghost. The guy used the true fire chi, and an unquenchable flame swirled in his hand. With a concentrated effort, Yang Yun released a stream of unquenchable flames towards the ghost, consuming everything in its path. Dugu Wu Qing was startled by this torrent. She couldn't believe that the guy possessed such terrifying power. Suddenly, from the direction where the ghost was, a scream was heard. Someone was shouting, "Have mercy!" Sua realized her mistake. She would not scare people. The master told the guy, "Okay, that's enough. This is not an evil spirit at all. This soul can be useful to him." Yang Yun clenched his fist and the stream of flames immediately stopped. Everyone looked towards the ghost. The girl tearfully thanked them for their leniency. She said that she did not want to harm them, only to make them leave. She assumed that this spirit was imprisoned here by the formation. He did not know whether it was an accident or whether people did it. If this formation didn't exude such strong yin energy, this girl would have been free long ago. Yun thought, "It seems like this girl has been here for a long time. I wonder if this is her real body or just an illusion." He asked the girl. "She guards the crypt," the spirit answered. "She is from the Song dynasty, served the owner of this land. Her name is Wu Mo Chio." Zuer didn't want to stay here at all, but she knows that the underground crypt is very dangerous, so she drives away everyone who comes here. Yun was horrified. She lived here for about 800 years. He asked the mentor why her ghost remained here. She replied, "This is not a ghost. With the help of living energy, she became a living soul. If she had cultivated, she would have already killed Yun. This girl is like a saint. She has no flesh but a living soul. 10,000 years ago, she encountered a ghost cultivator. If she hadn't been at a high enough level, he would have died. But as a result, he obtained the ghost cultivation technique. So, if Yun were to obtain Chuer's soul and her ghost cultivation art, it might be of use to him in the future." Seeing Hui shaking, Yun barked, "Could he be of any use?" The ghostly girl had already disappeared. Hui objected. "He just ate something bad and his stomach hurt." Yun yelled that his sister was much stronger, and he was just crap. Suddenly, Yang Yun felt that everything before his eyes was swaying and floating. Dugu Hui asked Yun with concern what was wrong with him. He didn't look very well, and Yang Yun lost consciousness and fell down. Wu Qing rushed to him. Hui said in confusion that it wasn't him. He didn't do anything. The boy came to his senses only the next morning. He was lying in the bedroom of a villa at the foot of Mount Lishan. Yun was carefully laid down in bed and covered so that he could sleep peacefully and regain his strength. Yang Yun rubbed his eyes and asked in surprise, "Was it really a new day already? But why didn't he remember anything?" He hit himself on the head, just like yesterday. It seems he fainted because he used too much of his power. Suddenly his blanket moved. The guy was taken aback. What kind of news was this? Who could be sitting in his bed? And then Suer appeared in front of him. The girl blushed slightly and affectionately asked the gentleman if he was already awake, what he wanted. Yun jumped away from her and asked what she had forgotten under his blanket. Chuer was offended, Had the master forgotten what he had done for her? The girl was surprised that he had even forgotten about it. He had hit his head so hard yesterday. The door swung open. Wu Qing exclaimed, "Even the ghost was not spared." And Nan reminded that they have a child. And he goes to the left. A stunned young Yun shouted that he would explain everything to his women. Yun sat up in bed. "It was just a dream." The guy sighed. "What a pity that this is not reality." But then, right in front of him, Siuer actually appeared, and the girl asked, "Sir, are you awake yet?" The surroundings of the mountain villa were filled with Yang Yun's loud scream. He was truly frightened by the ghost in his sleep. The guy called the real estate agency and said that he decided to buy a villa and would live there for a while. Shuang replied, "No problem, Mr. Yang. When you decide to leave, then we will sign the documents." Yang Yun agreed, saying that he would wait for the prepared documents for the purchase of the villa. In this way, he will be able to solve the problem of Chuer. The master promised to pass on to him the technique of the secrets of Feng Do. In addition, she decided to teach him the secret art of living consciousness to protect himself from dangers. Yun felt that the teacher had begun to impart to him the secret art of living consciousness. After receiving the techniques, he told Zuer that he could free her, but she had to be prepared for anything. The girl replied that Chuer had been imprisoned here for 800 years, and if the master freed her, she would thank him well. According to the mentor's method, Yun must first open his own living consciousness. Then the guy has to place magic into Zuer's forehead, after which he can gain control over her. Yun wondered if this was the secret art of living consciousness. It was as if he had entered into a contract between master and slave. Now the life and death of Chuer are in Yang Yiyun's mind. The guy chuckled to himself. He is just a tyrant. At this time, the Boneflower assassins attacked the village house where Yang Yun grew up. Chen Qibian defended his master's relatives, but their forces were not equal. And after long torture, the man was seriously wounded. The target of the attack was Yun's younger sister, Yang Shanshan, and the villain looked at the young beauty with lust. The Boneflower agent warned the girl not to scream or resist, otherwise she would die along with her grandmother. Dugu Wuqing told Yun that things were bad. It seemed like his sister had been kidnapped by Boneflower's people. The boy's eyes flashed. What he feared most had happened, which meant his student was either dead or seriously wounded. Yun read the note. Baiwan told him to come to the peak of falling clouds and bring the recipe, otherwise the hostage would die. The guy's hand began to burn, he muttered angrily. They dared to attack a loved one. Cruel punishment is coming. He quickly took out a strength-enhancing pill from the universe vessel to deal with the villains. The shimmering, miraculous ball instantly went into his mouth. Yun absorbed the power of the pill. He rushed to the car and shouted to Dugu Wuqing that he was not forcing her to come with him. It could be very dangerous. The girl understood that Boneflower would not let Yang Yun go so easily. It would not end well. She could not leave him. Wuqing shouted to Brother Yang, "The more people, the greater the power. She will go with him." Yun replied that if the girl helped him execute that brute Cheng Baiwan, he would repay her. They jumped into Yang Yun's car. The guys stepped on the gas and the car sped off to the designated meeting place. The car was racing along the highway at breakneck speed. Wu Qing slightly closed her eyes. She was not used to this. Suddenly she shuddered, asked what that sound was just now, as if something had fallen on the car. On the roof of the sports car, crouched and clinging to the roof, sat her younger brother Dugu Hui. The headwind mercilessly tore at the stubborn young man, but he shouted, "You can't just leave me." After some time, Yang Yuyun and Dugu Wuqing reached Falling Cloud Peak. Hui managed to hide. Yun thought it must be somewhere around here. He loudly shouted at Cheng Baiwan to come out. The killers appeared at the edge of the cliff. One of them was holding a girl. Baiwan grinned. They had come after all. How brave! Yang Yuyun saw his sister in the arms of one of the thugs. Shanshan was unconscious. The one holding the girl chuckled. Now Yang Yun was his, and now his inglorious end would come. The guys screamed. They grabbed a weak, defenseless girl. What is this? He suggested that they take him instead. Cheng Baiwan ordered 2 of his subordinates to deal with Dugu so that she would not interfere with the battle. The Bone Flower assassins rushed at the girl, shouting for her to die, Wu Qing noticed. And they were fast. Yang Yun warned her to be careful. These 2 were quite strong opponents. The kidnapper Shan Shan asked the boy with a smile if he still had enough time to take care of others. The assassin's curved saber suddenly clanged against the blade of the underwater sword, and Yun managed to summon his weapon from the vessel of the universe. The guy was amazed at the enormous inner strength. This fighter surpassed even his boss in power. The Bone Flower assassin chuckled. This guy can pull things out of thin air, but he's still a weakling. He struck Yun with his saber, sending the boy flying backwards. Yun kicking his legs helplessly in the air. The kidnapper Shan Shan rushed after Yang Yun. He did not give him a moment to recover, constantly attacking. The killer slashed the guy across the chest with a saber, flying past him with lightning speed. The Bone Flower fighter laughed, shouting that Yang Yun was finished and that the weakling would soon part with his life. Blood gushed from Yun's mouth. He was seriously wounded. The boy realized that he would definitely not be able to keep up with this warrior, and he was amazed. Look at the sword the boy has. He defeated his destructive tiger with 1 blow, leaving a notch. The killer looked with lust at the powerful weapon, blazing with a terrifying aura. The villain decided that this sword would be his after he finished off this pathetic kid. He shouted to the guy, "You don't need this sword, give it to me. Such a weapon needs a worthy, strong owner." Yang Yun blocked the attack and growled, telling the freak not to even dream of getting his hands on this sword. The guy knew that at such a distance he would definitely be able to set the villain on fire, so he extended his burning hand. The killer laughed, got away with it, managed to defend himself. He noticed that the boy turned out to be so cruel. Yun's opponent gripped his damaged sword tighter, intending to deal the final blow to his enemy. He laughed and shouted goodbye to the guy in Japanese and dealt him a very strong blow. The blow sent Yang Yun flying into the thick of the forest. He received another serious wound, but was still alive. The guy crashed into an old tree with a wild roar, and a deafening explosion was heard. Dugu Wuqing called out to Brother Yang with concern. She realized that she couldn't stay long with this murderer. She barked at her opponent to back off and not distract her from her main goal. She dealt a blow to the Bone Flower assassin with her sword and rushed to Yang Yun's aid. But Dugu Wuqing's opponent deftly dodged her attack by jumping up. She felt another assassin appear behind her, whispering for the damned swordswoman to finally die. Wuqing repelled another attack. The girl realized that she could not cope with everything alone. The enemies were too strong. Yan Yun gave up his teeth. He found himself in a dead end. The guy understood that the fighter was at least on the 8th step of Anjing. His enemy's strength is almost like Dugu Wuqing's. If he uses his full strength, Yun will be finished. And the enemy was already approaching. The kidnapper Shan Shan was flying towards the guy and shouting for the tenacious boy to die. Yang Yun cursed. There was no escape from this idiot. The Bone Flower assassin swung his weapon to strike. Yun already thought that he was finished. But suddenly, his opponent stopped. Jun's opponent looked at him with apprehension, and for some reason changed his mind about attacking and retreated. Yun didn't understand why he retreated, and the enemy decided that the guy was deliberately pretending to be a fool. The Bone Flower assassin constantly felt some strange pressure from the powerful creature. She told the student that if he had not reacted, he would have been killed. But now he must do what the master told him. First, he has to take an energy recovery pill. A golden ball appeared in the guy's hand. He obediently threw the remedy into his mouth, and in that very second, his wounds healed and his strength increased sharply. Now, Yun must direct the yin and yang energy into a strike. The guys struck the yin and yang wind clouds. Yuan Tianxi reported that the guy was ready to make a breakthrough. Yang Yun's eyes flashed and he shouted. The master told the student that if he didn't make a breakthrough now, then when would there be another time? Cheng Baiwan asked in confusion what was going on. Had the weather suddenly changed so drastically? The Bone Flower leader reminded Wang Yilin that this was her last chance to make up for her mistakes. The girl obediently took out a long suitcase with weapons and quickly opened the intricate locks. She took out a rifle with a telescopic sight, and she had to make one precise shot at Yang Yun. Shan Shan's captor wondered if it was an illusion. How the boy could make him feel such terrible pressure. He rushed at June again, shouting that he was pulling his leg, but that he would not fall for his provocation. The opponent's blades crossed again with a ringing sound, but this time Yoon no longer retreated. The bone flower killer was stunned. The guy took his blow with just one hand. How so? This time, Yang Yu-yun blocked the enemy's attack with complete calm, without even moving. The assassin's fighter noticed with horror that the guy seemed to be about to give him a kick. He couldn't believe his eyes. Yang Yun actually delivered a humiliating kick to the swordsman, sending him flying backwards. The boy dealt a slashing blow with his terrifying sword to his opponent who had lost his balance. The girl's kidnapper screamed, and a terrifying energy flared around him. Stones and fire flew. The wounded bone flower assassin couldn't understand how the boy had gained so much strength in such a short period of time. He angrily asked Yang Yun what he had done in the end to suddenly become so strong. Yun shouted back at the killer to let his sister go or he would be finished. There would definitely be no mercy. At that moment, the sight of an optical rifle flashed in the thicket, and Wang Yilin began to carry out her task. She chuckled to herself, deciding that this time Yang Yun would definitely be finished. With a weapon like that, she wouldn't miss. At that moment, someone behind the shooter giggled and swung to strike. Wang Yilin sensed that there was an enemy behind her at the last moment, and she turned away from the shot but was still hit. Dropping her rifle, the unlucky killer groaned. Who else could it be, since all the enemies were below under the rock? Dugu Hui smiled contentedly. It seemed like he had arrived just in time to prevent Yun from being killed. The killer said that Jun and his men were outnumbered anyway, and if he gave up the recipe, he would consider letting his sister go. Enraged, Yang Yun rushed towards the wounded enemy with all his might, determined to finish off the villain immediately. The killer was stunned. The guy seemed to have gone crazy. Things were bad. He couldn't be dealt with such wounds. But at the last second, Cheng Baiwan appeared in front of Yang Yun and shielded his wounded subordinate. The head of the bone flower noticed that if the guy didn't want it the good way, then it would be the bad way. He wouldn't fall for his games again. Yun gritted his teeth. 2 against 1. This was the most dangerous battle of his entire short life. Baiwan realized that fool Wang Yilin had ruined everything again. He suggested to Qian Ye to attack Yang Yi-yun together. But he was hesitant. 2 bone flower warriors attacked the boy at the same time, but he repelled their double attack with 1 blow. The head of the organization and one of the strongest fighters were forced to retreat. Cheng Baiwan ordered Qian Ye to leave this guy to him while he went to catch his sister. Qian Ye didn't need to be persuaded. He ran away. The fighter thanked Cheng Baiwan for saving his life. Yang Yu-yun saw his opponent running away. He realized that something was wrong. Maybe they decided to kill the defenseless Shanshan. The boy gave chase, shouting that his sister's kidnapper was wasting his time trying to escape from him. Suddenly, he heard that the leader of the bone flower was chasing him. The guy turned around. Well, it was time to fight him. Cheng Baiwan shouted to Yun that his opponent was him, not Qian Ye, and the leader of the assassins ran and struck the guy. Baiwan grabbed his enemy's arm, trying to restrict his movements. The Bone Flower Temple's chief assassin smiled widely under his mask, saying that he had caught the guy. But Yang Yu-yun objected. It was he who had caught Cheng Baiwan, and now he could not escape retribution. The boy grabbed the hand of the leader of the Bone Flower assassins and pulled him sharply towards himself, seizing the initiative in the fight. Baiwan was taken aback for a second, which was enough for Yun to deliver a powerful blow with his sword. Blood gushed out from Cheng Baiwan's mouth, and he wondered how this was possible, since that flow of internal energy was clearly a farce. After striking the Bone Flower Temple's chief assassin, Yun once again set out to chase after Qian Ye. But Cheng Baiwan had no intention of letting him go. He attacked the guy with a whirlwind that stopped Yun. Yang Yun angrily shouted at the enemy to back off and delivered another crushing kick. Cheng Baiwan fell to the ground with a scream. The head of the assassination organization was seriously injured. He screamed hysterically in pain and humiliation, a stream of blood gushing from his mouth. He realized that it was time for him to flee. Dugu Wuqing was surprised and asked Yun, "Brother Yang, what is this? Why are you here? Where are the others?" But Yun didn't respond. He inflicted heavy injuries on her opponents with astonishing speed, and rushed to catch up with Qianye. The young man flew over the cliff and saw that his sister's kidnapper was walking towards the girl with a sword. Yun screamed for the bastard to die. The frightened Qianye exclaimed that if Yang Yun killed him, he would deeply regret it later. But the guy didn't listen to him. He knew one thing. This bastard had stolen his sister and now intended to kill the girl. Dugu Hui had been watching the battle from a tall tree all this time, he said. So Yun had been hiding his strength all this time. Dugu Wu Qing, having dealt with her enemies, also jumped onto the cliff after Yang Yi-yun. A shaking Qianye begged the man not to kill him, promising to give him whatever he wanted. But the guy mercilessly chopped at his enemy's chest, and he watched in horror as his own blood spilled around him. As he was losing consciousness, Qianye thought that he would not be able to accept the fact that he would be killed by some pathetic brat. Dugu Hui was amazed by Yang Yun's composure. The young man took the life of his wounded opponent without flinching. Wu Qing was surprised, not a drop of doubt. And where did this guy learn such powerful techniques? He is full of mysteries. Yang Yun said loudly that there would be no mercy for those who dared to harm the people dear to him. The boy ran up to his younger sister, asking Shanshan how she was feeling. The girl was unconscious. After scanning her body, he thought that it looked like she had simply lost consciousness. There was no physical damage. Looking at Qianye's body, Yang Yun noticed some bright stone. He asked in surprise, "What is it?" The guy picked up the stone and looked at it. It looked like the bastard had dropped something before he died. Yun felt a weak spiritual energy, but it was definitely not a spiritual stone, the master suggested. It was a flame stone. Such a stone can be used to establish a system. Yun broke through to the 5th stage of qi tempering in this battle. The master is pleased with him. Yuan Tianxi reminded his student that he had forgotten to complete something, and it was very important to him. Yang Yuyun remembered. That's right. He completely forgot about that bastard Cheng Baiwang. He definitely needs to be finished off to avoid any problems. He asked Dugu Wu Qing to take his sister away from here, and he should check if Cheng Baiwan was still alive. The girl tried to stop Brother Yan, but he had already jumped off the cliff down to where they had fought with the head of the bone flower. Wu Qing was at a loss as to how she could take Shanshan back. She couldn't drive. Maybe it would be better to stay here. The boy ran faster than the wind, and soon he recognized the place where he had dealt Cheng Baiwan the final blow. After examining the place, Yun cursed. The enemy was alive, but judging by the tracks, he was seriously wounded, and the guy would be able to catch up with him. Now, thanks to the transition to the 5th stage of tempering, Qi Yun can use his consciousness to see a situation 9 meters away. Yun gave chase. He had failed last time, but now he was determined to eradicate all of Cheng Baiwan's evil. And the wounded leader of the assassins muttered, "Just wait, Yang Yun. I'll return to the Bone Flower Temple and this will be your day of judgment." The guy stubbornly pursued his enemy through the mountain forests, following his bloody tracks. He jumped from branch to branch, led by the smell of his enemy's blood. The main thing now was to catch up with him. Jumping onto another large branch, Yang Yun saw a fresh trail of blood, meaning Cheng was close. The guy touched his finger to the enemy's scarlet, bloody trail. It was still wet. Yun noticed. "Cheng Baiwan, you are definitely somewhere close. You couldn't have run far. The blood is very fresh." Looking around, the guy saw bloody stains on the stones, which meant his enemy had jumped there from the tree. He jumped down from the tree and looked around carefully. Here, Cheng Baiwan rested a little and ran on. The tracks led Yang Yun to a large cave, and the boy wondered if he was hiding in this cave. Soon, the cave became completely dark. Yun snapped his fingers to create a small flame. Now he could calmly move on, the guy sighed. How much hemorrhoids this bone flower had caused. In one of the cave halls, the tracks diverged in different directions. It seemed that Cheng had been here before. Maybe it was a trap. The guy concentrated and used the tiger whisper technique to hear exactly where the people were. The real tracks led to the far right corridor, which means that's where you need to go after your enemy. In addition, Yang Yun heard the moans of women. It seemed that the assassins from the bone flower were holding some captives here. As Yang Yun got closer, he noticed 2 girls tied up, guarded by 2 thugs from the bone flower. The killer told the ladies not to be sad. They didn't have much time. The other asked his brother to let him enjoy the moment. One of the captives shouted at Chu Sheng to let her sister go. She was not guilty of anything, and they knew nothing about the treasure. Sheng replied to the vile woman that if it weren't for the master's order, he would have dealt with them long ago. The second killer suggested that Sheng should start already. He couldn't stand it anymore. The master hadn't forbidden them to do this. At this moment, Yang Yuyun entered the cave hall and politely addressed the Boneflower assassins. He apologized for the intrusion, but he needed to find out something important. Did they know where the treasure was? Chu Sheng asked the guy in confusion who he was and how he ended up here. This was a secret cave. He pulled out a knife and rushed at the intruder. Any person who found out the secret place must die, Sheng exclaimed. You will not leave here alive after you learn the secrets of our master. Yang Yun casually remarked that this was all just empty talk and summoned his sword from the universe vessel. Chu Sheng didn't even have time to get close to Yun before he was seriously wounded by his terrifying weapon from the bottom of the ancient lake. The guy turned to the second one, saying, I'm giving you one last chance. Where is the treasure? He replied that he really didn't know anything. At that moment, the second one was on the phone calling for reinforcements, saying that some madman had broken into their house. Yun noticed the killer's movement and reacted instantly by running around him. The sword strike severed the phone before the message could be sent, and at the same time, seriously wounded the killer. The captive girl remarked with admiration, This guy is strong, there's nothing to say. She suddenly thought that this unknown hero had probably come to save her and her sister. The girl asked the guy to help her sister. She is dying. These monsters have been tormenting her for a very long time. Yang Yun quickly cut the ropes with his sword, freeing the captive girls. He approached the one who was unconscious. Her sister asked with concern how she was. The guy introduced himself, saying that his name was Yang Yun, and there was no need to thank him for freeing them. After examining the girl, he said, Your sister is very strong. She is still fighting for her life, but her strength is almost exhausted. He felt very sorry. But this captive could not be saved. He asked what they knew about those people. Let them tell while they had time. The girl shook Yun by the shoulder and shouted, You're lying! She won't die! She's the strongest! Please save her! Suddenly she saw her older sister raise a trembling hand, ordering her to be quiet. The dying woman said they were kidnapped and tortured to find out the location of their family treasure. The older sister had tears in her eyes and asked Yun to take care of her sister. As she died, the girl whispered, Love is like a raging stream. It carries everything away with it. Tears running from her eyes. The younger one began to cry out loud, calling for her sister. She could not let go of her cold hand and continued to call. 3 days later, the Supreme Council of the Organization of Secret Assassins gathered in the Temple of the Bone Flower. Cheng Baiwan told the crowd that they had to give in, which was unexpected, and the others were puzzled as to why. Yang Yun is a pain in the ass. He needs to be dealt with. And don't forget about the agreement with the Ma family. And then the two killers from the cave declared that together they would crush this brat. If only they would be entrusted with the task. Behind these two, Yang Yun stood quietly. In order to save their own skins, these two led him into the Bone Flower Temple. The guy attacked the members of the High Council of the Secret Assassin Organization with lightning speed. He put the blade of his sword to Cheng Baiwan's throat, intending to definitely kill the leader. Yang Yuyun said that Baiwan had committed too many atrocities and now it was time to pay the price. Baiwan replied that the guy wouldn't get away with it. He would be persecuted until death. But why don't they come to an agreement? At that moment, one of the chief's subordinates sent snakes. One bite from them is enough to paralyze a person. Yun was surprised. So there was another one here, which meant he hadn't killed everyone. But for some reason, he had missed this one. The guy immediately turned around and rushed at the old man with hissing snakes in his hands. A couple of swings of the sword were enough to cut the snakes into pieces and kill their master. Yang Yun turned towards where his sworn enemy Cheng Baiwan had just stood. But the leader of the Bone Flower had already disappeared. The guy grinned. They had slipped him bait. But they wouldn't just run away from him. Cheng Baiwan and one of his comrades ran as fast as they could towards the temple exit, hurrying to leave. The head of the Bone Flower noticed that this guy was simply crazy. He needed to leave the city before it was too late. His companion was surprised. Couldn't they handle him together? He was just a boy. Where did he get his strength from? The organization's leader's companion noticed that Yang Yun was catching up with them. Something had to be done. It was better to fight than to run. Chang Baiwan braked abruptly, this belligerent subordinate giving him a productive thought. He punched him in the chest and said that since his fists were itching so much, well, he could match his strength with this guy. The leader ordered him to detain the boy and buy him, Chang Baiwan, time to escape safely. Yang Yun was very surprised that one of the fugitives was flying straight at him. Apparently, he had to detain him. The old man shouted, "Aren't you scared, boy? Today my family will see your head on a plate." Instead of answering, Yoon swung his terrifying sword twice, sending attack streams straight towards his enemy. The member of the Boneflower High Council looked at his terrible wounds in horror and said, "Your speed. You are not human." The guy threw the enemy away with his sword and shouted, "Get out of the way!" and again rushed in pursuit of the organization's main villain. Chang Baiwan gritted his teeth and cursed. The worthless thing couldn't even hold out for a minute. He needed to get out of here quickly. The leader of the assassin organization picked up his pace, but Yoon still noticed him. Yang Yun, sword in hand, rushed after his enemy. There was very little left. Suddenly, the guy found himself in the treasury. So that's where they hid the wealth. Where did they get so much gold? After examining the storage room, the guy saw Chang Baiwan's hand behind one of the chests. So that's where he is. Yoon, drawing his sword, ordered the enemy to show himself. But no one answered his call. He carefully walked around the box and saw that Baiwan had cut off his hand to keep the guy there. And at that moment, the leader of the Boneflower Killers jumped from the temple wall straight into the boat rushing towards him. Chang Baiwan safely jumped onto the rescue boat and rushed away from the Boneflower Temple. He glared at the temple that had long served as the headquarters of his dreadful organization. An angry Baiwan shouted that one day Yang Yun would pay for everything, including the fact that because of him he lost his arm. Everyone returned safely to Yang Yun's new villa. But Shanshan still hadn't come to her senses. Xue reassured everyone, saying that the girl's condition had stabilized. Yoon was worried that he had lost Baiwan. Xue told Yoon that Dugu Wuqing had never left her room since her return, and she was very worried about her. Jun asked Q Yoon to look after his sister while he was away, and Q Yoon promised to take care of her. Yang Yuyun hurried to Dugu Wuqing's room. After the battle in the mountains, she had become much worse. Her illness had worsened. When she saw Yoon, she said she couldn't hold back the poison any longer and asked for acupuncture to stop it. The guy replied that he could help get rid of the poison completely, and the girl was very happy. Yoon's cheeks flushed, and he explained that this method might seem very strange to Wuqing. His technique will absorb the poison from her body, and she will feel much better, she exclaimed. Wow, I have never heard of such a thing. But then, Dugu Wuqing suddenly felt worse. She gasped and began to lose consciousness, quietly falling onto the bed. Yoon cursed. Apparently, he was too late. The poison had already spread throughout the girl's body. What should he do? He took the girl by the hand and directed his power into her cooling body, trying to keep her warm. The guy quietly said that he would not let her die. Right now, he would use the technique of creating yin and yang. Wuqing quietly said that Brother Yang's hand was so hot that she immediately felt a little better. Jun touched the girl's lips. She immediately wrapped her arm around his neck. He felt that there was too much poison in her body. At that moment, Shanshan's head was heard. She told her brother that she woke up and asked if he was in the room. The door to Yoon's room opened slightly, and the little sister loudly announced that she was entering. The guy didn't understand what was happening to Miss Dugu. He tried to break free from her strong hands. Wuqing doesn't let go of Yang Yiyun. She clings so tightly to his body that he can't even move. To be on the safe side, the girl also wrapped her legs around Brother Yan's body so that he would definitely absorb her poison. Yoon thought that when he finished this, people would finally know the secret of the origin of the universe. The countdown has begun. The mighty rocket is about to launch into outer space to unknown distances. The astronauts on board were happy. Finally, they would be able to truly shine among the cold stars. Suddenly, the dispatcher announced, "Stop! An unidentified object is approaching from the sea at high speed. It appears to be a giant dinosaur, attracted by the sound of a rocket about to launch into space." The dinosaur emerged from the water and approached the rocket launch pad. Jun suddenly recognized the dinosaur as his sister. What she was doing there? and why she decided to come at this particular moment. Yang Yun shouted into the radio to continue launching the rocket and not to stop. All engines were already running, but the second controller objected. It was too dangerous. The monster was right next to the rocket, and a malfunction could occur. June thought, damn, space is so close and so far away at the same time. What to do? Just as Sister Yun was about to step into the room, Chiu Yun called out to her and told Shanshan that she needed to rest. Shanshan protested that she was fine, but Chiu insisted that this wouldn't do and that she needed to return to the room. The girl grumbled, okay, I convinced her. I'll go lie down. I just wanted to see my brother. The boy mentally thanked Chiu Yun for taking his little sister away from his room at such a moment. Dugu Wuqing's poison absorption continued successfully, and now no one was stopping them from comprehending the secrets of space. Yun asked Miss Dugu in surprise what was wrong with her. She was completely different from her usual self. The girl giggled, her eyes shining, although the thought was spinning in her head that she had gone completely crazy. The girl's predatory gaze made Yunyu feel uneasy, and he decided it was time for him to run away. He slid off the bed and headed for the door, intending to slip in as quietly as a cat. But Dugu Wuqing grabbed her savior's hand. She was incredibly pleased with this treatment. She purred to Brother Jan not to leave so quickly. First, he had to rid her of the deadly poison. The guy shouted, being dragged back to bed. Dugu didn't want to listen to any excuses. He had to treat her. Yun's body was trembling. The poison was too strong. Even with this level of cultivation, it was hard for him. He asked the girl for some rest, but she objected, saying that they wouldn't finish until they got rid of the poison completely, so he should go to her. A completely exhausted Yang Yun muttered how it all happened. He imagined everything completely differently. Dugu Wuqing was pleased and exclaimed that the poison had completely left her body. Yang Yun had cured her. How wonderful! Turning around, she saw that Yun was exhausted. She apologized for losing control of herself and was so rude and tactless. Now Wuqing owes Yun her life, and her family will also provide him with any help, be it weapons, protection, or anything else. Yang Yun rose from the bed with difficulty. He still felt weak, but he had already begun to come to his senses. He replied to the girl that he had only fulfilled his duty and that she could rely on him in the future. Wuqing said she had a proposal. Yang Yun could gather his own squad. She noticed that after absorbing the poison, his levels skyrocketed and he became much stronger. Dugu Wuqing Yun was very pleased with this proposal and smiled thoughtfully. The guy decided to start with the ancient capital. We need to gather people. This time, no one will stop him for sure. Yang Yun was very keen to get rid of these parasites that had taken root in the upper echelons of their society. After the dual cultivation, Yun absorbed the id from Wuqing's body and made a leap, abruptly moving from the 5th level straight to the 8th. Now Yun doesn't have to worry about the master's strength. Even a fighter at Anjing Peak won't be able to easily deal with him. Dugu Wuqing reached the peak of the 8th Anjing level, and a spiritual aura was born within her body. Master Shi spent a lot of spiritual energy helping Yun and fell into a deep sleep. Yun was very glad that Dugu Wuqing followed him. After neutralizing the poison, she became a real beauty. Yang Yun looked up dreamily, imagining what he and Wuqing might have in the future. Liu Ciji realized that his old friend was definitely thinking about something vulgar right now. He reminded his friend that everyone had gathered and waited for him for half a day, and he was sitting there smiling dreamily. The invited representatives looked at each other in bewilderment. Yun's romantic mood was not transmitted to them. The girl asked Mr. Yan if everything was okay. Then they would probably continue the meeting. The guy agreed. June stated that he had decided to buy this building and asked to name the price. The girl objected. There are many other companies here. The guy said that he would compensate other companies for everything, but now he urgently needs other floors of this building. Suddenly the guy laughed. Where did he get the money? He can't even rent a booth in the slums for his company. And yet some student wants everyone to believe that he is capable of buying out this entire building. And they were all wondering what kind of oligarch wanted to make such a deal. But this is a student. There's no point in wasting any more time. The girl was indignant, which meant that the words about discussing the deal were a lie. They had wasted so much time. Liu Shiji jumped up and barked at the guy, asking what he was talking about and what he even knew about young Yi-yoon. Yoon asked his friend not to get excited since they didn't believe them. Then he would just show them something. Rising from the table, young Yi-yoon asked the two representatives to follow him so that he could broaden their horizons a little. The guy grumbled that the student had something else in mind. There was no point in wasting their time. Yoon calmed him down. He just needed to follow him. Liu Shiji wondered what other miracle medicine Yoon had sold that he had made so much money. Approaching the closed doors, Yoon said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Get ready." Yoon unlocked the lock and opened the doors of the great hall wide, inviting everyone inside. He flicked the switch. The lights came on in the hall, and everyone was stunned by what they saw. The girl covered her mouth with her hand to hold back a cry of amazement. She had never seen anything like it. The grumpy guy's jaw dropped, and he suddenly felt like he was in a fairy tale. Even the reserved CG's mouth dropped open. This exceeded all his expectations. The whole room was filled with treasure chests, the guy asked. "Are you a company of treasure hunters? Everything here is priceless." Yoon took a handful of gold coins and asked with a smile how they were doing with the poor company. The gold fell from Jun's hand back into the chest with a clang, and he asked the girl if she thought the money would be enough. She replied with delight, "Mr. Yang, you must be joking. There is more than enough here for more than one building." The girl stammered. Perhaps Jun often faces slander from cowardly people who are afraid of him, but she always liked Mr. Yan. So young and so daring, and most importantly, so rich. The grumpy guy said that he was in love with him too and was ready to help him relax tonight. But Yoon made an obscene gesture and rudely replied, "No way, control yourself." Liu Shiji asked in confusion where all this came from. Yoon reassured him. He took these treasures when he destroyed the Bone Flower Temple. Uncle Wang turned a blind eye to this. And in the end, Yoon dealt with the assassination organization that was terrorizing everyone. Young Yoon asked, after this spectacle, they could probably sign the purchase agreement. Yoon smiled. Now everything is ready. The next stage is to build up strength in the capital. After occupying the building, Yang Yoon gathered all his friends and employees to announce something important. Yoonchi's company is growing rapidly, and Yoon decided to place craftsmen in the capital. And he needs people willing to do this. Jun decided to change the injustice that in China everything is run by 4 clans of ancient masters. Dugu Hui objected, although he knew Yoon was strong. It was madness to compete with the 4 great families. Chu Yoon confirmed that the power of the 4 great families was not something that could be dealt with so easily. Jun assured everyone that he had the power to change the situation and create a 5th player in the arena of the ruling clans. Security Chief Li Dai told Yoon, "There is no doubt that you can confront the master family, but it is very dangerous." Chu Yoon said that she was not willing to risk her life for this, even though she owed her salvation to Mr. Yang. Yoon explained that he would lead them through a martial arts path they could never have imagined. The guy's aura flared, he exclaimed. Words alone were not enough. Yoon suggested that they all attack together. Chen Qibian exclaimed, "This is too much." He knows his power and vows to follow his master forever. Yuan's disciple addressed everyone, saying that Mr. Yang was stronger than anyone and should be trusted. The head of security shouted, "It's hard to believe that such a weakling is really strong." Li Dai said that whether he had strength or not could only be determined in battle, and the rest should stand and watch. Jun asked the guard if he was really going to fight alone, bravely. Chen warned Dai that Yoon had broken the bone flower, but the head of security thought that this was empty boasting. There was no point in talking nonsense. It was better to start a fight. Yoon told brother Chen that he had not yet recovered. There was no need to strain himself. He would teach Li Dai a lesson. Yoon's opponent introduced himself, the heir to the 13th-generation Plum Blossom Fist, Li Dai. He said with a smirk that he was giving the boss the right to strike first. Otherwise, he could kill him. Yang Yoon rushed towards the enemy, who didn't even have time to come to his senses. Yoon exclaimed, if that was the case, he would not stand on ceremony with such a desperate braggart. Li Dai frowned. And the boss is very fast. Is he really as strong as everyone says? Yoon's movements caused flashes of energy to appear in the hall, and he swung his arm, ready to strike the head of security. Yang Yun saw the confusion on Dai's face, and his fist passed very close to his body without causing any damage. Everyone present watched with interest the sparring between the young leader and the head of security. The streams of energy were so strong that they lifted Chu Yun's light dress, and the guys gasped in delight. When the sparring began, Li Dai realized his mistake, and the moment the fist was a millimeter away from his face, he froze. But at the last moment, Yang Yun deflected the blow because Dai had decided to surrender. The head of security realized that he would definitely not be able to withstand such a force, and certainly would not win. He gave a sign of surrender and showered praise on the technique and strength of his young leader. But Yang Yun interrupted him, saying that there was no point in being sycophantic, and he turned to the others, asking who still had doubts. The former treasure thieves Tang Long and Gu Si Luo remained silent. They knew Yang Yun's strength. Liu Renjun and Chu Yun were also silent. Everyone in this hall owed something to Yun. Standing next to Yang Yun were his most loyal supporters, Dugu Wuqing and Liu Shiji, who thought that the others had decided to attack. The ancient martial arts masters took a few steps forward, heading towards Yang Yun. Yun told his loyal friends that everything was fine. Let them let all these people pass. To the surprise of Yun's friends, the ancient martial arts masters approached and knelt before the boy. Even those who had recently doubted have now decided to join the young master of unprecedented strength. Tang Long exclaimed that he had long ago realized the master's power and had decided to follow him forever. The masters of ancient martial arts cried out in unison that they swear to serve faithfully and truly. Yang Yun smiled. "Come on, just follow me and you won't regret it." Yun promised not to persecute those who disagreed, and if they changed their minds in the future, they could always come to him. At this point, Yang Yun announced the establishment of the Yun sect and vowed before heaven to henceforth rejoice or mourn with his brothers. Yun exclaimed that now everything belonged to him and his brothers and sisters. Tang Long smiled. Q Yun also smiled with inspiration. She enjoyed being next to such a strong and courageous man. Yang Yun promised his friends that they would form new pillars of masters of ancient Chinese martial arts. Dugu Wuqing said that she had a request, but she didn't know whether Mr. Yang would agree to fulfill it. The guy was surprised. It seemed like he had never refused her anything. So why such doubts? The girl begged Mr. Yang to accept her brother as a disciple of the sect, and Hui was horrified when he heard this. Dugu Hui shouted that he would bow to this kid. No sects, and rushed towards the exit. Brother Wu Qing grabbed the handle of the front door, preparing to leave the room where the new sect had formed. Turning around, he said, "I leave these games of thrones of yours to you, sir. I don't like all this." Suddenly, a sword whistled past those gathered, flying towards the front door. As it flew past the assembled group, the sword lifted the kimono of one of the masters, revealing his hairy legs to everyone. The Wu Qing sword pierced the door right in front of her little brother's nose. Hui was terrified. Dugu Wu Qing shouted angrily. If Dugu Hui took one more step, he would be in trouble. The young man asked his sister in fear if she would kill or maim her own brother. The girl explained that she only wished the best for her brother, and now he must humbly bow to the master. Hui shouted that he would rather die of hunger here or jump out of the window than call Yang Yun master. But after receiving blows from his elder sister, Dugu Hui obediently bowed and asked the master to accept him as a disciple. Wu Qing knew that if her brother missed this chance to study with Yang Yun now, there might not be another one. Yun noticed that this was too much, he said to Wu Qing. "It seems Dugu Hui doesn't want this. Let him decide for himself." The girl again obediently asked to accept Dugu Hui, in exchange for which she agreed to work for the master day and night. Hui was shocked. It was the first time he saw his sister beg someone like that. Why was his sister humiliating herself like that? Yun asked Wu Qing to stand up. He was not an emperor. There was no need to fall on his knees before him. He asked Hui what his decision was, and he replied that he agreed to listen to his sister's opinion and join the sect. Yan Yun explained that it wasn't exactly a sect, but rather something like a guild of ancient martial arts masters. Having decided on the participants, Yang Yun ordered the others to return to work, while he needed to take care of important matters. The employees heatedly discussed what had happened, deciding that their young boss had created a criminal group. Many people found this funny and decided that it was a third-rate gang. The people slowly dispersed, and only those who decided to follow him remained near Yang Yun. The front door slammed shut. Yun told his supporters that they were finally alone, and that rumors could not be allowed to spread. Now he is going to tell them something very important that must not go beyond the room. The people who left the hall pressed their ears to the door, wanting to know what these masters were planning there. Yun saw that they were being eavesdropped on and generated a shockwave of enormous power. The curious eavesdroppers at the door clutched their heads in sudden, terrifying pain. Falling to the floor, they groaned, "What kind of shockwave is this? It could even go deaf." The disciples were amazed at such strength, such power, far from the level of Anjing. Tang Long added that the master's level had increased significantly since their last meeting. Yun said, "And the walls have ears." He formed his spiritual eye. It is impossible for what he is about to tell them to leak out. He called his students to follow him, and a scarlet ray, just like their teachers, lit up their foreheads. The surprised martial arts masters felt like they were being transported somewhere. A moment later, they all appeared in some new space that looked like heaven. Yun explained that this was his sea of consciousness. One could say a spiritual world. Outsiders could not get here. Yang Yuyun made a small sign and said that from now on, he would give them techniques and advice for cultivating the foundations. Right above the students, treatises appeared from nowhere and headed towards them. These techniques are comparable to those of the ancient masters. Once they master them, their strength will surpass that of ordinary masters. But there is one condition. They cannot fall into the wrong hands. If anyone dares to betray June, there will be no mercy. Yun will also give pills that will help form a spiritual aura. But they must serve him faithfully and truly. The messenger reported to the head of the Ma family that the Bone Flower Temple had been destroyed, and that Ma Xingtian, whom they had sent, had also been killed. Old Man Ma asked, "Did this Yang Yun intervene again?" The messenger confirmed, "Yes, it was his work." The enraged head of the Ma family killed the messenger who brought the bad news. The old man growled that he swears that since Yang Yuyun has decided to disgrace their family, he will suffer greatly. Meanwhile, Yun's students sat in a circle and began training to master the basics. Yun was pleased. Everyone was very capable. Under the influence of the pills, a small amount of spiritual aura was already forming in them. He said, "You must sense your aura." Although on Earth the spiritual aura is weak, it is the most important source of cultivation. There is no need to rush in laying the foundations. Then, over time, they will be able to surpass even his current strength. Yang Yun told everyone that they had achieved a lot today. Everyone had tried their best, and now it was time to return to the hall. Dugu Hui exclaimed. He felt his strength growing steadily. This was a completely different level. The guy was delighted. If things continued like this, he would be able to defeat any master and become the strongest. Yang Yuyun hit Dugu Hui hard and called him a fool. He said that the guy is too narrow-minded. Why fight with someone? They are cultivating the Tao. The goal is not to get into the top one. They are just at the beginning of their journey now. There is no point in provoking the masters and making enemies over a drop of cultivation. Yun noticed that it was already quite late, so the disciples needed to rest, and everyone bowed to the master. Yang Yuyun asked Brother Chen, Tang Long, and Gu Siluo to stay a little longer. He had business with them. All three approached the master. He told them that they probably knew. His sister was recently kidnapped. Fortunately, she got off with just a fright. The girl will soon go to study at Gudu. Yun asked Tang Long and Gu Siluo to ensure her safety. The former thieves bowed to the master and exclaimed that they would not let him down. Chen Qibian. Yun entrusted with overseeing the organization and recruiting people. He will be the manager of the Yun Association. If possible, Chen's school can join so he can restore it. Qibian was surprised. He couldn't protect Shanshan, and the master appoints him to such a post. Of course, he will do his best. Liu Shiji, Yu Yun asked to continue running the company, as they needed finances to build the settlement. Wu Qing is the strongest among them all. Yun asked her to be his bodyguard and secretary. Yan Yun announced that this was all. Now was the time to rest. And then they needed to train hard to quickly become stronger. In the evening, when everyone went to bed, Yang Yuyun went down to the wine cellar with Chuer. The master told him that there was something sinister hidden underground, so he would not touch this formation for now. It's a pity. There is a place with strong spiritual energy there. Suer told him that there is another place of energy concentration nearby. They found the place. But first, Yun decided to read the treatise on formations that the master had left him. The spiritual energy gathering formation can increase the cultivation speed of masters. It requires 2 low-level spirit stones and 3 fire stones to set up a formation. Then you need to draw a formation with spiritual energy and use blood essence. After finishing, Yun said, Gan heaven, Kun earth, Yin-yang transforms the 5 elements that produce all things. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, the atmosphere of the heavens and the veins of the earth. Having said this, Yun dripped his blood onto the firestone. As soon as a few drops of Yang Yun's living blood fell onto the firestone, the formation came to life. The entire villa was instantly filled with spiritual energy. It literally lit up. Yun was surprised. Although this formation was simple, it required a lot of energy and was more draining than alchemy. But still, the formation collects all the spiritual energy within a radius of 5 kilometers. Excellent. Suer exclaimed that it was divine. She felt how all the spiritual energy was continuously flowing here. The girl said with pleasure how nice it was. The strength was constantly increasing. Yun wondered if it was Chuer's ghost cultivation speed that had increased, or if it was his own. Suddenly, Yang Yi-yun heard Chiu Yun's voice, asking him if he had time now. He was very surprised. It was already very late. Why did Chiu Yun come? The girl replied that she wanted to thank him. Yun saved her, sheltered her, helped her with cultivation. She has neither money nor power, and she wants to repay him in another way. June blushed slightly. What other way? What was wrong with her? Was she in too much of a hurry? It was the dead of night, and Yang Yun found himself in a rather awkward situation. She and Chiu Yun sat silently on the bed in Yang Yi-yun's room, afraid to even look at each other. Yun said that this was her first time doing this and asked not to judge her harshly. The guy asked, confused, what she had come up with. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she asked the gentleman to simply close his eyes and not say anything. June obeyed, but he himself thought, what is he doing? He already has Wu Qing, but he can't reject Chiu Yun. The guy heard the familiar sound of clothes being unbuttoned, and everything inside the guy trembled with excitement. He listened to this sound. Was he really mistaken? And the girl unbuttoned her thin dress. June quietly activated his spiritual eye to see what was going on. The girl unbuttoned her dress. Yun blushed. No one could resist in such a situation. At this moment, Chiu Yun told the master that she was ready. Yang Yun opened his eyes and looked around excitedly. Chiu Yun stood with her back to the guy, and a formation was imprinted on her back. Yun was stunned. He had already seen such a formation in the collection. Could this really be a treasure map? The girl confirmed that Cheng Baiwan kidnapped her and her older sister to reveal this secret. He killed the entire Chu family, demanding that her father discover a way to destroy the formation so that he could spare the lives of his daughters. But my father did not agree. He knew Cheng Baiwan's methods very well. Father told Chiu Yun not to be afraid. This old fox wanted to destroy the formation, so he wouldn't dare touch her. He told her to continue living. Feelings are like a river in the kingdom of death, and love is like a flower on its bank, Chiu Yun said with tears in her eyes. And with those last words, her father fell dead. Yang Yun clenched his fist. He couldn't imagine that Boneflower was involved in such atrocities. He swore on his manly honor that he would personally kill Cheng Baiwan. The guy decided that they would go after Baiwan in a couple of days and needed to deal with him and his accomplices as soon as possible. Since Chu Yun is now a member of the Yun sect, all the evil that Cheng Baiwan did to her, Yun will return it to him. The girl thanked the master with a smile. 3 days later, Yun and Chiu Yun were in the Gobi Desert. The guy said that this area was consistent with its formation. The girl was surprised once. As a child, her father had brought her here, and Yun had recognized the area so easily. The guy noticed that she had been slacking off instead of training, so she was already exhausted. Chiu Yun was offended. Not everyone had the same cultivation speed as him. June threatened that if she talked too much, he would leave her here. The girl apologized. They continued on their way and soon found themselves on a road among the rocks. Chu Yun said that she recognized this place. Their target must be somewhere nearby. She had already been here with her father as a child. The guy replied that in fact they had already arrived at the place. He remembered the words. And love is like a flower on its shore. It is a flower on that shore. However, these stone gates seem to weigh several tons. So how did the old man get through them? Q Yun explained that to open the gate, one must apply a lot of internal energy. Yang Yun thought, this must be akin to true qi. Okay, let's give it a try. The secret markings on the gates began to glow, and they began to open. The guy opened the gate, and the place where the treasure lay was found. Entering the cave, June thought that it turned out that it could be opened using true qi. He looked into the center of the cave and was stunned by how beautiful it was. The guy was surprised. There was a jade platform and a crystal coffin on it. How interesting. Yang Yun suggested that Chu Yun go there together, but the girl objected with a sly smile. Her cultivation was too weak. She would rather wait for him here. These treasures were found by ancestor Chu Yun, and she couldn't give them to Yun. She decided to use him only as a stepping stone. Yang Yun felt that he couldn't use his spiritual eye in this cave and couldn't see what was at the very top. He asked Chu Yun to stay within his sight and wait for him here. The guy quickly jumped onto the large platform. He froze and looked around while everything was quiet and calm. June took a cautious step. It seemed there was no danger yet. Most likely, the danger is the body in this coffin. I wonder how it was preserved so well. The guy noticed that the girl was lying there as if she were alive, just sleeping. He decided that he needed to come closer and see what was there. Suddenly, he stepped on some kind of device, and immediately the platform under his feet began to glow. Yang Yun looked questioningly at his feet. He found himself almost in the center of a huge formation, in the center of which stood a crystal coffin. At that very moment, the stone dragons on the platform began to come to life. One of them, who looked like a qilin, released a stream of cold at the guy. Yang Yun quickly ducked to avoid the stone guard's attack. The next second, another stone statue on the platform released a stream of flame at the guy. 3 mythical stone guardians were ready to attack the intruder. June had to involuntarily dodge these attacks in order to get to the crystal coffin. This turned out to be very difficult. Even though the guards were made of stone, they aimed accurately. One attack nearly took away a valuable body part from June, and the boy exclaimed that it was too much. The boy shouted for the guards to be careful. If Yang Yun hadn't been at the 8th stage, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge. The guy decided to move to the edge of the platform outside the formation. He realized that it was very dangerous here. He almost lost his legs. There were piles of skulls lying around the platform. Yun wondered if this was their formation, and Chiu Yun was also not visible had she been hit. He decided to quickly look in the collection of formations to see if there was any entry about this. This is the formation of the blood spirit nirvana. If you destroy the formation on the girl's face in the coffin, the formation will collapse. The girl in the coffin must be sleeping and gaining strength from the victims that the formation kills. Suddenly, Yang Yun saw Kyo Yun standing next to the crystal coffin. She took the formation crystal and thanked Yun. Many generations of her family had not had the opportunity to take these treasures. Today, she has lived up to her father's hopes. Even though her family is destroyed, these treasures will help her revive the Chu family. Jun shouted at Kyo Yun to quickly move away from the coffin. The girl in it might still be alive. Suddenly, Yun heard an angry voice. The girl asked where the creature was that dared to disturb me. The girl in the coffin moved slightly. The guy thought, what a strong pressure. She is also a cultivator, and her cultivation is higher than his. His body became numb. Yang Yun felt a spiritual attack. The girl in the coffin said that he was the only one who dared to destroy her formation and her cultivation. She noticed that the guy was quite handsome, but he shouldn't have ruined her plans. He needed to be punished. Yun quickly broke the spiritual chains that bound him. The girl laughed, and the kid turned out to be talented, so they would play with him a little. The guy asked if she wasn't ashamed to use such methods, to cultivate at the expense of other people's progress. She grinned. Let them blame their greed. There is only junk in her box, and they climb in, and for her, they are just material. The girl smirked. How pathetic you are. You are also a cultivator, but you turned out to be just a tool in the hands of a woman. The girl from the coffin said that she would give him a chance to get out of here. If he licks her feet and swears to serve her, she will spare his life and the life of that impudent girl. This proposal seemed funny to June, and he smiled wryly. The next second, he laughed out loud, saying that he liked her attitude. But since he has an idea of how to have some fun and invited her to his home, she will be in seventh heaven. The girl grabbed June by the throat and asked, "Do you really think you can get out of here alive? Don't piss me off." As a cultivator, the guy must know that he must submit to fate. If he dies here, nothing will have any meaning. Yoon smiled and said that he always goes against fate, and if he dies here, it means he doesn't deserve more. The boy exclaimed that his master told him that if you can't escape fate, then you need to rewrite it. She then asked indignantly, "Stupid disciple, do you really think that a cultivator should submit to fate?" Yoon was then convinced that he had to submit to fate, go with the flow, and move forward with a firm step. Yuan Tianxi sighed. How shallow. And this is his disciple. Where was his nasty character when they first met? Cultivation is not only about becoming immortal, it is about becoming the master of your own destiny. That is the goal. There are a huge number of immortals, and they all have one destiny: to resist the will of the gods and take control of their own destiny. If Yoon couldn't achieve this, then he shouldn't even remember that he studied under Yuan Tianxi. Yoon exclaimed again that if he died here, it meant that he was not worthy of anything more. The master replied, "Well said, no wonder. You are Yuan Tianxi's disciple." He glared at me, as if a small fry at the level of Jindan dared to be insolent in my presence. Yuan Tianxi grabbed the frightened girl from the coffin in his fist. Her whole body shook, and she screamed for the nasty old man to let her go. She told the disciple to activate his spiritual eye and bend her to his will. The boy immediately obeyed his great master. He released a drop of blood and dropped it on the girl's forehead. The mistress of the crystal coffin could not move. She held her tightly. When a drop of blood fell on her forehead, she was surprised. Was it blood essence? Yan Yun immediately began to perform the submission technique. The girl screamed piercingly, but she could no longer resist. Her face flushed deeply. She felt what was happening to her being. Yoon informed his master that the subordination contract had been established. Sai said, "I'm leaving her to you. And let this serve as a lesson to you. Don't trust girls blindly." The guy tried to stop the master from going into a long sleep. The girl exclaimed that even if he had subdued her spirit, she did not intend to carry out his orders. It would be better for him to kill her. Yang Yun replied, "If you pray for death so much, then he is ready to help her." The girl immediately changed her tone. Her whole body began to tremble. The guy was surprised. He hadn't done anything yet. What was this with her? The girl landed on the platform and asked the gentleman to spare her sister. She was forced to do so. Yoon didn't understand anything. Did this girl have a split personality? He suggested that she first go outside the cave and then talk, but she suddenly disappeared. And next to the crystal coffin, the guy saw Chu Yun lying unconscious. Next to the lifeless girl was an ivory box, which she had taken from the coffin. He was surprised. The spiritual attack reached her even from the outside. Amazing. The guy lightly patted Chu Yun's cheek, telling her to wake up. The girl opened her eyes and immediately asked where the ivory box was. Yoon asked her. So this was the treasure that her family had found. She only had to tell him and he would help. But she used June, which shows that she doesn't consider herself a member of his Yoon sect. He ordered the girl to take the box and get out, and not to dare to catch his eye again. Chu Yun's face fell. She tried to justify herself, but then fell silent. Approaching the crystal coffin, Yang Yu-yun asked the girl why she was lying down. It was time to leave. In response to Yang Yun's call, the girl's fingers moved slightly. Then she sat up in the coffin. Chu Yun was stunned by surprise. The next second, the girl screamed shrilly that there was a ghost here. Chu Yun's nerves gave out and she fainted. The girl in the coffin threw off her scarf and stretched. She asked the immortal not to be angry. She had not moved for several thousand years. Her body had become a little stiff. Yoon was surprised. "Several thousand years old," he asked. "Yushu, is that her name? And why are there two of them?" She was once called Lu Yushu, the master of talismans. and the soul of her sister Lu Shuishi lives in her body, because the enemy destroyed Shuishi's body. June was surprised then why Yushu didn't stop her sister from doing all this evil. Yushu replied, "Although this is my body, my sister's soul is stronger. She simply took control of the body." Yoon asked what kind of talisman Master Yushu was and forgot that there was no such thing on Earth. Talismans are created from the skins of demonic beasts and aura. If there are enough materials, this can be put into production. There are several low-level talismans in the box. The master can use them. Suisi growled that her stupid little sister had said too much. Yan Yun was surprised. Such different characters, and yet they were definitely sisters. He said that there was no place for Yushi in this world and offered to join his Yun sect. He would find a use for her. The guy gave her his hand and helped her out of the crystal coffin. Heading towards the exit, he told her to follow him. He would introduce her to the others. Suddenly, he felt something hit his back. He turned around and asked in surprise, "Is this a talisman?" Suixi asked if his sister hadn't told him that she could control her body, so how could he relax? She laughed. There was no use in resisting. When this marriage talisman hits the target, the man falls in love with her. Young Yoon felt like he was losing control of himself. His whole body shook. He clenched his teeth, but he really couldn't resist. After a while, the body stopped shaking and the blush almost disappeared from the face. The guy suddenly became surprisingly calm and smiled. Lu Suishi said, "That's better, good boy." She noticed that up close he was even more attractive. And what about that master? Maybe he had also submitted. Yoon pulled the girl towards him and pressed his lips to hers. Suishi looked at him in shock. She didn't expect this. The girl pushed June away from her and jumped to the side. She screamed, "Oh, you pervert, what are you doing?" The guy's eyes flashed. He was under the influence of the marriage talisman. So why was Shuichi so surprised? The girl was perplexed. The talisman could only make the guy fall in love with her. Yoon should just become obedient. She said that she would not lie down under him, and he shouldn't force himself either. It's all an obsession. Yoon chuckled. First, she used the marriage talisman, and now she's trying to back out. The guy said that she wants it herself, so she is the one who is forcing herself here. The girl thought, "Oh my God, every man under the influence of this talisman looked like a sheep. Only June is like a ferocious anaconda. And Shuishi is just the victim he has chosen for himself." But the girl did not agree. She shouted that this would not happen. Lu Suishi shouted that she was the hunter here and would not give up this role. Now the girl herself pressed her lips to Yang Yun's lips. At this time, right next to him, Chiu Yun, who had fainted, began to come to her senses. Opening her eyes slightly, she looked questioningly at the strange couple. Chiu Yun was very surprised that a battle between a dragon and a tiger was taking place here. The girl sighed. In broad daylight, in the midst of a great heritage, they have neither shame nor conscience. But then she decided it was definitely just a dream and she hadn't woken up yet. The next morning came, and all three spent the night in the cave. Lu Suishi snored peacefully, covered with Yang Yun's clothes. The guy remembered the previous night and was horrified at what he had done. He cursed mentally. How would he look Wu Qing in the eyes now? Yushu reproached her sister, saying that she never expected such a thing from her. Suishi stated that since they had a spiritual contract, and even that was the case, all he could do was take her as his wife. But June wasn't going to do that. And then there was this strange girl meditating. He decided that he needed to go back first. He couldn't allow anything even stranger to happen. The next day, the travelers returned to Gouda. Yoon introduced Lu Suexi, saying that she was a new member of their sect, and asked her to love and favor her. Wu Qing asked Yoon to explain. He and Chiu Yun had disappeared for several days and brought this savage here. Suexi asked Wu Qing who she was. Why was she making so much noise? Maybe they just couldn't live without each other. Yang Yun suggested that the girls live in peace and quiet. He could explain everything, but they both barked at him in unison to shut up. Lu Sueshi shouted at Dugu Wu Qing, "Let's fight. You will know what cruelty means." Wu Qing shouted back, "Go ahead, try it." The girls' auras flared. They were ready to grab each other's throats, but then Yang Yun barked menacingly. An order was given to stop. "Are you deaf?" Su Shi and Wu Qing snorted in annoyance and turned away from each other. Q Yun noticed how boring it was. She said that some kind of rabble had gathered here. Why waste time here? Yoon said that he understood Chu Yoon's feelings about losing her family. She may leave them, but it will be her decision. June won't hold her back. But if she wants revenge or to become stronger, the Yoon sect is waiting for her to return. The girl screamed. What do you know? How can you understand? What he hates most is his confidence that everything can be solved. She screamed that she didn't need his compassion. She could survive without outside help. Even alone, she can revive her family. She doesn't need handouts out of pity. Yang Yun smiled. It was much simpler. He had never pitied her, and she should not underestimate herself. It wasn't pity for Chu Yun at all. It was an investment in her. The girl listened to him in confusion, with tears in her eyes. June gave her the opportunity to become stronger in the sect. But the price would be her help in establishing the sect's power throughout China. Dugu Hui added, It's true that they didn't expect to be here, but it's still a good opportunity. The girl looked around in confusion. Tang Long also suggested that she stay. They were all ready to help her. Gu Si Luo said that they knew about her problem and would help her eliminate this Cheng Baiwan. Yang Yun stepped forward and asked Qiu Yun what she had decided. The girl cried and asked them to forgive her. She had told them so much. June said that in that case, he would welcome her back to their Yun sect. Qiu Yun sobbed and confirmed that she would stay. As soon as this touching scene ended, Wu Qing placed her hand on Yun's shoulder. He asked in surprise what had happened, and the girl asked him to say a few words. The sect master said that he would not delay the others, but he still had a couple of things to do. After dismissing the students, Yun and Wu Qing went to his office, and he asked what was going on. He noticed that Dugu Wu Qing was sad and had difficulty speaking. Finally, she asked if he really was inseparable with that woman. The guy confirmed, but said he could explain. Wu Qing cut him off, saying it was none of her business. Wu Qing knows that since ancient times, the strongest have had several partners. The path of masters is limitless. She's just afraid that Yun will become too proud, basking in fame and female attention. Yun sighed. Ah, how nostalgic. Wu Qing's words reminded him of a friend from the past. He remembered Liu Lingling telling him almost the same thing in the mountains under the cherry blossoms. The guy promised that he would not forget his origins and would use force only for the right purposes. Dugu Wu Qing replied, That's good. Maybe she's worrying too much. At this time, Lu Suexi was standing outside the door and eavesdropping. She chuckled, promising that the origins of June would be destroyed by her. Returning to Lishan Villa, Yun went down to the wine cellar and immersed himself in cultivation in the center of the formation. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th stage, and if this continued, he would advance to the foundation formation stage in a month. Sable ate the new Divine Beast pill and went into hibernation. The spirit of Chuer has also already broken through to a new level. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Zhao Nan. He asked the boss why he was calling so late. Nan asked June to come to the company tomorrow. She had something to discuss with him. He promised that he would be there on time tomorrow. Nan also reminded him that his vacation was almost over, and they hadn't met even once. In the morning, Yang Yu-yun went to the Zhao Kingdom company. Nan was surprised. It seemed like they had just seen each other. But Yun had changed so much. She asked who these beautiful girls were. Yun laughed and said that they were his secretaries. But Nan had invited him on some business. Zhao Nan assumed that Yun wanted to resign. But she asked him to help her one last time. Sitting in a luxury car, Nan said that this was his last assignment, after which he could go about his business. Next week was her grandfather's birthday. All the great families would be there. Nan wanted Yun to pretend to be her boyfriend. Yang Yu-yun asked if all 4 great families would come, so Ye and Ma would come too. Zhao Nan explained that she needed Yun's help to break off her engagement with the Ye family. The guy exclaimed, "This is really a rare opportunity." Jun's eyes flashed, and he said that he would repay the Ma and Ye families many times over for all the evil. Nan explained that he would go to bed with her in the evening, so that no one would have any doubts. Yun thought with a smile that they would share the marriage bed with her. He imagined Nan sweetly calling him a vulgar person. Xuexi and Wu Qing understood everything at once and kicked the guy at the same time. He winced from the pain and the girl's furious looks. Nan asked what Yun had already come up with. He would sleep on the floor, and other rooms would be prepared for the girls. The girls whispered to June that he better be careful. They would be watching him. After some time, They found themselves in the central area of Beijing. The car stopped near Zhao's huge house. The car doors opened and the guests stepped out. Nan walked next to Yang Yi-yun, followed by Yun's secretaries and Zhao Ai-yi's permanent secretary. Yun asked, "So this is the Zhao family estate?" Beijing architecture has a special style. The servants bowed low to their mistress and cried out welcome. Nan warned Yun when he met her parents not to be like a log. They must not be revealed. Having agreed on everything, they entered the residential part of the house. The girl took off her shoes and said loudly that she was home. The dog was the first to meet his beloved owner. He ran out into the corridor with a cheerful bark and rushed towards Nan. The dog jumped up and squealed joyfully, licking his beloved mistress. She petted Wang Zi and asked if he was a good boy. "Mommy came home today." Yun asked if Wang Zi hadn't been to Gudu and how he ended up here. Nan replied that she didn't have time to take care of him. She put the dog down on the floor and told him to go play. The happy dog ran barking into the kitchen to see his other owner. He pressed himself against Nan's mother's leg and wagged his tail, and she realized that her daughter had returned. The woman told Nan that she had prepared food. Her father would also be back soon, so let them get ready for dinner. Nan was surprised why she should cook herself, the woman replied. Her daughter brought a guy home. She needs to show off her skills. And then everyone noticed that Zhao Nan's father had entered the kitchen. He asked Jun, "So you are Nan's boyfriend?" Yun replied. "Good evening, uncle." Zhao heard that the guy was causing a lot of noise in Gudu, Yun objected. "Simply starting a business and eliminating the bugs." Father Nan laughed. "Not bad. I like you. You look like me when I was young." Senior Zhao invited Yun to have a drink and stay with them for the night. The next morning arrived and everyone in the Zhao estate was sleeping peacefully. Sleepy Yun felt someone poking his cheek with a finger. Opening his eyes, he saw Lu Suexi laughing. She exclaimed, "What a disgrace!" The formidable cultivator passed out. Sticking her tongue out at him, the girl giggled that he was so defenseless that he could become a laughingstock. The guy cursed and asked her what she was doing here, and to get out of here. Suexi purred that after that time in the cave, her cultivation had grown. How could she miss such an opportunity? She suggested that Yun look at her chest. It is a talisman of numbness. The guy was in shock. At this moment, Zhao Nan's footsteps were heard in the corridor. She carefully opened the door and asked how long it would take Yang Yun to sleep. It was time for breakfast. Receiving no answer, the girl asked if Yun was there. Lu Sushi noticed that this could play into her hands. Yang Yun was horrified. This was the last thing he needed. Tears started flowing from his eyes. After standing outside the door for a while, Zhao Nan entered the room and was surprised to find that there was no one there. Nan was puzzled as to where he had gone. She had not seen Yun go anywhere in the morning, and Yan Yun, with an effort of will, sent himself and the mischievous Shui Shi into the vessel of the universe. They rushed through the portal screaming. Shui Shi indignantly asked why he had dragged her to some strange place again. The guy replied that it was my own fault. My reputation was almost ruined. Soon they landed on a green lawn inside the vessel of the universe. Lu's box burst open and a spiritual stone jumped out. Yun told her, it seemed like they had ended up in the inner part of his dantian. She noticed with surprise that it seemed like the spiritual stone from the box was being absorbed by this place. Yang Yun looked around in surprise. The space had noticeably changed. This spiritual stone brought such a strong life energy to this place. The fruits he collected for the sable grew into large trees and began to bear fruit. The boy glanced sideways at the ivory box. While they are here, Shuexi has no strength. This is his space. He quickly took the box. Sushi exclaimed indignantly that this was her box. Yun objected. This box was too dangerous in her hands. He would confiscate it. He warned that if Shuexi planned something against him, he would use blood bonds. The girl cursed. Yang Yuyun thought, it seems Uncle Wang's house is also in Beijing. I should pay him a visit. The boy noticed that the houses of the four great families were each more pompous than the other. The servant at the entrance exclaimed upon seeing the guy, "Oh, you are Mr. Yang, come in. The head of the family is already waiting for you." Yun thanked him for his kindness, looking confused. He wondered how Uncle Wang knew, since Yun hadn't told him he was coming. Seeing Yun, Wang Musheng invited him to come into the hall. They were waiting for him. The owner of the house said happily, "Jun, you finally decided to come. Uncle Wang has been waiting for you for a long time. How are you finding life in Beijing?" The guy replied that everything was fine. But how did Uncle Wang know that he was coming? Lu Sheng introduced Yun to a Taoist monk who predicted that great luck would visit their home today. The monk stood up and said, "Young friend Yang, this is our first meeting. My name is Wang Xuanji." The old man said that he had long heard about the youth's affairs in Gudu and was very glad to meet him. The boy greeted the monk, saying that he had amazed him by predicting the place of his appearance. The monk noticed that Yun was surrounded by purple qi. This young man possessed the power of a soaring dragon. This is not just good luck for the Wang family. It is good luck for the entire celestial empire. Wang Musheng invited Jun to have lunch with them first. The whole family and guests sat down at the table. Musheng said with a sigh that the head was seriously ill, and only 1,000-year-old ginseng could help him. The monk noticed that the Ma and Ye families were planning to do something again. If the elder Wang died, chaos would break out in the celestial empire. Xuanji asked Yun, who was familiar with the art of healing, if he could take a look at the patient. Yun was embarrassed. He only learned something from the master. Of course, he could see how he could help. Mushin was doubtful. The best doctors didn't know what to do. But his wife reminded him that the guy had saved their son. Jun was escorted to the bedside of the head of the Wang family. The guy noticed that there were no wounds on the outside. He needed to use the spiritual eye. The scan showed that the cerebral nerve was damaged. It is a miracle that this man is still alive. For a moment, the monk felt a wave of energy coming from the boy. But it was not an inner strength, interestingly enough. Turning to the Wang family, Yun said that he gave a 70% chance that he could cure the head. Everyone except the Taoist monk was shocked by what was said. Yun wondered why they had such a reaction. Was it because the chance of success was too small? Mushin took the boy's hand and said with admiration, "Even the famous doctor from the capital gave up." He assured the guy that if there was any chance, they would agree to try. Jun replied that in that case, he would do everything possible. He explained that he would use medical needles and asked not to interfere. He needed complete concentration. The guy noticed that the leader had been in a coma for a long time, but his muscles had not atrophied. And judging by the scars, he was a warrior. To begin with, he decided to stabilize the channels of the head of the Wang family with the help of true qi. The needles, filled with power, entered the motionless body of the old warrior. After some time, his skin color began to improve. Yun stuck the last needle into the place where the foreign object was stuck. Yun saw that the fragment was too close to the channel. It was necessary to simultaneously stabilize the channels and pull out the fragment. The guy concentrated. The decisive moment had arrived. Using his strength, Yang Yuyun tried to remove the foreign object, but the fragment only moved slightly from its place. Yun was surprised. He spent so much effort, and the fragment only swung a little. Suddenly, he noticed that the vessels began to tremble. This is very dangerous. The guy cursed mentally. The channels were too fragile. Li Jia told her husband that it seemed to be really tiring for the guy. Was everything really okay? Mu Sheng noticed that the head of the family's skin was improving. It had already been 2 hours since Yang Yunyun had started treating the head of the Wang family. Wang Musheng paced the room excitedly while Jun was busy. Finally, the guy made the finishing move. He sighed tiredly. He had very little strength left. Everyone looked at Yang Yun with excitement, waiting for his verdict. Mu Sheng asked him worriedly if everything was okay. Yun replied that he had used up too much internal energy, but fortunately, the gentleman is fine. Yun stabilized his channels and moved the foreign body. The guy said that we need to find a surgeon who will remove the foreign body. Then he will remove the needles, and then the gentleman will wake up. Mushin shouted to his wife to call the surgeon quickly. He thought that Jun had saved a member of the Wang family again, and he mentally promised Guozhang to take care of his son as if he were his own. The monk was amazed. The guy solved the problem that even China's best doctor couldn't handle in 2 hours. He truly is a superhuman. 2 days later, the Zhao estate began celebrating the birthday of the head of the family, Grandfather Nan. At the appointed time, influential guests began to arrive at the estate. The respectable gentlemen and the young heirs quietly talked among themselves. Most of the guests knew each other well. Yan Yun grumbled loudly. You wouldn't expect less pathos from great families. One of the Zhao family's employees registered guests with gifts. Yun noticed that the number of gifts was very impressive. Yan Yun approached the registrar and asked to accept his modest gift. The registrar didn't understand who this guy was, what family he was from. This bottle looks pretty cheap. He waved casually to the side, telling the boy to leave his gift there. Yoon thought, what a snob. Does the Zhao family really have such people? Oh well, there's no need to make a scandal at the holiday. At this moment, Yi Kai entered the house and immediately exclaimed that young Yoon had forgotten himself here. The failed groom Nan asked Yoon if he really thought he was worthy of being here. Let him roll back to his gudu. Yoon chuckled. It seemed that Ye Kai hadn't learned a lesson from their last meeting, but he was ready to repeat the lesson at any time. The head of the Ye family scolded his grandson not to waste his time on this savage. Ye Kai turned towards his grandfather. Ye Zhaitian told Yoon that since today was the Seven Zhao festival, he would let him go, but they would definitely settle the score later. The guests asked each other where this guy came from who dared to insult Yi's family. The head of the Ye family noticed that Yoon was quite brave to come here. Everything was going well for him. But that was until today. Lu Shuxi walked over and asked Chief Yi, "Hey, you've been going on about it for half a day. Don't you think it's time to shut up?" The girl said that Yang Yun could handle such trash as Chief Ye with one hand. Ye Zhaitian got furious and yelled, "Is this girl crazy?" There was a tense pause. Everyone was on edge. And then the birthday boy, Zhao Chengsheng, appeared and said, "Brother Ye, why are you arguing with the youth? You know they have hot blood." Second Uncle Nan confirmed, "That's right. Let's calm down and resolve everything peacefully." Ye Zhaitian objected. Brother Zhao was probably joking. But we need to get back to the main thing. The Ye family had prepared a gift for the head of Zhao. The box he brought contained a sparkling true crystal, and Chief Ye hoped that it would help Brother Zhao reach the top of Anjing. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise, and Yoon immediately recognized that it was a low-level spiritual stone. The guests were shocked. The Ye family spent a fortune to acquire the true crystal. Yoon thought that since there were other spiritual stones on Earth, there was no need to worry about cultivation. Ye Zhaitian proposed that today would be the day to announce Ye Kai and Zhao Nan's engagement, and then there would be more than one special event. But Nan took Yoon's hand and said that she already had a boyfriend, so she couldn't marry Ye Kai. Grandfather Nan and her uncle were stunned by what the girl was saying. Ye Kai angrily yelled that Zhao Nan didn't care about the Ye family. This engagement was arranged a long time ago. How could this savage be any better? Then everyone heard Wang Xuanji's voice. He chuckled and said that he had missed a good show. He told the birthday boy that the Musheng family was very busy, and would Head Zhao mind if he, a monk, represented them? Headmaster Zhao bowed and replied that it was a great honor for them to welcome the great seer and master of alchemy, Monk Fang. Fan laughed. There was no need to stand on ceremony. He asked to accept a modest gift of a pill of life-giving blood. Zhao Chengsheng asked if this was the same living blood pill, the universal antidote and internal energy enhancer. Yoon could tell from the smell that this was not a high-ranking remedy. It seemed the alchemy level here was very low. Wang Xuanji smiled. He was in such a hurry that he didn't bring a gift, but he could tell the Zhao family's fortune after the banquet. Chief Zhao exclaimed that this was excellent and invited everyone to come in. The guests headed towards the large banquet hall. Walking past the gifts, Alchemist Fan stopped in surprise. He caught the scent of pills. He asked the birthday boy if he really had another family of alchemists represented today, and the head of Zhao objected. Fan asked permission to examine the gifts. Everyone was surprised. Could there really be a pill in the world that could excite the master so much? Approaching the mountain of gifts, Monk Fan examined everything carefully. Wang Xuanji advised Brother Fang to look in the northwest. He felt incredible power there. Fan thanked Brother Wang. He actually found the pill there. The alchemist exclaimed, "This is the long-lost, small, primordial pill." The Taoist monk Wang asked permission to see who had given such an amazing gift. Looking at the list, Xuanji exclaimed, "Yes, it is June." Yoon laughed, "Not bad. This is really his gift. Elder Wang is an excellent seer." The guy clarified that this was the legacy of his master. So without a doubt, this was the original pill. The guests were shocked. How could this happen? Where did the boy get such a rarity? Uncle Nan hugged Yoon with a laugh and exclaimed that the guy was simply something. He realized this back in Gudu. Monk Fan invited Yoon to honor their school with his visit and demonstrate his art of alchemy. The birthday boy invited Monk Fan and the others to join the celebration, not allowing him to take the boy away with him. The alchemist agreed with Chang Sheng, but he seemed very agitated. Everyone was excitedly discussing the appearance of a pill, the recipe for which had been lost many centuries ago. Ye Kai quietly told his grandfather that if this continued, their engagement would definitely end. Ye Zhaitian reminded them that they were distracted from Zhao and Ye's engagement. Even if this guy had skills, he was still a savage. Wing Xuanji warned the head of the Ye family that he did not speak to the guests like that. If he continued, he would not look at his status. Yoon was surprised at how powerful the aura was. The monk was at least at the top of Anjing. The head of Ye was much weaker. Wuqing asked him if he felt the power, and he confirmed it. Sushi snorted and called Yoon a coward. If she were him, she would have made the old man beg for mercy on his knees. Xiao Yuanchang asked the gentleman to calm down and resolve everything peacefully. The Taoist monk snorted contemptuously and went to his place at the banquet table. The guests sat down at richly laid tables, laden with delicacies. Nan's relatives never left Yang Yun's side. Ma Xiaoyu asked his grandfather what they should do. Yang Yi Yun has quite a close relationship with the Zhao family, Head Ma asked. So what? He killed their man. It's dangerous to openly oppose him. Let Ye deal with him first. Indeed, the head of the Ye family and his grandson were indignant as they looked at Yoon. Ye Zhaitian couldn't bear it any longer and crushed the cup in his hand. The guests turned to the head of the Yi family with concern. He growled that his patience was at its limit. How much longer could he ignore them? They didn't give a damn about their family Yi. He reminded that initially both their families had agreed on the engagement. And he, the head of the Ye family, demanded a clear answer. Nan told Grandpa that he drank too much that day and agreed to the engagement. How could it be serious? Monk Wang noticed that everyone had already eaten and drunk their fill, and it was time for him to keep his promise. He announced that he would now tell fortunes for the Zhao family. The Wang family has a dragon, and Zhao has a phoenix. The meeting of a phoenix and a dragon is a good omen. He asked Chang Sheng who the dragon was. Zhao Chapter replied, "If Nan is a phoenix, then it is a dragon." The monk suggested, "Far in the sky, close before our eyes." Everyone looked at Yang Yun in surprise. The boy asked in surprise if the elder Wang was talking about him. The head of the Ye family shouted that he didn't believe it. This savage without roots. How could he be a dragon? Wang Xuanji said that this guy saved his grandson Zongren and helped Wang Taiyaru, and now he is a person from the Wang family. As the head of the Wang household, the monk betrothed Yoon to the Zhao family and let the dragon and phoenix tablet confirm their marriage. Yang Yun was stunned. He was finished. This fake game of couples had gone too far. After dinner, the guests followed the birthday boy into another room. He told Yoon that he and Nan were in love with each other, and now they could announce their intention to be together. The old man noticed with a smile that Yoon had arrived with 2 secretaries. Chief Zhao approved of this. They won't let him and Nan get too close together. Yoon smiled wryly. The boy asked Zhao Changsheng where they were all going now. He replied that the 4 great families have a tradition of holding a martial arts competition after the banquet. Each family sends a participant to fight. The Ma and Ye families have a claim on June. They will not let him go so easily. Guests flocked to the venue where the martial arts competition was taking place. Yang Yuyun noted that the situation of the 4 great families of Beijing was very different. Nan asked June why he was so excited when Mr. Wang announced his prediction. Yang Yuyun said, "Zhao Nan is such a beautiful girl. What else do you need?" Suddenly, Yoon heard someone calling out to him. It was Ye Wu, the 7th level Anjing ancient martial arts master. The guy looked at him in surprise. He saw this man for the first time. Ye Wu asked Yoon if a trash like him would dare to come down and accept the challenge. Head Zhao told his son-in-law not to pay attention to him. He is a fool from the Ye family. We need to wait for the draw. Ye Wu laughed. It turns out the guy is only capable of hiding behind the head of the Zhao family. What a coward. Yoon's face darkened as the Ye family fighter continued to provoke him. He shouted that the worthless kid was afraid to enter the arena because he was trash. Yang Yoon was about to go down when he heard movement behind him. Wu Qing could not stand these insults and rushed at the impudent man. Suexi giggled. Oh, the little dog rushed to protect its owner. Ye Wu laughed that now the guy was hiding behind a skirt, he really was trash. Dugu Wu Qing growled at the fighter to shut up. He was not worthy of her master. He was like a bug under Yang Yun's foot. The Ye family fighter called Wu Qing a piece of trash and asked if she had said enough. Ye Wu rushed towards the sharp-tongued girl. He shouted that he would finish her in one blow, so she shouldn't cry afterwards. Wu Qing easily blocked the attack. Noticing that it seemed the brute only knew how to chatter, Wu Qing counterattacked and sent the bragging Ye family fighter flying. He was perplexed. This strength and speed. Could it really be that the girl was on the 8th step of Anjing? Yi Wu rose again after falling. He exclaimed that it was a bluff. The girl couldn't be that strong, but Dugu Wu Qing deflected another attack with one hand. Fighter Ye couldn't believe how she stopped him so easily. Even though he had put in 70% of his strength, Yang Yun's bodyguard took up her favorite sword. The girl made a swift lunge, the blade of the sword approaching the enemy's throat. Ye Wu thought with horror that he would not be able to dodge the blow. The opponents met in the arena. Now Dugu Wu Qing attacked. She struck the impudent fellow with the hilt of her sword, throwing him far away from her. Ye Wu crashed to the ground, breaking through the arena's covering. Everyone watched this unexpected fight in surprise. Ye Wu asked in a barely audible voice if he had really lost. The fighter remembered the threat from the head of the Yi family that if Yang Yun did not die, then he, Ye Wu, would die. The girl approached the enemy lying on the ground and asked if he would continue to fight. He shouted at her not to get cocky. Of course he would fight. Now he was fighting at half strength. Removing his hand behind his back, Ye Wu took out his retractable combat blades. Yang Yuyun shouted at Wu Qing to be careful. Ye Wu made a sharp lunge and slashed the girl with secret retractable blades. Dugu Wu Qing felt that these blades were poisoned. Fighter Yi took advantage of Wu Qing's momentary hesitation and struck her again. Rushing after her, Ye Wu screamed for the girl to die. Grabbing her hand, he shouted that she was caught, and now she wouldn't get away. Meanwhile, the head of the Ye family quietly took out a poison pill. Ye Zhaitian threw a poison pill at Dugu Wu Qing. A blast of poison hit the girl. Her legs gave way. She clenched her teeth and turned to face the head of the Ye family. She didn't expect him to attack from behind. Ye Wu dealt another blow to the wounded Wu Qing with his poisoned blades. The girl screamed. Blood gushed from the wounds. She felt the effect of the poison. The Ye family fighter burst into laughter, exclaiming that the girl was finished this time. But at that moment, he suddenly received a strong kick to the face. Yang Yun punched Ye Wu to the ground, breaking his face. He gave the scoundrel a kick that sent him flying, knocking stones out of the arena. With great force, Ye Wu fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Everyone looked at one of the Ye family's strongest fighters in surprise. Ye Wu's entire body shook, and a pool of blood flowed out from his broken face. He gathered his strength and stood up. The fighter did not understand what had just happened. Ye Wu didn't see Yang Yun's movements. Even the master didn't have such terrifying strength. With his teeth knocked out and his face swollen, the fighter looked questioningly at the guy. Yun growled that he hadn't expected a sneak attack. But since Wu dared to do it, he was prepared for the consequences. Ye Wu begged for forgiveness, saying that he was stupid and that he would give up the antidote. At this time, he again brought forward the poisoned blades. Shouting that the boy was a fool, he attacked Yang Yun. But the guy calmly stopped Yi Wu's hand with the poisoned weapon. The Ye family fighter was perplexed. The boy deliberately allowed the poisonous needles to pierce his hand and then grabbed him. Yun exclaimed, "Only the grave can straighten out a hunchback. Since you love to attack quietly, first I'll break your arm." Ye Wu howled in pain as he felt the bones in his arm break one by one. At this moment, the head of the Ye family threw a poison pill at Yang Yun. The boy caught the pill with 2 fingers and angrily asked Ye Zhaitian how dare he do such a thing. He threw a poisoned pill towards the head of the Ye family. He flinched in fear as a bolt of poison whistled right next to him. The pill hit the tree near head Ye, almost breaking through it. The old man glanced sideways at the deadly pill. The guests asked each other what family he was from. He had such enormous strength. Someone suggested that he was from the Wang family. The head of the Zhao family couldn't believe his eyes. This power was much higher than Anjing. How was this possible at such a young age? Yang Yun asked Ye Wu how he wanted to die, and the loser begged for mercy. In response, The guy struck the scoundrel who was trying to poison Wu Qing. He flew away, painting the arena with his blood. Everyone looked in surprise at the strong fighter, bleeding and with a swollen face and almost no teeth. Yang Yun asked angrily, "Who else wants to fight? Everyone who has something to say, come out here." The head of the Ye family was twisted with anger. He did not understand why everything turned out this way. Ma Xiaoliu told his grandfather that Yang Yun was at the 9th stage of Anjing. So how could he fight him? Yun stated that Dugu Wu Qing was a person from his sect. If someone decided to defeat her with dirty tricks, he would not let it go. The guy exclaimed, "The whole Ye family are just cowards. If they don't agree, let them come out and fight him." The head of the Ye family clenched his teeth in anger, but he had no intention of getting involved with Yun today. Approaching the girl, he warned that if they dared to offend his man, they could consider that they had offended the entire Yun sect. China no longer belongs to the 4 families. If they dare to touch his sect again, he will slit their throats. Wu Qing was barely breathing, Yun reassured her. Everything was fine. Now he would help her remove the poison. The heads of families became wary. A 5th force had emerged outside the 4 great families of China. Taoist monk Wang smiled. It seemed that from now on, the Celestial Empire would never be the same. Zhao Nan did not recognize her humble worker. He dared to challenge the 4 great families of China. Until midnight, Yang Yun spent time removing the poison from the girl's body. This Ye family poison was much harder to neutralize than the Wu Qing cold poison. But Yun noticed that spiritual energy had appeared in Wu Qing's body, and a spiritual root was also being formed. Her root is a metal type. It is simply made for the sword. She is like a tiger with wings. Her strength will increase many times over. But Yun couldn't determine the type of his spiritual root. Why it was transparent. There was nothing about it in the master's archive. Suddenly, the guy heard the window sash in the room quietly open. He asked who was there, looked out, and saw a stranger in a cloak with a hood flying away into the yard. Yang Yun jumped out of the window and rushed after the night guest. Having caught up with the stranger, the guy asked who he was. The man on the parade ground replied that the guy was very fast. The stranger shouted that it didn't matter who he was and attacked Yang Yun. He added, "The most important thing is that he was sent for him." June, the stranger attacked the guy with lightning discharges. Yun jumped back immediately. He didn't expect this. He looked at the bluish discharges in surprise and wondered if it was lightning. But how was that possible? On the stranger's palm, there was a strange mark glowing, from which lightning was shooting out. This man, like ancient Zeus, could throw lightning bolts. Yang Yun kept moving to avoid being hit by the lightning. Jumping up to the enemy, the guy asked, "Where did you come from? What kind of magic are you using?" The guy struck the thunderer, who cried out in pain. After striking, Yang Yun jumped back to a safe distance. The man in the cloak laughed. It's a pity he didn't guess. It's not magic. The man took off his cloak and said that this was his awakened power. Yun was the first one who could dodge the lightning. Old man Wang did not lie. The awakened one introduced himself. He is Wu Nan. The adjutant of the Holy Dragon Abyss admits his defeat. Wu Nan explained that he had received orders from Old Man Wang to meet with Yang Yiyun. The reason Wu Nan was looking for Yun was because they had a lead on the boy's grandfather, who is currently in the south. Yun was stunned. Wu Nan was sure that Yun's grandfather was somehow connected with the local forces. They believed that his mother was there too. However, due to the special status of the area, they cannot act rashly. The boy clenched his teeth. After his father disappeared on Voight, his mother also abandoned them. Could it be that they had been hiding there all this time? Yang Yun clenched his fists. They left him and his sister with their grandmother. Now they will pay for it. At the airport, Wu Nan said that he had arranged for Yun to be met at Nangguo and asked if he wanted to enter the Holy Dragon Abyss. Yang Yun thanked him and suggested that they come back to this proposal later. The boy had already realized that the Holy Dragon Abyss, under the leadership of Grandfather Wang, occupied a special position in China. He was flattered, but it was time for them to fly. Wu Nan wished them a good journey. Yun didn't think that there was anyone in the world, except for immortals, who could use powers like lightning. Wang Musheng asked Wu Nan if he would let Yang Yiyun go so easily. Wu Nan replied that the guy was very strong and had his own views on things. but he would force him to enter the Holy Dragon Abyss. After some time, the plane landed on a small island in the state of Nangguo. Yoon and his secretaries were met by a broad-shouldered guy who asked, "So you are that very Mr. Yang?" The guy replied, "You are apparently Wu Nan's man who is supposed to meet them." The man bowed and said, "That's right, just call me Van. Please follow me." A luxury car was waiting for Yeonjun and his girls. Soon they arrived at the Duanmu family's estate. Wang told Yoon that they were there. Wang explained that this was the Duanmu family's property, and their special task was to gather information about Grandpa Jun. Wang said the largest auction in all of Southeast Asia took place here today. Jun chuckled. "Great idea. Perfect for gathering information." Yoon sensed that there were stones with spiritual energy here. Wang suggested that he try his luck. One of those gathered scraped off a layer of stone and exclaimed, "This is truly green. What luck!" Jun was surprised, but the spiritual energy from the purified stone became stronger. He smiled. It was not difficult to sort through these stones. He asked Wu Qing and Xue Shi to help him buy back all the marked stones. The spy reported to Mr. Lei that some Chinese man spent 800 million to buy a whole carload of stones. Lei ordered to find out what family he was from and to remind him that big money attracts attention. Everyone gathered around Yoon. He began to open the stones. Many thought that the boy had wasted his money. The very first stone turned out to be a very rich imperial green. Those stones that had not yet reached the spiritual level, Yoon gave to Wang. The dumbfounded man Wu Nan caught the precious stones. The unripe stones flew one after another into Van's hands. Those around were perplexed. These were all high-class stones, so this is how the professionals play. The strange behavior of the recently arrived Yoon was silently observed by strange people. Jun decided that he would open them until the donkey's Easter. First, he had to open this stone, full of spiritual energy. Taking the saw in his hands, Yoon mentally asked the stone not to let him down. The tool dug into the stone cover and made a cut. The guy immediately felt a surprisingly powerful energy. It was enough to break off a small piece to release the power of the stone. Yoon noticed that the vessel of the universe was greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of this stone. She said that the stone Yoon found was a 10,000-year-old blood jade. He had not encountered such spiritual energy for a long time. The spy reported to Lei that the guy had found a glass-type blood jade in a 100-kilogram boulder. This time, Jun found a treasure. This stone, full of spiritual energy, was able to awaken the master. One of those present clapped his hands and said that he did not expect such a young man to be a master. But the mind does not wait for a beard. The man introduced himself. He was Mizuno, the director of a jewelry company, and he was ready to buy this bloody jade. Everyone was stunned to hear that Mizuno was willing to pay more than $1 billion for the stone. Lei asked Mizuno where his manners were. He had already collected enough treasures here. Now he had to give in. Someone noticed that all this fuss had caught Mr. Lei's attention. Yang Yun stared at the jade on Lei's belt. It was exactly the same as his mother's. It was definitely connected to her. Mizuno snapped back. What do manners have to do with it? They achieve everything themselves. Duanmu Shui, the head of the Duanmu house, approached Yoon and offered almost $2 billion for the amazing stone. Everyone's faces lengthened. The guy was able to attract the attention of even Duanmu Shui. It seems that this stone is an unprecedented miracle. Mizuno and Duanmu vied with each other to raise the price of the stone. Yang Yun frowned and shouted, "Enough." He didn't tell anyone that he was going to sell this stone at all. So don't get your hopes up. Everyone was amazed by the strength of the guy's internal energy. Duanmu thought about it. For some reason, he had a feeling that he had seen this face somewhere before. At that moment, a blade whistled through the air, flying towards Yoon. Dugu Wu Qing swung her sword and blocked the attack. The girl asked, "I wonder where this rat attacked from." The bandit upstairs laughed, and the young lady had a great reaction. He said the wait was not in vain. Now this stone will be his. He advised not to resist. Everyone in the hall scattered, wondering where this robber could have come from. But the bandits killed everyone who saw their faces, and the massacre began. Dugu Wu Qing shouted at the assassin to stop. The bandit laughed, and the young lady decided to play with him too. The girl dodged the daggers aimed at her. Wu Qing turned to Lu Sueqi, asking what she was doing there, and for him to help her quickly. But it was already Lu Yushu. She couldn't understand where she was and what had happened. Wu Qing was amazed. It was as if Shu Shi had been replaced. The bandit shouted to the young lady that she shouldn't get distracted because she could die that way. The robber immediately attacked Dugu Wu Qing. The girl defended herself with difficulty. This scoundrel turned out to be strong. Duanmu Shui roared. "How dare you make a noise in my domain? You must be immortal to do this." The bandit leader laughingly advised the old man not to show off. His development had stopped at the top of Anjing. Headmaster Duanmu struck the insolent man and declared that the 9th stage of Anjin would be enough to deal with them. Suddenly, the floor began to split under Duanmu Shui's feet. Another bandit emerged from there, grabbed the old man by the leg, and shouted that he was caught. Duanmu was surprised that there were awakened ones among the bandits. The leader of the robbers exclaimed that he never said he would be alone, but the bandit failed to chop down the old man. Yang Yun stood in his way. The boy struck the robber, knocking him away from Duanmu Shui. Awakened, he cursed and disappeared. He didn't think that there was another master here. The old man thanked Mr. Yan for his help. Yun asked the old man if he knew a woman. Her name was Mu Wan. She was once married to a Chinese military man. Duanmu Shui replied, "Mu Wan is his poor daughter's childhood nickname." He said that before Vanya went missing, she told him that she had 2 children, a boy and a girl, left in Gudu. The old man exclaimed, "No wonder the guy seemed familiar to him. That means he is her son, Yang Yun." Duanmu exclaimed that he was Yun's grandfather, and his daughter's full name was Duanmu Wan. What joy! He finally saw his grandson. The guy frowned. "And where were you in the most difficult times?" "He doesn't need such a mother and grandfather," Shu said. There was a reason for that. Suddenly, someone in the room groaned in pain. The robber laughed. What a touching reunion. The bandit took out the remote control and pressed the red button. Yang Yun turned to the hall full of people with concern. The floor beneath people's feet burst into flames. An explosion was heard, along with cries for help and death groans. All the survivors were in shock. The bandits mined the hall and set off an explosion. Yun looked at the dozens of dead people and exclaimed, "Bastard!" The bandit leader kicked Yun in the leg. The robber grinned. "You think you should rely only on your strength, but if you show off, you'll all explode here." On the leader's orders, the bandits seized and tied up all the survivors. Fearing an explosion, people did not put up much resistance. The leader warned everyone to sit still until they finished, and if they tried to escape, they would die. Duanmu Shui told Jun that his mother firmly believed that her husband was alive in the desert, so she went to look for him. At that time, the deadly desert was a place where it was dangerous to enter, and Van, behind her father's back, took several masters with her. Only one person returned, saying that they had found ruins full of dangerous creatures, and that the sun there was green. That's where Wan disappeared. Later, Duanmu Shui looked for her but found no ruins. The bandit leader laughed. "Ruins in the desert. This story is only for fooling children." The robber, laughing, said that it seemed like the lady had staged the whole thing in order to run away to her boyfriend in another country. And they were losers. Yang Yun glared at the bandit. He yelled, stared, apparently decided to kill me, and hit the guy. Yun smiled, took hostages. "You really are trash. But you decide to fight one-on-one." The enraged robber hit the guy again and yelled at him to shut his mouth. He hissed angrily. It seemed the boy didn't get it, but he would let him die so easily. Dugu Wu Qing angrily shouted at the bandit to stop. Duanmu Shui promised that he would personally tear the bandit to pieces, but the robber demonstratively stomped the guy's head on the floor, hitting him hard. One of the bandits remarked that the boss was in good spirits today. Another explained that he hated being called trash. The leader grabbed Yun by the hair and lifted him off the floor. He asked Jun with a grin, "Well, kid, are you happy?" Yang Yun smiled and told the trash to scratch him some more. The enraged robber screamed for the boy to die and took out a hidden blade, declaring that the bloody jade would be his. At that moment, the door swung open and Wang informed Yun that the mines had been diffused and the building was clear. Yun replied, "Well done, Wang. It's no wonder you're Wu Nan's henchman." Yang Yun released his inner strength, pushing away the robber and getting rid of the ropes. The robber exclaimed, "It is impossible to defuse all the mines in such a short time. Could they have been discovered earlier? June rushed at the vile robber. The guy struck him in the chest with terrifying force. The bandit leader groaned and blood gushed from his mouth. The guy, his eyes flashing, suggested that he find out about this from the Lord of the Dead. The two strongest fighters immediately rushed to the wounded boss. They were all amazed at how oppressive Yang Yun's aura was. The leaders shouted at them not to let the boy intimidate them. They should all attack him together. They all shouted at the guy to die, and the awakened one threw a combat dart at him. Yun calmly caught the dart with 2 fingers. The second bandit attacked Yang Yun with lightning speed while he was distracted by the dart. The guy noticed, and this robber is pretty fast. The bandit yelled at the boy not to dare run. Where had all his courage gone? At that moment, the awakened one cautiously emerged from underground. He jumped on Yang Yun's shoulders and shouted that he was caught. The awakened one shouted that he was holding the boy so that his comrade would act faster. Suddenly, the bandit stopped. He was confused. Did the guy really stop him with a hidden weapon? Yang Yun delivered a crushing kick to his opponent. It's time to use the caught dart. He thrust it into the eye of the awakened one, who had thrown the dart at him. Blood gushed out. The mole man cried out, "Ah, my eye!" The second bandit realized that this boy was too strong. He underestimated him. Yang Yun asked the robber what he was thinking about. The guy slammed the bandit's head into the floor with all his might. Meanwhile, the gang leader tried to run away as far as possible. Looking back, he sighed with relief. He was able to run quite far. He must have lost the chase. And then he suddenly bumped into Yang Yun's chest. He recognized his colorful shirt. The guy asked the robber where he was going in such a hurry. Yun had 2 of the leader's henchmen in his hands. The bandit asked in surprise if these 2 hadn't been able to detain the boy. The robber realized that he had only one last trick left to use. He fell on his knees before the boy and begged the great master to forgive him. Yan Yu-yun abandoned the bodies of the gang leader's top henchmen. He smiled and promised to give the boy all the treasures he had if Mr. Yang let him go. But instead, Yun stomped the bandit's head into the ground with a powerful blow. The impact was so strong that the soil around it cracked. Yun asked the robber, "What makes you think I'd let a scumbag like you go?" Duanmu Shui asked Jun if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine and asked his grandfather how things were in the building. Grandfather explained that the robber's accomplices were all low-ranking fighters and had already been dealt with. Headmaster Duanmu suggested that his grandson leave everything to his children and return his estate. Grandfather Jun's estate was not as pompous as those of the Beijing families, but it was quite cozy and comfortable. Lu Sueshi asked Mr. Yang plaintively what happened. She couldn't see anything. Yun asked angrily how she dared pretend not to understand after today. The girl babbled pitifully that she was not pretending. She really didn't understand. Jun said they should deal with the fact that Shuishi used his sister as a shield. She probably regretted that he didn't die. The girl objected that they had always been devoted to him. How could he think such a thing? Yun knew that Shuishi had long ago determined that the building was mined. She, like him, has a spiritual eye. One only has to look, and it is impossible not to notice. And just when the bandits showed up, she returned the body to her little sister. What a coincidence. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she declared that they couldn't do that. Yang Yu-yun warned that he was currently asking his elder sister, and if she couldn't show up, Yun would use a special technique. The girl asked warily what this special technique was. Yun lightly pushed the girl, and she fell onto the bed. She became frightened and asked what the gentleman was going to do. Yang Yun confidently grabbed her ankle and pulled her foot towards him. She stammered, "No, not there." The guy asked her, "If you still won't admit it, then feel the 13 meridian movements." The girl blushed and gasped. Gritting her teeth, she repeated again that she couldn't do that. Yang Yu-yun remarked angrily. It seemed that Lu Shushi was not satisfied with this. Now Yun used the true art, the 1,000 meridian movements. He pressed the Yongchuan, Gongsun, and Duyin points on his feet in turn. Susie could hardly contain herself. It was so good. She was already at her peak. The girl screamed that she couldn't do it anymore. She admitted it and promised that she wouldn't do it again. Yan Yun exhaled. If only he could do it right away, he wouldn't have to resort to this method. He promised that he would not spare her in the future. So let her remember this incident well. The girl quietly muttered that June was a bastard. There was a loud knock on the door of the room. The servant apologized to the young master for disturbing him, and the head of the family asked him to have tea with him. The guy replied that he would be right there. Shushi shouted for him to untie her first. Duanmu Shui asked his grandson. So he founded a sect and gave that gang a beating. Good job. Chief Duanmu didn't think the Ye and Ma families were that sensitive, but he was curious about how the boy discovered the mines. Yun lied that he smelled explosives, and his assistant Wang quickly began to defuse the mines. The grandfather was delighted. The boy was capable beyond his years, almost at the stage of innate energy. Young Yun said that his grandfather was flattering him. Duanmu asked his grandson what he was going to do next. Maybe he should stay with his grandfather. His opportunities in Nangguo were enormous. The boy thanked his grandfather for his concern, but he was not accustomed to the local climate, and his grandmother and sister would not leave their homeland. The head of the family rose from his chair and said, "Okay, with such skills he won't be lost in China," and invited his grandson to follow him. He said that in his youth, as a result of a fight with the great families, he was exiled to Nangguo, and he was unable to protect his daughter. Yang Yun's grandfather felt that he owed him an unpayable debt. He told his grandson that outside of China, he could command the people of the Duanmu family, and they greeted the young master with unanimous approval. The people of the Duanmu family exclaimed that they were ready to follow the young master at any time. Yang Yun was at a loss and didn't know what to say. Duanmu said that the Congress of Masters was approaching. Although the great families expelled him, he still had the right to participate, and the Yun sect could too. It is said that this year's Congress will be held earlier due to the breakthrough of the leader of the Holy Dragon Abyss, and other sects will also participate. Grandfather warned Yun that he should be careful because of the great families. Duanmu also said that the leader of the Holy Dragon Abyss is said to be similar to Yun. Both of them are incredibly strong. But don't worry, he will only be an observer. Yun won't meet him in the competition. The boy warned his grandfather that when the time came for them to meet in the arena, he would not give in and would fight with full force. Shua laughed. There was no one in all of China who would dare to challenge him like that. Yun was amazed at how strong his aura was. Yun decided to leave the bloody jade as a gift to his grandfather as a token of gratitude for his care. Shui wanted his grandson to stay longer, but he was in a hurry to return to China. He had too much to do. Yun returned to his room and thought, this trip was a success, but he still doesn't know the power of the ancient sects that exist outside of the four great families. Yang Yun hoped that he was not inferior to them in strength. The next day, the guy went home with his secretaries. A few hours later, they were already at Gudu Airport. The travelers were met by the always neat Liu Shiji. Yunya's childhood friend noticed that the girls were in a very bad mood. He asked what had happened in Nango that there was such a fire in the harem. Yun asked how things were going in the sect. CG said that thanks to Yun's method, the guys had already begun to cultivate qi. Yang Yun thanked his friend for his efforts, and they arrived at the villa while talking. The guy was stunned as to why the villa was emitting such a strong aura. Yun rushed into the house, asking CG to look after the others. This aura was very strange. It didn't look like a beast. Having run into the house, he immediately headed to the wine cellar. To his surprise, it turned out that the ancient burial site that Zuer was guarding had been dug up. Suer asked the sable not to dig, saying that if the owner returned, how would they explain this to him? Yang Yun cleared his throat loudly. Suer and the little animal turned to the guy. The girl exclaimed, "Master, you've returned!" The delighted sable rushed onto its beloved owner's chest with a joyful squeak. Enraged, Yun hit his pet, yelling at what he had done here. The little animal burst into tears of resentment, and the boy shouted that he had only left him for a short while. And now he was already taking everything apart, stone by stone. Suer told the owner that it was all her fault because she, a spirit, was unable to stop the animal. After the pill-induced hibernation, something awakened in the sable. His claws changed dramatically, and now he digs every day. She said that the foolish disciple blamed the sable in vain. The power of treasure hunting had awakened in him. He had discovered something valuable. Yun told the offended pet that it seemed he had scolded him in vain. However, the aura emanating from the mound is so strong that there must be something dangerous inside. This stone slab is so strong that even a sable would hardly be able to cut it so easily. The little animal beeped confidently. Nothing of the sort. And then Yun saw with horror the renewed claws of the sable. They had become sharper than many blades. The little animal jumped up over the slab, releasing its terrifying claws. Yoon couldn't believe his pet was really capable of handling such a slab. Instead of answering, the sable cut the slab with a victorious cry. The guy was surprised at how powerful the destructive force was. It could already be considered a martial art. Yang Yun thought, "This is bad. It seems like something is about to burst out of the crack." And indeed, an evil spirit immediately appeared, and Siuer shouted to the owner to be careful. Yang Yun quickly applied one of the ancient techniques. A stream of true, unquenchable flame flew at the evil spirit. The guy realized that it was a restless soul guarding the crypt. There must definitely be treasure underground. Otherwise, why have guards? Suer agreed. But it could be dangerous there. Yoon understood that no matter what, the ancient burial mound had already been dug up, and it could not be left like that. Moreover, he needs a spiritual energy gathering formation for cultivation. It was better to find out everything at once, so everyone went downstairs. Yang Yun landed on some hard surface. He looked around and called the Sable and Suer. There was no one nearby, but Yoon clearly remembered that they all jumped together. So where did they go? Suddenly, very close by, Yang Yun saw a beauty bathing. He looked in that direction in surprise. The guy asked Lu Lingling in confusion. She had gone away to study. The girl winked at him cheerfully and chirped that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yoon asked her if she was not in France, and why she did not say that she was returning. Lingling asked in an offended tone, how could he even say such a thing? After she left, he hadn't even called once. As punishment, he must rub her back. The boy exclaimed, in that case, obedience is the best apology. Yang Yun had already extended his hand and suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought, wait, why is Liu Lingling in a public bathhouse? The guy hit the beautiful picture with his inner strength, and suddenly, instead of a beauty, a vile monster appeared. Yoon realized that it was all an illusion to lure him in and kill him. The tomb monster immediately tried to attack Yang Yun. The guy screamed, Lingling was so fake, it was such a shame. He shouted at the monster. How dare he fool him, the mighty heavenly dragon? Yang Yun delivered a crushing kick to the monster. The monster fell and exploded. It was finished. Suddenly the boy heard the excited beeping of his pet. The little animal was already ready to kiss the creepy monster that created the illusion. Sablok saw an illusory, seductive beauty in front of him. Yoon shouted that if the animal did not wake up, he would not give it red fruits for a whole year. Sable started. The illusion disappeared, and he saw a disgusting monster in front of him. The animal was horrified when he saw who he almost kissed. Horror quickly turned to anger, and sharp claws appeared again. Having cut the monster down, the little animal angrily squeaked that the scoundrel had scared him to death. Yoon asked if everything was okay with Cure, and she replied that spirits were not affected by illusions. They approached the coffin. It looked quite simple, but Zuer felt that there was something dangerous inside. The lid of the sarcophagus moved slightly, and energy began to flow out. Suddenly clouds gathered over the villa. Lightning flashed and thunder struck. Yang Yun asked in surprise. He seemed to hear lightning strike. A dead hand took hold of the edge of the coffin. Someone was clearly getting ready to leave. And then a skeleton in armor of incredible strength flew out of the coffin. Everyone stared at the monster in surprise, not knowing what to do. Yang Yun wondered in surprise if it was a zombie. Its terrifying aura seemed to be consuming the guy. With a wild cry, the sarcophagus's occupant rushed at June. The guy quickly came to his senses and turned to the vessel of the universe. He summoned from there his favorite weapon, the sword from the Divine Lake. As soon as the weapon was in Yoon's hands, he counterattacked the enemy. The ghost warrior clearly did not expect such a powerful rebuff. Having flown a short distance, the skeleton stopped. Yang Yoon was amazed. There wasn't a single scratch on the monster after the sword strike. The tomb warrior laughed. The boy was weak compared to him. The skeleton's eyes flashed, and he struck the ground with his only hand. At that very second, razor-sharp stones jumped out of the ground. Yang Yun managed to fly up and dodge the stone attack. The ghost warrior rushed forward with a cry and attacked the guy again. Yun cursed. This one-armed skeleton was too strong for him. Meanwhile, the monster dealt the guy a strong blow to the chest. The blow sent Yang Yun flying and crashing into the stone wall of the crypt with all his might. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth. The tomb warrior had seriously wounded him. Wanting to finish off the uninvited guest, the ghostly warrior rushed at the guy. Suddenly, Zur screamed at the tomb dweller with all her might. She screamed at the top of her lungs for the undead not to touch her master. To the surprise of everyone present, the ghostly warrior screamed in fear, and streams of blood gushed from his eye sockets. The wounded June was surprised, and she reminded him that he had said that Xiu'er would be useful. This is her ability as a spirit at the second level of cultivation. But this numbness is temporary. Yoon noted that if the master had the strength to lecture him, he could help. But she had only just recovered his divine energy, and if he blindly entered into battle again, he might lose his strength and soul. Yoon objected that even if he died, Shi's spirit would still dissipate. But since Master was so carefree, it meant he definitely had some kind of plan. Sai chuckled. The little one hadn't studied his notes well. Against this zombie, he could use the palm that shook the heavens. To begin with, June decided to take a look at the power of this ghostly creature. By this time, the enraged zombie had already gotten rid of the numbness that Zur had placed on him. Yoon noticed that the creature had come to its senses too quickly. The one-armed tomb zombie charged at Yang Yoon with renewed vigor. With a wild cry, he approached the guy with lightning speed. It seemed that in just a couple of seconds, his bony hand would deal Yoon a fatal blow. But the guy also rushed into battle. He began to transform energy on the fly, and then Yoon used the heaven-shaking palm technique against the enemy. A deafening explosion was heard in the foothills of Lishan. In the bamboo forest on the mountain, an old man lay and watched the battle. He muttered thoughtfully, "Energy conversion. Well, almost perfect." Yang Yu-yun stood amidst clouds of dust and smoke, and Xiu'er worriedly asked the owner if he was okay. When the clouds cleared, Xiu'er saw with horror that the wall of the house was damaged. There was a hole in the wall that resembled the outline of Yang Yun's palm. The guy groaned that this time he almost died fighting this zombie. Xiu'er told the owner that although the zombie was destroyed, the house... Yoon cried out, wondering what had happened to his newly restored house. And at that moment, something quietly flew out of the open coffin. The sable was the first to notice the coffin's strange behavior, squeaking questioningly. Yoon said, "It seems there is someone else in the coffin. We must be careful." And indeed, a black figure of a woman with burning eyes flew out of the sarcophagus. The black woman rose to the very ceiling of the huge tomb. She looked silently at Yang Yun, the spirit and the little beast. Her eyes flashed, but she said nothing. Soon she flew out through a crack in the slab and disappeared from sight. Yoon was confused as to who it was. She said it was a pathetic demoness and nothing more. The demoness who had just escaped was the master of zombies. And with the help of a zombie servant, she killed people and collected materials. Such demons have a magic crystal for storing spiritual energy. It can be useful to Zur. Looking into the sarcophagus, Yoon indeed saw a large crystal. He decided that it would be better to just take it for now and then decide what to do with it. At that moment, an old man from the top of the mountain entered through the hole in the wall. He asked if there hadn't been fun here just now. Looks like the old man was late. Too bad he couldn't hang out. The old man noticed that it was not bad here. There was a formation for collecting spiritual energy, an excellent place for cultivation. The old cultivator poured the rest of the wine from the bottle into his mouth. Sable, smelling the alcohol, literally began to salivate. The strange guest shook the bottle, shaking out the last drops. He looked inside and said in surprise that the wine was already gone. Yoon asked from what dense forests he crawled out. How could a person be in such a place? The old man opened his mouth to swallow the last drop of wine. The little animal did not take its shining eyes off this treasured drop. And then a drop broke away from the bottle and flew into the old man's mouth. Sable rushed to intercept the treasured drop of wine. He flew at great speed towards the wine jug and licked a drop. But the old man grabbed the nimble little animal by its long, strong body. The old man shouted angrily, "How dare the little animal steal my booze? Doesn't he respect me?" He shook the sable, and it began to squeak in fear, begging him to save it. Yang Yun rushed to the rescue of the little animal, shouting that he would compensate the old man for his loss. But the uninvited guest only grinned in response to the guy's statement. He said that he had lived for 10 years in a bamboo forest, and that the boy could compensate him for the loss of wine. The old man pushed the boy away so that he wouldn't bother him. This movement sent Yang Yun flying to the side, flipping over several times in the air. The guy fell onto the hard floor of the ancient crypt. June sat up, coughing up blood. He was wounded again. The old man told him that etiquette should be observed in society. Your pet committed a crime and will be punished for it. Yang Yun gritted his teeth. But this old man was very strong. Yun looked at the strange grandfather and was stunned. Could this really be spiritual energy? Sai told him, "Kid, I advise you to run faster. This old man is too tough for you. He is much stronger than that zombie." The old man seems to have gone crazy, but his strength is too great. It seems that during the process of cultivation, he has become closer to demons. But Yun did not agree with the master. They needed to come up with a way to save the sable. Yang Yun summoned his mighty sword from the vessel of the universe. He said that all that remained was to give everything he had and save the little animal. The old cultivator became angry and exclaimed, "You arrogant child!" The old man said that in that case, the boy would accept punishment for his pet. He suggested that the kid attack and show the old man what he was capable of. Yun frowned, considering how best to attack. Pushing off the floor, the guy launched into a swift attack. He shouted at the old man not to look down on him. Having dodged the blow, the old man noticed that the speed was not bad, but the accuracy was still lacking. In response, he hit the guy with his fist. Yang Yun crashed into the basement wall, destroying part of the wall with his body. Sitting amidst the rubble and clouds of dust, Yun muttered, "He really is strong." The old man asked his opponent if the boy was still alive. Angered by the failure, Yang Yun jumped up with renewed vigor. Tongues of flame danced around the guy. He screamed, "You bastard, try this!" Streams of unquenchable flame flew towards the old man. The old man snorted contemptuously. What a cheap trick. A real cloud of fire formed at the place where the uninvited guest stood. Yun looked there carefully. But the old man was still alive. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. This old rascal converted the energy into a shield. The old man told the little one that his abilities were quite interesting. But it was a pity that his cultivation was too weak. Yang Yun saw with horror that a huge number of crystal fragments were flying towards him. Having walled up the boy with crystals, the old man said that as long as he wanted to kill someone, the victim had no chance of escaping. He concluded that now the boy was definitely dead. But Yun broke free and shouted that he was still alive. He transformed the true chi and used the heaven-shaking palm. The boy rushed into a swift attack, but the old man dodged. He struck young Yun again, sending the boy flying far away from him. Yun crashed into the wall. He cursed. "This old man's strength is incomprehensible." She told the student that, unlike his previous opponents, this man's strength was on a different level. Only cunning would help here. Even though the old man was mad, there was still a way to suppress it. It seemed like he used bamboo wine to curb the madness. The master offered to get some monkey wine. Perhaps it would help deal with the threat. Yang Yun thanked the teacher for his wise advice. The old man exclaimed angrily. He was a tough kid, but the next blow would be his last. Now the bamboo forest dweller rushed to attack Yun. The guy quickly summoned a jug of wine from the vessel of the universe. The old man, his eyes flashing, shouted for the boy to die. But instead of retaliating, the guy offered the honorable man to accept it as compensation. The old man's fist froze very close to young Yun's face. The guest sniffed the air and asked what it was. Yun explained that it was monkey wine, which strengthened spiritual energy and the body. The old man snorted in disbelief, and Yun added that he still had a few more valuable pills here. The forest dweller laughingly patted the guy on the shoulder, asking why the boy was silent. He wouldn't have fought with him anyway, come on. The old man still didn't understand what family his skills came from, or whether he was a disciple of some sect. Yang Yun introduced himself and said that he was the head of the newly founded Yun sect. The old man praised the guy. He was not bad. Yun asked if the old man had heard about the Congress of Great Masters. He confirmed, and asked if the boy wanted to participate. June really wanted to take part and asked the old man to tell him about this Congress. The prizes there are great, but it is not easy to win. Besides the great families, sometimes ancient sects hidden from the rest of the world appear at the Congress. Although Yun can rightfully be considered the strongest in China, there are many stronger masters in the world. The old man chuckled. Not as strong as him, of course. He offered to join the Yun sect and help them win at this Congress of Great Masters. Yun only needs to provide him with enough monkey wine, and before the Congress begins, their strength will reach a completely different level. The guy found this proposal strange, but they really needed someone strong who could teach them. Yang Yun bowed and told the old man that he was relying on him. And the old man laughed and offered to leave it all to him. The forest dweller noticed that this monkey wine was not bad and asked Brother Yan if there was any more. The boy reassured the old man that there was enough. In Yunqi's company, the sect members began training. Yun didn't think that the old man would be able to accelerate the boy's cultivation so quickly. Yushu noticed that his strength was at the golden core stage. The girl asked where Yun found such a strong master. He replied that he met him by chance. Lu Yushu noticed that the old man seemed to have some anger management issues, as he had recently beaten up Liu Shiji. Yun said that when he met him, it seemed to him that the old man had gone crazy. But apart from his anger, everything was fine with him. From Grandfather Yun, he learned that in the ancient sects there were warriors of the 5th and 6th stages of the heavenly level. However, this drunkard from Mount Lishan is stronger than all of them, because he has surpassed the level of the sky. Although Master Yuan Qianxi has rich cultivation experience, even he can't bully that old man so easily. Jun told Lu Yushu that if they wanted to improve their level, they had to face dangers to become stronger. Only under this old man's leadership, at least until Yun grew stronger, would their Yun sect be safe. Bloody clouds hung over the central headquarters of the Bone Flower Temple. The owner of the secret assassination organization summoned Cheng Baiwan. He said that Baiwan shouldn't worry about Jun. Cheng should focus on what he was assigned to do. Baiwan tried to object. What about the lives of his people? He must take revenge on this creature. The owner said that Baiwan had caused so many problems for their organization that he should have been killed long ago. But he needs that thing at the Congress of Great Masters, and if Baiwan fails this task, he must understand the consequences. The head of the organization hissed. Yang Yuyun is just as problematic as his father. Unknown people pinned a photograph with a dagger to Liu Lingling's door in Paris. Seeing this, the girl recoiled in horror. Several months passed, and the date of the Congress of Great Masters was approaching. The head of the Divine Sword Sect ordered everyone to be ready to leave. The Primordial Chaos Sect Master declared that victory would be theirs this year. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect warned everyone that one person needed to be eliminated during the Great Masters Congress. Masters from the legendary Penglai Mountain also headed to the Congress. The fighters of the Tai Yi School were also confident that they would win. The Ancient Women's Sect, the Palace of 100 Flowers, prepared very carefully for the Congress of Great Masters. The head of the Ye family ordered that they must kill Yang Yun at the meeting of the Great Masters. Zhao Chengsheng laughed, wanting to see how far his future son-in-law could go. The head of the Ma family reminded his grandson to use a secret means to finish off Yang Yun when they met in the arena. Wang Xuanji was eager to see how Yang could surprise everyone this time too. Yang Yun told his guys that the day of the Great Masters Congress had arrived. The sect members looked at their young leader with hope. Yun said that he has gone through a lot of difficulties in recent years, and everything he has is only thanks to the help of the guys. He reminded them that they had gone through many days of hard training for today. This means that they will definitely win at the Congress of Great Masters. Today, they will show the world what young Chinese cultivators are capable of. Inspired by the sect leader's speech, the martial artists of the Yun sect set out on their journey. Thanks to the training of the old man from Mount Lishan, they were all very strong. Yang Yun exclaimed, "Congress of Great Masters, wait for us! We are already coming!"